request Professor Pratima Murthy Madam, Director NIMHANS, to please escort the dignitaries to the stage for lighting the lamp. And the dignitaries are Dr. S. Somnath Ji, Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, Government of India.
Most of the works in integrative medicine at NIMHANS.
Professor B. Gangadhar Sir, Chairman, National Medical Commission, Government of India.
Dr. N.K. Ramesh, Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, Bangalore.
Professor D. Nagaraja Sir, former Director NIMHANS, and much of the inspiration and the person who has initiated clinical yoga services formerly with NDNIY.
Professor B.S. Chandranarayana Rao, Registrar, NIMHANS.
Professor Shivarama Varambili Sir, Professor Psychiatry and Organizing Chairperson, YANTRA-2023.
Professor Dr. Kishore Kumar, Head Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, and Organizing Secretary, YANTRA-2023.
Dr. Ramachandra Shetty, President, Tarunya Shikshana Seva Trust.
Dr. Sachin Basera, National Convener, Jigyasa.
I request all the dignitaries to please light the lamp.
ಫ್ರೇಮಿಂಗು ಫುಲ್ಲು ಲಾಂಗಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈಗ ನೀವು ವೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ ಲೈವ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸೆಟ್ ಲೈವ್ ಇದೆ.
Request all the dignitaries to take your respective seats on the dais.
Now I request Ms. Sri Raksha to chant Ganesh Suktam to invoke the divine blessings upon this event. Please.
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम्। आतु न इन्द्रक्षुमन्तं चित्रं ग्राभं संगृभाय महाहस्ती दक्षिणेन विद्माहित्वा आतु विकूर्मिन्तु विदेष्णन्तु विमघं तु विमात्रमवोभिः न हित्वा आशूरदेवानमर्ता आसोदिच्छन्तम् भीमन्नगां वारयन्ते एतोन्विन्द्रं स्तवामीशा आनौ वस्वस्वराजम् नराधसामर्धिषन्नः प्रस्तो ओषदुपगासि शच्छ्रवत्सामगीयमानम् अभिराधसा जुगुरत् आनो भरदक्षिणेनाभिसव्येन प्रमृश इन्द्रमानो वसोर्निर्धात् उपक्रमस्वा भरथशताधृष्णो जनानाम् अदा आशूष्टरस्य वेदाः इन्द्रय उनुते अस्ति वाजो विप्रेभिः सलित्वः अस्माभिः सुतं सलुहि सद्यो जुवस्ते वाजा अस्मभ्यो विश्वश्चन्द्राः वशैश्च मक्षूजरन्ते गणानां त्वा गणपतिं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् निषुसीद गणपते गणेषु त्वा मा आहुर्विप्रथमं कवीनां नरुते त्वत्क्रियते किञ्चनारे महामर्कं मघवन् चित्रमर्चा अभिख्यानो मघवन्नाथमानान् सखे बोधि वसुपते सखीनां रणं कृधिरणकृच्छत्य शुष्मा भक्ते चिदाभजाराये अस्मान् ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ.
Thank you, Sri Raksha, for creating a vibrant atmosphere for us to resume the sessions ahead.
I now invite Professor Shivarama Varamulli sir, Professor of Psychiatry, former Head Department of Integrative Medicine and the organizing chairperson, YANTRA-2023, to please deliver the welcome address.
Namaskara, Namaste, good morning. I'm really happy to see this day when this is a process of 3 years in the making since we conducted the last Yantra 2023, and I'm so happy today to welcome all the dignitaries, a galaxy of dignitaries on the dais in our own NIMHANS, starting with Sri Somanath ji, the man of the moment currently after the success of the Chandrayaan mission, the chairman of the ISRO, which is the pride of India currently. Not only that, he has shown true leadership. We saw in the moments following the successful Chandrayaan, he actually withdrew from the stage and allowed the leader of the team to actually speak to the press. That shows true leadership and humility. We are privileged to have you, sir. And true to his name, there is also a Aditya L1 mission which is looking at the sun. Maybe we should call him Soma Chandranath as well. So thank you, sir, for gracing us on this occasion. I am also happy to welcome Professor B.N. Gangadhar, our mentor, former senior professor and director of NIMHANS, and currently the chairperson of the National Medical Commission in New Delhi. Thank you for inspiring us, sir. We have our own beloved director, Dr. Pratima Murthy, the current director and senior professor of psychiatry, specialist in addiction, who has done that work in that field for 40 years. Thank you, madam. We have Sir N.K. Ramesh, the Vice Chancellor of the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Karnataka. Thank you, sir, for coming. We also have our inspiration, Dr. D. Nagaraja, former senior professor of neurology and director of this institute, and inspiration from Jigyasa, whom we wanted on the stage today, Dr. Nagendra, who has been actually the person, he and Dr. D. Nagaraja are the people who actually have created this infrastructure of integrative medicine in NIMHANS today. I'm also happy to welcome Dr. Shankar Narayan Rao, the registrar, and much of the driving force behind much of the activities at NIMHANS. And we have our co-hosts from Jigyasa, Dr. Ramchandra Shetty and Dr. Sachin Basera, who have done all this organization of this conference, and my own Dr. Kishore, the head of the Department of Integrative Medicine. On behalf of NIMHANS, we would like to welcome all these people and present them a small memento. First, Sri Dr. S. Somanath, chairperson of ISRO, I request Dr. Pratima Murthy to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation from NIMHANS. Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, chairperson of the National Medical Commission. Dr. M.K. Ramesh, Vice Chancellor RGHS, I request Dr. Rajesh Kalyan, National Joint Convener Jigyasa, to kindly hand over the memento. Dr. H.R. Nagendra, Chancellor Jigyasa Yoga University, Bangalore. Dr. Bharat Kolla from Department of Integrative Medicine. Dr. D. Nagaraja, former Senior Professor and Director, NIMHANS. Dr. Hemant from our department is handing over the memento. Dr. Pratima Murthy, our current Director of NIMHANS. I request Dr. Kishore to kindly hand over the memento to Dr. Pratima. Dr. Shankar Narayan Rao, Registrar NIMHANS. Y. Mohan from Jigyasa will hand over the memento. This is a historic occasion for all of us. Recently we had a workshop for 30 institutions from around the country on the direction for integrative medicine going forward. And NIMHANS was chosen as the venue because of the developments in integrative medicine at NIMHANS. So it's indeed a wonderful occasion. Without taking much time, I would close my session here and welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for extending a warm welcome.
Now I request Professor Kishore Kumar, sir, Head Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, Organizing Secretary, YANTRA-2023, to provide a brief introduction to the conference. Please, sir.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, I would also continue Dr. Shriram's welcome address. I would like to welcome Dr. Vaidya Jayandev Pujariji, who is the President of NCISM, Dr. Mohanan Kundumail, who is the Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Health Sciences, Dr. Kaustuv Upadhyay, Advisor, Ayurveda Ministry of Ayush, Dr. B.R. Ramakrishna, Vice Chancellor, Jigyasa, Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan, who is a former CCIM member, Dr. Antonio Morandi, neurologist from Italy, Dr. Jay Krishna, who is the Vice President of Dental Council of India, and the honorable faculty of NIMHANS to this occasion. I am here to just briefly give a background of the conference. Now, what is integrative health? There are a lot of things, connotations that are there in integrative health. So the NIMHANS model, NIMHANS was the first institute to pioneer a model of integrative health in mental health and neurosciences in the country. And this model is, the patient doesn't have to go room to room seeking consultations and then decide what he should do. It is the psychiatrist, the yoga expert, the Ayurveda expert, all three of us, we consult the patient at the same time, and then we optimize the treatment and follow the patient up for the days to come. So this is the model that we have followed, and this model is something which the country or the government of India has recognized and has suggested as a plausible model for implementation in all the other institutes of the country. Of course, I am grateful to Pratima Murthy Madam and the Registrar for having driven this through. Of course, it was the brainchild of Dr. E. N. Nagaraj and Dr. B. N. Gangadhar, who are sitting with us here. Yoga and Ayurveda in neurosciences, therapeutics and research approaches. This is the name that we have given. We started off here with yoga and Ayurveda. The research and activities related to yoga and Ayurveda has been there in NIMHANS. NIMHANS has a long history and legacy since 1954, immediately after the K.N. Udupa report, along with BHU, and has been doing a great amount of research, starting from the Department of Neurophysiology to different Department of Psychiatry, Department of Neurology, and so on. Then it took the turn of the Department of Integrative Medicine in 2019. And then we have started these initiatives of providing clinical services, developing and running academic courses, and then undertaking research. These are the three domains that we have initiated and have progressed a little bit. Of course, we had stumbling blocks of COVID. Then this conference, we have planned to showcase the existing models of integrative medicine, including NIMHANS, BHU and other places which have been running this models like this since a very long time. And then the discussions will be to also deliberate on the future roadmap for integrative medicine. I wouldn't want to go into the advantages of integrative medicine. We already know that there is a surge in people seeking traditional systems of medicine, and this is also in the background of the WHO Traditional Medicine Global Summit, which just concluded in August 2023 and has given a clarion call to all the member nations to integrate or to develop integrative health in all the countries. And it hasn't even declared it has called for people to give inputs to actually start off with the definition of integrative health and also the other nuances that accompany implementation of integrative health. And Government of India has taken very serious initiatives. There have been number of committees and number of reports that have been submitted. And then, this is going to be launched hopefully launched in a few days to come. This conference is jointly organized by Jigyasa. Jigyasa is a student organization that has been working in the AIIMS sector since more than 25 years and has been in the forefront of academics and education, bringing about reforms since a very long time. And then we have jointly organized with them, and we have all the Jigyasa volunteers as well as in the platform of Jigyasa, all the delegates who have come. I extend a warm welcome to all of you also, and then also the dignitaries. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone for the conference. Now I invite Dr. Sachin Basera, National Convener Jigyasa, to introduce Jigyasa to the audience. Please, sir.
Namaste everyone. Honorable Chairperson on the dais and off dais. I extremely feel proud to represent Team Jigyasa in the conference organized in the association with prestigious institutions like NIMHANS. At the outset, may I welcome all the scientists, teachers, students and all stakeholders of AIUSH and Model Biomedical Health Sector to YANTRA-2023 with the theme Model of Integration in Healthcare. Jigyasa is a pan-India initiative which is working mainly in the area of AIUSH education since its inspection in 1990s. The unique features of Jigyasa is it is entirely a students' initiative. Jigyasa has been organizing academic seminars to mega conferences across the country. Some of the prominent initiatives are the conferences on Panchakarma at Palakkad, Kerala in 2011. In 2014, the first national conference was organized by Jigyasa in Trivandrum, Kerala. An international conference in 2015 with the theme of restructuring Ayurveda education at Bangalore was arranged. A roundtable conference at Bangalore in 2017 with the name of Jigyasa Dharahana was also organized by us. In 2018, the team Jigyasa have achieved a new height with organizing an international conference on conglomeration in health tradition in Bharatvarsha with special focusing on Southeast Asia. Apart from these, conducts of free medical camps every year during Ashadi Wadi in Maharashtra. Similar programs are being conducted by Jigyasa units throughout the country. Jigyasa regularly organizes study circles in AIUSH institutes. Jigyasa volunteers contributed at various COVID care centers and COVID awareness program. We also had arranged online lecture series during the COVID. Jigyasa is committed to revamp AIUSH education system by bringing in modern scientific parameters and evidences to enrich the knowledge-based work and work towards the achieving one nation, one health. Subsequently, one world, one health. By this, we will be achieving our goal of Vasudev Kutumbakam as well as Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. From this prestigious platform, I would like to urge for your valuable guidance, supports and active participation in all our ventures for betterment of society with the strengthening of Ayush system of health. Let's this Jnana Yajna continue and enlighten our souls to contribute for our Shastra, for our society and for our nation. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Sachin.
Now I invite Dr. Ramchandra Shetty, President, Talani Shiksha Seva Trust, to address the audience. Please.
Dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, my dear students. Talani Shiksha Seva Trust is a non-governmental organization started by a group of educationists, and the main aim is to inculcate the nationalism, national attitude and seva manobhav in students and youth. Through this, we started various organizations. Since many of the trustees are educationists and doctors, our main focus was on education and healthcare system. We associated with Jigyasa and we participated along with Jigyasa in all its activities. In addition, we have one more activity called Art Matters, that is art students organization. We associated and we organize art exhibitions and give platform for the young talents to exhibit their talents. And we also, to indulge a sort of seva manobhav, we have organized 5,000 students, selected 150 government and municipal colleges in and around Bangalore. In 3 days, we have renovated, repainted, and we have given science kit, sports kit to the students. 5,000 students were organized in Mega event on the eve of 150 year birth centenary of Mahatma Gandhi ji. And similarly, we have also involved 700 to 800 students during COVID through COVID pandemic situation. And they were, in addition, during the COVID pandemic, there was a scarcity or paucity of blood for thalassemia patients. And our students organized 20 blood donation camps in and around Bangalore. Like that, we are involving and associating with various socio and health related, education related programs. Thank you one and all for giving an opportunity to introduce my organization here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I now invite Dr. N.K. Ramesh sir, Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bangalore, our guest of honor, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. The word integration medicine is heard very frequently nowadays. And it's good. And also it's become fashionable to discuss and talk about the integration of medicine. So what is the integration basically? The health system is split into two divisions. One is mainstream medicine and alternative medicines. Mainstream is widely accepted as the present modern medicine. Why it's called mainstream is not that it's pivotal, mainly because it's been accepted widely in the world. A lot of research was done. And we also know a lot of other systems of medicine exist all over the world. They're coined alternative medicine. We know very well that Ayurveda existed in India thousands of years back, more than 2000 years. And modern medicine developed only since 200 years. In between, in fact, we have read in the history that Indian surgeons went to Sri Lanka and conducted surgeries in the king there. All those things we have heard. But what happened in between? Why the development is hindered? A lot of political reasons, a lot of kingdoms came in between, non-violence, violence, Jainism, Buddhism, all these sorts came, which put break to the advancement of the surgical field. But medical field kept on developing. But in the last 200 years, After the Industrial Revolution, the modern medicine developed leap and bounds. Why? How it is more, how it is more established in alternative medicine? Basically documentation. See, in the modern world, everything is evidence-based. Unless evidence is produced, unless it's proven, unless everything is written as a document, that side effects, adverse effects, or advantages, contraindications, they're mentioned clearly to not be accepted. I'll give you an example. I had the plantar fasciitis. I keep telling my friends, so I was suffering from plantar fasciitis for more than 2 to 3 years. And casually once I mentioned my good friend Dr. Ramakrishna about it. So he invited to his hospital and treated me 15 days every day morning. That Ishtigathuma. And believe me, after 15 days it totally disappeared. And beauty is, I haven't suffered from plantar fasciitis since then. My question here is, I am very sure that I will benefit by it. In fact, it was a pleasurable treatment. They used to give oil massage and then used to heat it, all the things. The question is, to prove it, to make it as a mainstream treatment, we need documentation. We need clinical trials, blinded trials, like what temperature should be applied for how many days, or like what oil, what type of massage, all those things. If they're established, I think it will be a very, very beautiful treatment for plantar fasciitis. There are similar diseases in the society which can be effectively treated by this alternative system medicine. Could it be yoga? Could it be Ayurveda? But the question is how to integrate. It's a very sensitive issue. I am a person from modern medicine. I will say my medicine is the best one. So all others are the same. So there's a common human tendency. So how to integrate? I think some 10-15 years an experiment was done. That Ayush doctors were given 6 months training in emergency medicine. But what happened, people who learned the 6 months emergency medicine forgot Ayurveda, started practicing only allopathy medicine. Their practice might have improved, but the question is Ayurveda suffered. So we should integrate in such a way that it should establish Ayurveda as a mainstream medicine. Right? So in this direction we have to think. So how to integrate without impinging on somebody else's territory, without hurting somebody else's sentiments. And I should say, doctors are the most egoistic people. It's a known fact. So how to integrate this system? This requires a wider discussion. There are various schools of thought. Either integrate in the curriculum itself, or integrate the health systems where you provide all types of health systems under one roof. A patient comes, why the patient comes, he needs treatment. He's not bothered whether he's treated by allopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Unani, Siddha, it doesn't bother. He needs only relief from the symptoms of the pain. So, whether we should think what model we should develop. It's very good that government is also thinking about this. In fact, it's fantastic that WHO also has recognized and had done a conference on this. Because this is very much required, because not only Ayurveda, there are various systems medicine across the world. If you can sift the best of all these medicines and integrate into one system, that should be the greatest achievement of the modern mankind. And in this direction, actually, we should all gather and deliberate, and government is also favoring it, and all people are also converging to that idea. I being the Vice Chancellor of Health University, the allopathy is also in the university, Ayurveda is also there, all systems of medicine, so that we've got a healthy respect and mutual understanding. Also we have, we also can contribute to the development of this any new modality of integration. So in this aspect, such conferences are beautiful things, and I hope these 3 days will throw a lot of light on this and throw the direction in which we should move forward, what way we should integrate it. And I wish the conference all the success, and I should compliment all the organizers for having organized such a conference. And I also thank the organizers and the Jigyasa for having invited me here. Thank you, good luck.
Thank you very much, sir, to actually emphasizing on the theme of the conference and actually sharing your thoughts on the theme integration in the health sector.
I invite our guest of honor, Dr. M.K. Ramesh, Vice Chancellor, Rajiv University of Health Science. I'm sorry for the correction. Now I request Professor B.N. Gangadhar Sir, Chairman, National Medical Commission, Government of India, Professor Emeritus, Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, to share his thoughts about the conference.
Dr. Somnath Ji, Chief Guest of this function, other dignitaries on the dais, all the delegates and very senior colleagues who are here in the auditorium. It gives me great pleasure to present a few observations which I can bring from the National Medical Commission now, and of course a few perceptions from being the Professor of Psychiatry leading the Integrative Medicine team at NIMHANS. The health policy has included inclusive support to healthcare from all systems of medicine. And that the Act of the National Medical Commission requires that different commissions in the health, that includes the Indian systems of medicine, the homeopathy, and the dental sciences, and of course the National Medical Commission periodically sit and deliberate how to bring things together. And in the National Medical Commission, perhaps for the first time, we have introduced or legitimized an Ayush posting for the interns who are completing their MBBS course, when they have to choose elective postings. For the first time, we have introduced the Ayush systems, yoga or Ayurveda. If available in that hospital or in that institute, an intern has an opportunity to get an exposure formally during his training in the fields of Ayush. So this is one major step we have taken. We also made it a point that before the International Day of Yoga, all the medical colleges practice yoga and make yoga as a service available. We have also made it a point in the undergraduate medical education guidelines now that every medical college should have a integrative medicine service unit or a research unit. So following are the development that have happened, and I am hoping in the days to come with models such as what people are seeing at NIMHANS, more integration will happen. As Dr. Shivaram said, very recently the Government of India requested all the AIIMS and the institutions of national importance to come together, deliberate on how to get integrative medicine going in these institutions, with support from staff being given from all the different Ayush systems. So it looks like it is a very, very ripe time to encash and ensure that the integrative system is going to happen. And I thank the NIMHANS team for organizing this, and I also thank Shri Somnath Ji, who is going to have a strong impact on the opinion in the masses, to be able to carry this message that integrative medicine has to be the thing in the days to come in the main healthcare, as an inclusive medical system to get the best for the public who are seeking healthcare services. Once again, wish you all the best for the YANTRA conference, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We are now privileged to have with us our chief guest, Dr. S. Somnathji, Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization. Under his leadership, ISRO successfully carried out the third Indian lunar exploration mission, Chandrayaan-3. Like all of us are definitely aware of this and also aware about the laurels that he has got to our nation. We are very proud of this achievement, sir. I kindly request sir to address the gathering.
Good morning, all of you. Thank you for this opportunity for this conference. Being the guest here to participate here, YANTRA-2023 organized by NIMHANS, AIIMS, Jigyasa and TSST. I'm a different kind of a doctor. Not the doctor who can prescribe some treatment for any of your problems. But of course, when this conference had the invitation to be there, I thought that it's an opportunity for me to learn a little bit about it and also to convey whatever I could understand to my own colleagues and friends and people that I can influence. So for that opportunity, let me thank each one of you. Honorable people on the dais and off the dais, it's a wonderful day to see such large audience in a beautiful campus like NIMHANS. As already displayed, we have the images of Devi, Tanudari and Swami Vivekananda there. When I look at it, I come to remember about the words of Swami Vivekananda. He spoke about an ideal of a religion. He said an ideal of a religion should be such that it should have a good element of spirituality. It should have a good element of mysticism. It must be mystical in nature. And it also must talk about some certain philosophical elements that are necessary part of any religion. He also said that it must have enough of elements for action. So when all of these are nicely combined, a nice religion takes its shape. And he said that many of the world religions came out of such thought processes. Why I say this, it is similar for subjects like medical care, approaches to human health and longevity, which has been a big issue ever since human being came to this universe. And many systems of medical system that emerged in our times, or maybe many millions of years back, I am very sure about there could be some medical system existing much before history is ever written. But it must have all come out of such philosophical thought of how health is defined, how human life is defined, how we look at it in a holistic manner. Ever since humankind has an ability to think and conceptualize all of this. As already been told by Dr. Ramesh, that the history of Ayurveda started, at least recorded, way back in 1500 BC. For last so many thousands of years, it has been in existence. And it is fundamentally based on similar principles of thought, of spirituality, of mysticism, of the philosophical elements in it, and of course connected with the body and the soul and the life. Unless these connections are not there, that the treatment processes or medical care will never be complete. I think this is something which is fundamental for any systems of medicine. So here we talk about alternate forms of medicine. And we talked about the modern medical system. I think I should not preach you any of these things to you. I think you are better equipped and knowledgeable in that topic. But the most important aspect of it is to look at the true aspect of a scientific approach to medical care and health care. Me being a scientist, I know how objects rotate around Earth, how we can move from one place on Earth to another planet. We know a precise way of calculating it. It's not only that how it is calculated based on strong physical fundamentals and equations of mathematics which defines its movement. And it's just not theory. It actually happens. When you do that, it actually moves from here to moon. There is no doubt about it. So it is based on strong fundamental principles of science and engineering, of which the whole approach is based on. It's become equally important when we talk about similar approaches in healthcare. And I'm very sure Ayurveda and yoga, I think are these two things which I am familiar with. Of course, I do not have much of knowledge about Unani or even Siddha or even homeopathy, which came through. Siddha, of course, is created in Tamil Nadu, in India itself, but the Unani and the homeopathy has its origins elsewhere. The other systems of medicine has similar thought processes. But for Ayurveda and yoga, it's based on those fine fundamentals which are well defined, documented. But what is still lacking is the process by which there are evidence to the modern approaches of evidence. I think for this is something that this group of people who are going to be practitioners of alternate medical systems, the holistic healthcare and the Ayush must focus on from now on. The history of the decline of this capability that we existed thousands of years back in this country is something that we cannot forget. There are many reasons for it, why this happened. And it is our duty, this generation's duty, to put another foundation on it from which this can be further built over a period of time. Do not be at the end of the criticism that you are not well evidenced by the proof of it. I was already been told by Dr. Ramesh that it is our responsibility to create the proof of it. In the last of thousands of years, even before the modern medical approaches came, people lived here, they had a good health, they know how to survive those difficulties of diseases and other issues. And for a country like us, which is now 140 crores of people, providing affordable healthcare at their doorstep is a big challenge. Even today, the type of doctors and the medical system that are available to people in this country are really limited. Of course, this is a major issue. And when we talk about only one form of medical care that can reach to them, can sometimes lead them to poverty. I think this is a stark reality of this country. And once you realize that this is a major issue, how to reach an affordable healthcare by changing their living approaches, the food habits, the environment, the living situations, just by modifying a little bit, possibly many of the issues that we talk about can be actually healed. For example, the yoga costs you nothing. Make it part of your lifestyle. Let it become a culture in the whole country. Let it be a culture in the schools and colleges, and it becomes natural habit of anybody to follow it. I think this will help a large section of the society to live much more healthier life and bring down the cost of access to greater health care only when it is absolutely necessary. I think this is very important for our nation. To bring the alternate systems of medicine and also the holistic medicine approaches that are being put forth has this element of economics into it. I think we must not forget that aspect as well. Today, when I believe there are people of different practitioners of science or medicine, there are equally people who are, we call them the not so good qualified. I think this is another threat in this domain. There are two important threats. One, the people who are not well qualified to handle this. And second is the people who create the so-called medicines which are not at all qualified. See, in Ayurveda we know that the process of medical medicine preparation is very, very controlled and very well defined. How you should extract the elements from the plants and other forms and how it converts itself to a medicine. But today there are new processes coming. For example, chemical extraction of those molecules which are there in the medicine and use it for some form of, as the source of that medicine is there, I have extracted to a chemical extraction process. But this is not what is defined. But from that definition of the premature earlier method of extraction to the current form of modern ways of chemical extraction, how the system behaves in the form of ultimately the medicine is something that yet to be researched. And we must pay great attention to synthesis of medicines and its formulation, etc., in alternate forms of medicine as well. while we work on the qualifying people to a level of understanding of the whole of medical system to enable them to go for and do treatment, this is very important. Equally important is the people who should not damage the whole reputation of this alternate forms of medicine by creating medical systems, medicines and formulations which are not approved appropriately. I think many of the regulators and other people who are in this domain should focus on this as well. That don't make cheap money out of the whole trapping people into such quacks or whatever I call them, not so qualified people who to handle this. But in our country, there are thousands and millions of people not so qualified, equally capable of handling healthcare in the country. I think this is also equally important. It's an issue today. There are families, there are traditionally handed over knowledge from generation to generation, and sometimes through the process of learning, really help them to impart that type of treatment to people whom many of them don't have the ability to go to hospitals, don't have the ability to meet qualified doctors, but they take healthcare and support from many of such people. I think we should not discard them as outliers. We should also look at them, how they are able to handle it, make a systematic study of their abilities, sometimes document those capabilities for posterity. It's an equally important responsibility for the generation to come. So let me stop here today. I also want to thank each one of you for the opportunity given to me to speak today in this conference. First, NIMHANS has been such a great supporter for our program. I think many of you may not know that our astronauts that are selected for this human space program gone through NIMHANS care, assessment and evaluation for bringing them from one domain to another. I think thank you for such an opportunity that's given to us. And in the future, when they go up in space and do some research, I will definitely tell you that we will be very happy to be part of such a clinical research and opportunity that is available in alternate medicine from space as well. Some of them can actually make some solutions of conducting such experiments from space, how certain activities can really help in human endurance extension, how to look at the muscle atrophy and various other forms of disease-causing elements while being in zero gravity man for a long time, how this can be systematically studied, possibly places like NIMHANS and with the systems of medical care available here could become a research element in our space travel in the future. Thank you for this opportunity and wish you all the very best for YANTRA-2023 for a great journey. I'm very happy to see a lot of young people, students, researchers here. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words and valuable time, especially for emphasizing the importance of philosophy and the mysticism as foundation for the medicine, and also to emphasize on the integration that is required between the philosophy and the research, and discussing the role of integrative medicine even in space medicine. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now I request Professor Pradima Murthy, Director NIMHANS, for the presidential address. Please now.
Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to see all of you here today for the Yantra conference. Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman ISRO, and today's chief guest, all the doyens in holistic medicine on the stage. Off the stage, I can see so many illustrious people with so much experience in the area of various traditional forms of medicine. And most importantly, all the participants, the delegates of this conference, as well as so many young faces in the audience. And I think that's really a testimonial to the days to come and the future that holistic medicine holds. I first wanted to say that the relationship between some ways of science, as in NIMHANS, as well as perhaps defense and space, goes a long way. I was telling the chairman that we've had several of his illustrious predecessors who've been with us at NIMHANS on various occasions. We've also had eminent scientists of repute, starting from Dr. Abdul Kalam, Dr. Raja Ramanna, Dr. Atre, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. U.R. Rao, and of course the current chairperson, Chairman Dr. Somnath. I really noticed a nice fan moment the moment he walked in. So clearly, scientists can also be heroes, and I think there's a lot that we can learn from all of them. NIMHANS has always believed in holistic health right from its inception, and I must remember the first director of the All India Institute of Mental Health, Dr. M.V. Govindswamy, who on one hand started departments or facilities like biophysics and biochemistry, and on the other also spoke about yoga and Ayurveda in the same breath, as he did literature and philosophy. So I think that concept of holistic approaches to health has been ingrained in the DNA of NIMHANS. And therefore it is only appropriate that through successive developments, whether it was in setting up of a facility for Ayurveda, or more recently the Center for Integrative Medicine, which subsequently has become a Department of Integrative Medicine, we have come a long way in doing that. Let me take you quickly through the advantages of having a holistic or an integrative medicine, because that really defines a paradigm shift in the way we look at healthcare, not from the way we are trained in different disciplines, but really what a person needs to fulfill all the elements of health, which is not just physical health, but also mental health as well as social health, and a spiritual dimension which is also added to holistic health. And therefore, it is not just about the cure of illnesses, but on focusing overall well-being. And therefore, the young person from Jigyasa mentioned, he started off by saying how we need to look at One Health. And if we are going to look at One Health, community health, the health of the world, it is important to embrace holistic health in all its spirit and content. So therefore, I think the advantages of holistic health is it looks at the interconnectedness of various elements, and therefore, it helps us when we do a treatment plan, not just to consider the individual as somebody with a disease or with a condition, but to look at them in the context of their emotional well-being, of their social well-being, and in the context of the community and the ecosystem around the individual. It also is a great opportunity for us to combine all developments in medicine, irrespective of where they come from. This schism between Western and Eastern, of allopathy and Ayurveda, all of that can be, the best elements of these can be distilled to help the individuals to recover or to maintain a state of well-being. It can be very patient-centered, and that to me is a very, very important aspect of any healthcare, to make it patient-centered and encourage patient participation in the process, patient familiarity and comfort with the process. In fact, that's how alternative medicines have come about, because a lot of patients had faith in the treatment that they were getting, and the faith combined with an evidence-based approach is possibly the best way one can offer healthcare to patients. The preventive or the primordial component of holistic approaches, particularly our indigenous approaches, is phenomenal. Our chief guest mentioned the important role that yoga, for example, can play in all our lives. And I think, for example, taking yoga to schools, including yoga in the medical curriculum, like Professor Gangadhar mentioned, can all be very, very important primordial interventions. Because right now, all of you know that we have transitioned from communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases. It is said that 60 to 70% of the risk factors for non-communicable diseases can be prevented. And primordial prevention has a huge role in preventing so much of a risk factor for disease. So it's very, very important to look at lifestyle modification, nutrition, stress management, diet, exercise, yoga and other forms of relaxation in this day of extreme stress that people encounter. This can become very important. And of course, I think recognizing the mind-body connection is so critical to care, and meditation, yoga, and all of it can very easily be incorporated into any treatment plans, whether it's for cancer or diabetes or mental health conditions, to making sure that people improve their sense of physical and mental well-being. Finally, I wanted to mention that it is very important to make sure that all that we do is evidence-based, properly tested, and in the interests of patients. And therefore, while we incorporate these systems, we need to examine, again, as Dr. Somnath mentioned, we need to understand the mechanisms of action. We need to know whether there are specific populations in which certain treatments work. And in that connection, you probably can't get a better place than NIMHANS to allow it to happen, because our research, right from cellular mechanisms, genetic mechanisms, epigenetic mechanisms, electrophysiology, to brain imaging, we have the entire repertoire of possible research looking at toxicology. So there's a step to look at ethnopharmacology and look at how the plants can be studied in terms of their pharmacological the kind of products that are available. So we have the entire gamut of being able to understand. We have the expertise, and I really look forward to the day when all this expertise can come together to create a truly integrative health, so that we can be there as leaders to promote holistic care. I wanted to end by saying something that Dr. Gangadhar mentioned, that all institutes of national importance, the AIIMS, have started these departments of integrative medicine, and they all came to NIMHANS to actually look at the NIMHANS model of integrative care, and therefore we look forward to be leaders and really combine science as well as spirituality. We have a Center for Consciousness Studies. Again, I'm very pleased to say that this is not something new. We've had it right from the 1970s. In fact, Dr. Karan Singh, who was the health minister then, came and inaugurated that facility, and it was a great joy for me to reconnect with him, because he inaugurated NIMHANS. And this interest in consciousness, the mechanisms of consciousness, and understanding it both in wellness and in conditions of illness becomes very important. So I think you're in some ways in a place, in a temple of learning, which really brings together all dimensions of holistic care. And I hope this conference, which has brought together so many different institutions, so many different participants, will really enable us to learn from each other. Finally, I think life is a continuous state of learning. We are all learners for our lifetime, and I'm sure conferences like these will provide enormous opportunities for us to learn from each other. And of course, I end with saying, please look at the symbol or the insignia of NIMHANS, which really talks about our emblem is Samatvam Yoga Uchyate. So hoping for Samatvam, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thought-provoking speech.
Now I request Professor B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao sir, Registrar NIMHANS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good morning, and once again welcome to NIMHANS, once again welcome to the YANTRA. What a great opportunity for each one of us to witness two different dimensions. Trying to understand the healthcare in a comprehensive way, and also witnessing our significant position in mood. So that means two different approaches have already united, and this conference is the union of different systems of healthcare, where we can have a significantly understand each one of us and try to see that how that can be integrated. What is most important, as the chairperson has mentioned, the chairman of ISRO, one is the affordability of the healthcare. So we have the multiple systems. There are parallel healthcare systems, very much they do exist in India. And this is the time we need to have a holistic healthcare systems. And what is most important is affordability. So all that is possible when we integrate, when we work together. And Sri Somnath ji, the chairman of ISRO, I think is the most suited person to integrate two different domains of the science. One is the health science, another one is the space science. In this occasion, he has accepted to be the chief guest and inaugurated the conference, and his words of wisdom is going to be a long way, giving some kind of a dimension of different thoughts when it comes to the integrative medicine. On behalf of the YANTRA, on behalf of each one of you, I take this opportunity to thank him profusely to be the chief guest and addressing him. I will also assure him that our relationship between NIMHANS and the defense services and also with ISRO is for several decades. I am very sure that the space medicine and also understanding each one of those, the psychology and the mental well-being, that will be a critical component, and NIMHANS will always be partner with ISRO, and we will be very happy to do so, sir. And it's very interesting that we understand a lot of these things, common things between the space research, space medicine and the mental health. So NIMHANS is the place where we will work together. I would also like to thank the chairman of NMC, Professor B.N. Gangadhar, for gracing this occasion and also to be the guest of honor for this YANTRA conference. And he is holding an important position where he has integrated the Ayurveda into the curriculum of our medicine. So it's extremely important. I am very sure that his contribution is always welcome. Thanks to Professor M.K. Ramesh. He is heading the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences and a huge responsibility. And he is also putting several components, integrating several disciplines of healthcare sector into a single domain and to have some kind of a holistic approach. Thank you very much, sir. So on behalf of NIMHANS and also on behalf of the YANTRA, it's my privilege to thank the doyens of the yoga and Ayurveda and the holistic approach and the integrative medicine, Guruji, HRN, HR Nagendra, D. Nagaraja, our former director and the head of neurology department. He always fascinated about the integrative medicine, and he is mentoring us and he is advising us. So we thank him as well. So what is most important is that the partnership is always important. And so we have a wonderful partnership and the team Jigyasa. So we would like to thank on behalf of NIMHANS and on behalf of YANTRA, the entire team of Jigyasa, and also our Ramchandra Shetty for his selfless contribution. And I have heard several times, I had an opportunity to interact with him, and we have a long association with the trust. So I am very sure that the entire scientific program which has been envisaged for 2 days and the deliberations, and yesterday we had a wonderful workshops as well on a very highly specialized areas. So all those things are amalgamated into a scientific program, and you have a panel discussions, you have a symposium on different aspects, how one could work together and integrate, and the kind of expertise and the resource people who is going to discuss. And I'm very sure that the young minds, they are going to be learning a lot, and it is going to be translated very soon. And our country is going to be truly a place for integrative medicine. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. So I request everybody to rise for the national anthem.
यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की जय मातरम।
I request all the delegates to please be seated until the dignitaries leave the dais. I request all the audience to please stay in the hall. The speaker for the next session, Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, has already joined online. So we'll be starting the session very soon. Please be seated in the hall, do not go outside. I request all the audience to please be seated. So we have the next session, the keynote address by Dr. Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, the Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, the recipient of Padma Shri Award, the fourth highest civilian award of the nation. He has more than 30 years of experience in admin and higher education, scientific research and institutional governance. Sir has co-authored and authored many research articles and books, of which the concept of Atatattva Abhinivesha in Ayurveda and A Beginner's Guide to Ayurveda have received the highest praise. And he is the chief patron for the very reputed AIIMS journal, which is a PubMed indexed based research journal. He has significantly guided and contributed to the Ayush Ministry's research initiatives and has been instrumental in showcasing evidence-based Ayush science through various collaborative multi-centric research and development initiatives at national and international levels. So I kindly invite Sir to start the session. The session will be starting soon. Sir is logging in. I request the delegates to please be seated. So Sir is joining online. So it will just take another 2 minutes to join the meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Srimati Leelavati ji, Ayush Commissioner, Government of Karnataka, Dr. Nagaraja, former Director of NIMHANS, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar ji, Chairman, National Medical Commission, and Professor Emeritus, Integrative Medicine, and Professor Ayush. Actually, I want to let all of us know that Professor Gangadhar ji is also National Ayush Professor, National Ayush Chair in the Ministry of Ayush. Thank you, sir, for accepting that. Dr. N. K. Ramesh, Vice Chancellor, RGUHS, Dr. Sachin Basera, National Convener, Jigyasa, Dr. Kishore Kumar, the Professor and Head, Department of Integrative Medicine, and Organizing Secretary of this event, Yantra, Dr. Sivarama Veramalli ji, Professor of Psychiatry and Organizing Chairman of Yantra. All other dignitaries, dear experts, and colleagues who is participating from across the globe. Thank you for inviting me. It is a great pleasure for me to address all of you on this international conference YANTRA-2023 with the theme Models of Integration in Healthcare. One of the best models is in NIMHANS that all of us know. I congratulate Jigyasa and Department of Integrative Medicine at NIMHANS for their commitment to advance the vision of one nation, one healthcare system through this event. India has been working on integrative health for a long time, combining its rich traditional medical heritage with modern medical advancements. The government's focus on evidence-based integration of Ayush into mainstream health aims to achieve universal health coverage. Integrative health has the potential to enhance healthcare accessibility and outcomes by integrating diverse approaches and empowering individuals to take a more active role in their health and well-being. I must apologize and acknowledge that I missed the mention of Honorable ISRO Chairman Dr. S. Somnathan ji, S. Somnath ji, who is chief guest of this event. He is also there. My namaskar to Dr. Somnath ji also, and welcome, sir. The recent Gujarat Declaration 2023 during WHO Global Summit of Traditional Medicine. We all know that it was a very big event as a co-branded event of G20 Health Ministers Meet at Gandhinagar. And more than 70 countries have participated for this summit, reaffirmed the global commitment to harness potential of traditional medicine to achieve health and well-being for all. In India, substantial efforts and advancements have been made in the field of integrative health. Notably, a comprehensive integrative health policy aiming for inclusive, affordable and evidence-based healthcare covering core areas of education, research, clinical practice, public health and administration has been prepared under the guidance of NITI Aayog. The member NITI Aayog, Dr. Vinod Paulji, is actually chairing this very important committee, and this policy is in a final stage. Professor Bhushan Patwardhan is co-chairing, and including Secretary Ayush, the experts from all over the country is the member of this committee. The integration models by Ministry of Ayush demonstrate a holistic approach, addressing diverse facets of public health, research and education, highlighting the efforts to integrate Ayush systems into mainstream healthcare. These strategies involve improving service delivery, developing infrastructure, fostering research collaborations, and enhancing educational initiatives. Integrative healthcare for improving service delivery, there are some very good examples, like the flagship program of National AIIMS Mission. It's a centrally sponsored scheme, so we work with the states, and it was launched in 2014, and it has played a crucial role in preserving and promoting India's registered systems of healthcare and their integration into the mainstream healthcare system. It aims to enhance the availability, accessibility, and quality of Ayush healthcare services across the country through Ayush Health and Wellness Centers as part of Government of India's Ayushman Bharat scheme. In addition, Union Cabinet has approved operationalization of 12,500 standalone Ayush Health Wellness Centers also by upgrading existing Ayush dispensaries and health sub-centers, of which, as of now, 8,127 is already operationalized. So, it is interesting to know that in government hospitals and dispensaries, the number of Ayush beneficiaries has risen from 2.5 crore in 2017-18. It is now 5.4 crore in 21-22. So, it's almost more than double actually. Number of beneficiaries that Ayush Health and Wellness Centers has also witnessed an exponential rise from 1.5 crore in 2021 to 8.4 crore in 2022. So it is almost more than 7 times in just 1 year. India has successfully achieved a doctor to population ratio of 1.834, surpassing the World Health Organization recommended ratio of 1 to 1,000 population. So every 834 population we have one doctor. This only has been possible by the Government of India's inclusive decision of including Ayush registered practitioners into this database. So this is also very important landmark. Government of India has adopted a strategy of co-location of Ayush facilities at primary health care, PHCs, community health centers and district hospitals. Thus, this is all we know at a cafeteria approach. So, enabling choice to the patients for different systems of healthcare under single window, 497 district hospitals, 2,800 community health centers and 7,557 PHCs, 457 other CHCs or above block level but below district level health facilities, 4,023 other health facilities above sub-centers but below block level. So you can see almost more than 20,000 such facilities are having co-located Ayush facilities across the country. In district hospitals, it was 240 only in 2010, now it is 497, so it's almost double into 2021. So this is also very impressive. It also showcases the government's effort into mainstreaming and propagating integrative model of healthcare for the country. Other new initiatives under AIIMS mission is one of the initiatives is Supraja for mother and child healthcare and Vayomitra for geriatric care, and those are also very highly appreciated and accepted by the community. After successful pilot study in 6 districts where the Ayush and mainstream healthcare facilities have actually screened more than 100,000 NCD patients, the integration of Ayush with the National Program for Prevention and Control of Cancer, Diabetes, Cardiovascular Diseases and Stroke is now being implemented in coordination with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare across the country. Ayush units are being established as district NCD centers and community health centers with alignment to PHCs for outreach activities in 6 states. That is Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal. Post the mid-term, there are plans to explore nationwide extension facilitating the integration of AIUS with NPCDCS on a very large scale. Furthermore, the All India Institute of Ayurveda, which was established in 2017 by and inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, stands out as an exemplar in the integrative healthcare. From 2017-18 to 22-23, there is a 7-time growth which was witnessed in less than 7 months. In inpatient admissions and 34 OPDs have provided treatment to around 15 lakh patients, 35,000 patients from 2017 to 2022. Likewise, the integrative approach in the Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, IDRA, has seen over 6.8 lakh OPD and around 10,000 IPD cases in the past 3 years. So these are the figures which showcases that when we talk about integrative healthcare, it is not only integration of AIUS systems into mainstream health facilities, but vice versa also. That in AIUS facilities where primary, tertiary care facilities available under AIUS modalities, but then there are so many other things are being held by modern system help of healthcare, and there is a very good integrative model where AIUS is primary care, and then as a supplementary care there is a modern medicine is standing out there. So AIUS facilities co-located with modern care hospitals is also one of the models to improve patient care and access, and also integrative centers are being established by central government like Safdarjung Hospital, Delhi, or Dr. Amar Loya Hospital, or Lady Harding Hospital. All these hospitals have big integrative healthcare facilities already operational. Integrative cancer care also at National Cancer Institute, Jajjar, has been made operational since 2022. To further strengthen integration of all the healthcare systems, a full-fledged department of AIUS will be established in all new and upcoming AIIMS. I'm happy to mention this because in last CIB, the apex body meeting of AIIMS, it was resolved under the chairmanship of Honorable Health Minister that all the new AIIMS will have separate independent department of either Ayurveda or Unani or Siddha or homeopathy. So one specialty will be catered by these AIIMS, and I must compliment and congratulate the director, present director and former directors who is present here of NIMHANS into this event for their immense contribution to make this happen, because they have proved and they have showcased how integrative department is being functional, how it can be successful, how an academic faculty positions can be created. Based on that, in NIMHANS model, these new AIIMS have been advised to open the new academic department with positions of professor, additional professor, associate professor, assistant professor, and SRH in all these departments. So this is something very, very important for the future of the healthcare of our country, because once AIIMS establishes something, is a model for the rest of the country. So all other facilities follows the suit. So this is something very important that I'm happy to mention. NIMHANS also, as I mentioned, has set a plausible model of integrative healthcare, and their commitment to providing comprehensive therapeutic care, advancing cutting-edge research, and a culture of education is truly commendable. And we look forward for further development and establishing a benchmark into this area. When we talk about research, in integrative research, our research councils under Ministry of AIUS play a crucial role in advancing scientific knowledge, conducting clinical trials, and promoting evidence-based practices in the respective traditional systems of medicine. CCRAS, for example, Central Council for Research in Ayurveda Sciences, is actively engaged in collaborative studies, particularly in integrative models like RCTs. These studies incorporate Ayurveda as an add-on to modern medicine and are conducted in collaboration with reputed institutions such as AIIMS, ICMR, DST institutions, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and MGIMS, Wardha, etc. So there are several such models is being implemented on collaborative research mode. Importantly, I want to mention that these institutions, research councils, are collaborating with basic science institutions like CSR institutions or DBT institutions, to understand the mechanistic aspect of the principles and practices of Ayurveda and other Ayush systems. So that's very important because we all know that these sciences work for several thousand years, but to know about the mechanism of action is adding value to this knowledge and generating evidences for the modern day, and it also is contributing a lot of such publications. Also, Ministry of Ayush has recently signed an MOU with ICMR for high quality research on integrative medicine, aiming to formalize the integrative healthcare delivery and support policy recommendations through Ayush ICMR Advanced Center for Integrative Research. And I request NIMHANS to consider this center being established at NIMHANS, and expression of interest is already there, and lot of AIIMS has applied for this expression of interest. It is already in pipeline and will be functional in a couple of months. All those centers we have commitment of 50% funding from ICMR and 50% funding from Ministry of Ayush. Also, there is a National Ayush Research Consortium has been conceptualized to create a dynamic and vibrant model for a coordinated functional network in transdisciplinary research within the Ayush system. The argument is that whenever you talk about research in Ayush, usually it is believed that it is the task of Ayush people, which is not true. Generally, Ayush people are practitioners and they know more practice than the research. So, research in health, like everybody owns research in health, similarly, all of these research institutes, basic science or health research institutes, if they override with research, it will be really big, and we will be able to provide leadership for integrative health research across the globe. So this consortium, there was basic science ministries, organizations involved in research to undertake and own Ayush research. In addition, the exploration of the efficacy and safety of Ayush therapies aims to foster evidence-based integration to mainstream healthcare. This is facilitated through collaborations with all these basic science ministries, departments, and as I mentioned, all these BST, CSIR, UT, and other universities. So a lot of such things are already going on in a very, very large scale. When we talk about the education, the National Commission of Indian Medicine and National Commission of Homeopathy Act 2020, in line with National Education Policy 2020, introduced new reforms in education emphasizing transparency, meritocracy, and avenues for integration. These aim to establish a medical education system that ensures access to quality and affordable education, availability of high quality skilled Ayush professionals, and promotes equitable and universal healthcare, fostering a more inclusive and integrated approach. Moreover, yoga training is now integrated into the undergraduate medical curriculum thanks to Professor Gangadharji and the entire team of NMC. Additionally, a mandatory 1-week internship in Ayush has been incorporated into the 1-year compulsory internship for medical and graduates, again thanks to NMC. The Nursing Council of India has introduced a 1-year post-basic nursing diploma in Ayush. That is another development for the paramedics and their skilling in Ayush. Advanced integrative research on Ayush holds the potential to revolutionize healthcare, provide innovative solutions to health challenges. In conclusion, we stand at the threshold of a comprehensive and inclusive healthcare model through integrated health across the globe, across the country, and India is in a position to provide leadership to the rest of the country, because we all know that WHO has established WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in India at Jamnagar. This is the first UN outpost established in any developing country. So it's a UN office already established in India, and it is primarily working for the integrative healthcare and traditional medicine evidence generation. So by fostering innovation and redefining the future of healthcare, we embark on a journey dedicated to the betterment of humanity. I again congratulate Jigyasa and NIMHANS for their commitment in organizing this great event. I hope each interaction, each presentation, and each shared moment contribute to the tapestry of integrative healthcare excellence. Together, let us shape a holistic and integrated approach that prioritizes the well-being of individuals and communities, ensuring a healthier and brighter future for all. I wanted to be personally there. I already gave my consent, and I was looking forward to come physically there and participating in this valuable event. But due to some commitment, some emergency meetings at Delhi, I had to defer my travels. That is why I'm delivering this keynote on this virtual mode. And thanks for providing me this opportunity. Once again, I compliment and looking forward for recommendation of this important event to the Government of India, and we look forward for all active participation for the experts. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for introducing all the initiatives that Ayush Ministry has taken in terms of integrative medicine and healthcare. Now we will move on to the next session, the Symposium on Integrated Models of Healthcare, for which we have Dr. Shivrama Varamali sir as the chairperson for this symposium. So, sir he was the former head Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, and he's a professor of psychiatry currently, and also the organizing chairperson, YANTRA-2023. So I request sir to be seated on the dais. Sir, I request you to So in this session, we will have speakers from 3 different institutes sharing their experience in integrative medicine, especially in terms of healthcare services. So the first institute that will be presenting is speakers from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and the second institute will be All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. And then the third institute will be National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore. So I would now call upon the speakers from Banaras Hindu University, Dr. P.K. Goswami sir, the Dean and Faculty of Ayurveda from BHU Varanasi, He's working as the senior professor in the Department of Samhita and Sanskrit, Faculty of Ayurveda, Institute of Medical Sciences, Benares, Hindu University. He's the editor-in-chief for AIIMS, a peer-reviewed scientific journal of NIMHANS, Shillong. And he was the principal investigator of the research project of IMR from Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. And he has translated the Charaka Samhita with Chakrapani Tika in Hindi and also translated the commentary. Published 4 volumes. This particular book was published by Chaukamba Krishnadas Academy, Varanasi, and he has supervised many MD and PhD dissertations. And the second speaker is Professor and Head from the Department of Rasa Shastra and Vaishya Kalpana, that is Ayurvedic Pharmaceuticals, and also the Faculty of Ayurveda, Institute of Medical Sciences, Benares Hindu University, Varanasi. Sir has finished his MD and PhD from BHU itself, and from 2000 to 2006, Professor Anand Chowdhury sir rendered his services at the Institute of Postgraduation Training and Research in Ayurveda, Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. Sir has guided many postgraduate and doctorate dissertations and has more than 140 published research papers and about more than 90 invited expert talks in and abroad, in India and abroad. And Sir is known for his expertise in regulatory procedures applicable for manufacturing, marketing and export of Ayurveda drugs. And Sir has completed 2 major projects from WHO on the appropriate use of Ayurvedic medicine along with academia. And Sir has been assigned a lot of administrative assignments at national importance. So I request the speakers to now take the stage.
Thank you, Nishita. So if we are here today in terms talking about integrative medicine, actually we should give a lot of credit to the Benares Hindu University, which was the first institute actually. In fact, they had revolutionary programs which allowed MBBS people to do Ayurveda, Ayurveda people to do modern medicine. Unfortunately, in between, maybe that program was not carried on, but they were the first to think that there could be truly integration between different forms of medicine. So that is why today we requested them to be here and to be the first to speak in this session on integrative models of healthcare. We are very happy to have renowned speakers from BHU here. I would request the first speaker, Dr. Goswami, to go ahead with this presentation.
Namaskar and good morning to all of you. Respected distinguished Galaxy members in front of the dais, my colleague Professor Chaudhary as chairman of the sessions, and I hope there is a good number of faculty members, PhD scholars and my dear young students. We are privileged to be here to express our views and our experiences in relation to integrative medicines and integrative approach of healthcare. Initially, we 3 persons have to present our views. I myself for the history of Banaras Hindu University, and Professor Chaudhary will take the research part, and Dr. Kishore is supposed to present the education. So I will try to cover the portion of Professor Kishore also. So you know, Kashi is a only living city which is having over 5,000 years of history. And why I am giving here, historically it is supposed to be that Dhanvantari was related to Kashi. Then the great scholar of surgery, who is considered the father of surgery, he was also learned Ayurveda and practiced Ayurveda near Varanasi, nowadays in Buxar city in Bihar. Then you come to in British period, the Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviyaji, the founder of our great university, he was a great visionary. He thinks that political independence is not sufficient to survive one nation. So he established the great university in 1916, and he, along with other sciences, started imparting education in allied sciences. And he started teaching Ayurveda in the Oriental College in 1922. Practically, now the Faculty of Ayurveda, Institute of Medical Sciences, one of the Hindu university, we are completing 100 years of teaching Ayurveda in the university system. Before that, Ayurveda was taught in the Guru Shishya Parampara. And that is great visionary Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviyaji is that to survive a nation, to enjoy a healthy nations, medical science should be bring forward. That's why he was starting teaching Ayurveda in Oriental colleges, and subsequently the next year he started the awarding degree in Ayurveda, that is AIIMS, Ayurveda Surgery, Medicine Surgery. That is in 1923. That is in 1927. That was a 6 years course. In 1927, this course has been, graduate has been coming up. An embarrassing question is that he selected the versatile scholars of Ayurveda from all schools of Ayurveda, whether this is Bengal School of Ayurveda, whether it is Bombay School of Ayurveda, or whether it is Punjab Schools of Ayurveda. Gangadhar Rai, who is a famous commentator of Sarak Samhita, he was initially approached, but he refused. Then Kabiraj Dharmadas ji has been called to Varanasi, and he became the first principal. And during this period, Madan Madan Malaviyaji has given the task to revive the original knowledge of Ayurveda, which is scattered in the form of manuscript in different libraries. And in this context, the scholars from all these Indian subcontinent have been come forward and helped to revive the ancient knowledge. As a result, we have got the today's Sarak Samhita with Chakrapanitika, which is actually edited by Jadavji, Trikamji, Asarji. This period was a very positive period, and Gangadhar Rai was looking forward to the issues, and then later on this book has been published by Gulab Kuwara Society in Mumbai. So this is the genesis of how BHU has taken to preserve the ancient knowledge and preserve the knowledge of Ayurveda, which exists in the form of manuscript in different libraries. So these students, those who even now go through the available Chakrapanitika, they will get how Jadavji Trikamji Asarji has corrected the different manuscripts. So this is the great contribution of preserving the Ayurveda. So this AIIMS course is continuing till 1957. Then another degree course was started, that is Ayurveda Surgery, Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery. That is the period where true fusion between Ayurveda and Western medicine has been started. Because our motto is to Prasi Pratisiki Milan Atiba Sundar. It is authored by great scientist Santi Swarup Bhatnagar in the Kulagit of Banaras Hindu University. Banaras Hindu University is the site of all types of knowledge, Sarva Vidya Ki Rajdhani. And our basic aim is not to Kamainga Rajang Punarbhavam Na Sukham. Praninam Arjinasanam. These were the great motto emphasized by our founder Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviyaji. So these are the simple outlines that how our education system is coming up to fusion up to 1957. In post-independent India, there are a lot of changes occurs. Subsequently, teaching of undergraduate has been suspended in 1965. Later on, medical college has been coming up over this Ayurvedic college, and this medical college is converted into an Institute of Medical Sciences. And late Padma Shri Professor K.N. Udupa became the director. And you know, Professor K.N. Udupa's Udupa Committee report is the backbone of nowadays to develop healthcare system, particularly what should be the model of integration of Western medicine and Indian system of medicines. Because before K.N. Udupa, there was a Supra committee, Bhore committee was there, but their recommendation was not sufficient. So K.N. Udupa committee and very simply suggested 3 models of fusion with Western and Indian medicine. That means Ayurvedic diagnosis, Ayurvedic treatment, modern diagnosis, Ayurvedic treatment, and modern diagnosis, modern treatment. So, when K.N. Udupa giving the report and he himself became the director of the Institute of Medical Sciences, Bangalore Hindu University, then he started postgraduate education. That is DOIM, and 1978 onwards is become MD/OI Ayurveda. So there is a very interesting features was there, that course. In every specialty, there is a one paper from Western system of medicine. For example, if we are given the degree of MD in Kaya Chikitsa, third paper should be from modern medicines. If we are given the MD in Radiology, third paper from the modern pharmacology. As a result, what happened, that 1970 onwards, we have a very good quality of medical professionals coming out. And in fact, this generation is actually leading up all over the nation to re-establish the Ayurveda all over the nations. So this concept of Ayurveda, the product of faculty of Ayurveda or faculty of Indian medicine, AIIMS, BHU, those who are trained in both the system, those who are well equipped with very clear conceptual traditional knowledge, and they have a sufficient knowledge of Western medicine to standardize, to bring forward the ancient concept with certain evidence-based concepts. And this practice was not done K.N. Udupa only in Ayurveda. He had started this along with yoga systems also. The Yoga Sadhana Kendra has been established in BHU itself. So that's why BHU has a long way, which started in 1922. Still now, we are continuing to doing interaction between Western concept and our traditional concept, and try to re-establish our ancient wisdom with sound footing and validation by evidence. So here you see, I simply given the outlines that from the very inception of Bangalore Hindu University, we started institutional training in 1922, then Ayurveda Modern Medical Sciences in 27, then AIIMS courses in 27, coming on first graduate, then undergraduate courses suspended in 1959, and postgraduate this was started in 63. Actually here something is variations, because admission is started and coming out, graduate is one another year. That's why 4 or 5 years gap is there. So again, lastly, in 1917 onwards, we are awarding MD Ayurveda degree or MS Ayurveda degree later on. And very interestingly, when Government of India established the CCIM in 1971, more or less they are followed the BHU model. But subsequently, due to the qualification of entry qualification of the medical graduation or equalize the status of the medical graduations, there was a controversy, but that is actually purely admissive method, it has nothing to do with education. So these are the heritage. And lastly, BMS course again restarted in 1999. So then we are going to individual contribution of the departments. Here you see Gangadhar Rai, he was never teach in Ayurveda in BHU, but he was always mentor of developing Ayurveda to Pandit Madan Malaviya. He is basically settled in Murshidabad, but yearly he came to Varanasi and staying there for 3 months and 4 months. Because his grandson was a renowned physician in Ayurveda, Umasan Bhattacharya. Those who visiting Banaras, they will see in the bank of Ganga there is Kabiraj Umasan Bhattacharya. Big Haveli is there. So Gangadhar Rai actually gives idea that first we revive our ancient traditions, and Jadavji Trikamji Asarji has assigned his work, and Jadavji Trikamji Asarji after a long time collecting the different manuscripts and standardized this manuscript with the help of different scholars in Varanasi. He first published the Sarak Samhita Chakravanitika from Gulab Kuhara Society of Jamnagar. Yes, this Dharmadaji, he is the first principal of Ayurveda College. Then you see, he is the legendary people Pandit Chaitanya Sastri. Actually, now who we are the descendant of Banaras Hindu University, we are belongs to his clan. He was become president physicians also, and Gananath Sen. He was belongs to Calcutta, but he tried to revive the doing dissection of cadaver as per Susut Samhita. In the British period, in 1927, he done this dissection of cadaver in Calcutta. He taught in faculty of in original Ayurvedic College of BHU, and he is Pratyaksha Sarya, maybe know everybody. He is one of the classical book of Sari Rasana Vigyan in Ayurveda. And his contemporary was Damodar Sharma Go. He also writing even Abhidava Sariram. So you see, Banaras Hindu University taking that how for a medical science, knowing anatomy is a priority. The ancient knowledge of Susrut has been very meticulously collected, presented for a new generation of students, those who can go through the knowledge. So Pratyaksha Sariram and Abhinava Sariram, those who are authored by Gananath Sen and Pandit Damodar Sharma Gowar, these are the contributions. Then you come the Satyanarayana Sastri, he has tried to that gradually you see how the scholars of Ayurveda know the demand of the situations. Then Sarak Samhita has been first translated to the Indian language of the Hindi. Because question is that the gradual development of the time, generally our new generation is not having Sanskrit knowledge, poor knowledge of Sanskrit. That's why our medical students cannot be more time to learn expert in Sanskrit. That's why they try to translate the available text into Indian languages. And now I think, now government of India also thinking that medical education should be taken teaching in the Matribhasha or local language in Hindi, Kannada or in other languages. So this approach has been already there. So under the supervision of Satyanarayana Sastri ji, these scholars have been translated the whole Sarak Samhita into Hindi language. Yes, this is the legendary people, the jewel in the crown of Banaras Hindu University. He was trained in Indian medicines and he became a world-known surgeon. And K.N. Udupa committee converted the ancient Indian Ayurvedic College to Institute of Medical Sciences. First they introduced the faculty of Indian medicine, then this faculty became faculty of Ayurveda, and he started that we should first create one generation of good teacher and researcher. Then automatically Ayurveda will survive and we are going to give a good backbone for healthcare of the nations. So the same spirit he has been translated in his Udupa committee report. In fact, we are now still following his guidelines for implementing different integrative model of medicines. Yes, I have just mentioned the contribution of Jadavji Trikamji Asarji. He is the great coordinator to preserve our ancient knowledge of Ayurveda, which is scatteredly available in different libraries in India or outside India. With the help of galaxy of people, he collected this manuscript and published in universally acceptable form of Sarak Samhita and Susut Samhita. So everybody will see where there is the original Sarak Samhita with tikas, commentaries. They will see a very brief, very long, in-depth introduction by Jadav Sharma. Actually, Jadav, his name is Jadavji. His father actually is a Gujarati style, Jadavji Trikamji Asarji. Then yes, Pandit, Professor P.V. Sharma. He is another one of the people who has compiled textbook mainly in area of Devagund. Subsequently, he has written some books in other subjects also, like Kriya Sharir, because the concept of physiology of Ayurveda is something different from Western concept. The physiology of Ayurveda is in relation to universe and living beings. So our physiology is not only confined to the human beings, it is an interactive understanding of the living beings with the universe. That's the Loka Purush Shaima theory. So in that context, P.V. Sharma and Atridev Nilankarji, they have authored a good books in Kriya Sharir, which is given the idea of understanding the Ayurvedic concept and Ayurvedic philosophy to understand the problems of health and how one individually reacts with the environment. Yes, these are the different scholars. Actually, once we have established after leadership of K.N. Udupa, we have systematized in place of Ashtanga Ayurveda, we are creating certain department in university according to specialty wise. So among these P.J. Deshpande, he is actually disciple of K.N. Udupa. He is considered to be pioneer of Kharasutra theory. And now BHU very proud to declare that we are the master in the management of microsurgery or anorectal surgery or Kharasutra theory, Kharasutra therapy. Our one former dean, Professor Mandaran Charu, awarded Padma Shri by the government of India for his new theory of minimum invasive microsurgery in anorectal management. That is intact theory has been here, one method of surgery has been here evolved for management of piles and fistula. Then Professor H.C. Shukla, he equally taught in MBBS and Ayurveda. He is one of the pioneers to establish the preventive medicine concept covering body, mind, soul and sensory faculties. How Ayurveda can contribute the preventive concept. So Professor Harishchandra Shukla is considered to be a pioneer in the area of preventive medicine. Then S.M. Tripathi, one of the legendary people, he is establishing the evidence how can be created for clinical trial. One more drugs is most commonly available and so many farms is producing, that is Bronco tea, that is series, LGL electric, which is considered to be beneficial in cases of allergic conditions. So these are the contribution of S.M. Tripathi. That means S.M. Tripathi has started to create evidence for any type of clinical trial. So all these three legendary people were heading the faculty as a dean of faculty. Then L.M. Singh, he also doing certain work in the area of management of files and fistula. And yes, Professor P.V. Tiwari, Kumari Prempati Tiwari, the legendary teacher in Ayurveda, Prasutantra and Striro. Her contribution to strongly established Prasutantra Striro as a viable discipline in Ayurveda, management of certain gynecological problems or even infertility. Where Western systems stop to management infertility, they start the area of Ayurveda, and that is the contribution of Madam P.V. Tiwari. And this is a new concept, whether in Ashtanga Ayurveda there is a comorbidity. So Prasuti Tantra has become a very found footing due to contribution of P.V. Tiwari. And he has created a good number of quality textbooks. Professor A.V. Rai, he is man of chemistry. Actually, I have forgotten that Banaras Hindu University, from very beginning in the faculty of Ayurveda, we have a special department of medicinal chemistry. That K.N. Udupa's vision is that we are not only creating an expert scholar in the classical knowledge, we are transliterating this classical knowledge on the basis of scientific evidence. So Professor A.V. Rai, one of the great phytochemistry, he has supporting our ancestors to how to establish in their MD or PhD dissertation with clear scientific evidence. So Professor A.V. Rai, or before him there was S.N. Das Gupta. So these are the scholars belongs from the chemistry. And Professor G.P. Dubey, he has under the mentorship of Ken and Udupa, worked certain areas in psychosomatic approaches, management of psychosomatic approaches. Professor R.H. Singh, who is strong advocate of holistic medicines, he contributes that meticulously yoga along with Ayurveda can give a sustainable health and which is economic also for the poorer section of the people. So Professor R.H. Singh, he was a legendary teacher in Kaya Chikitsa, yoga, as well as he also helped to give found-footing to theory of Panchakarma. Professor J.K. Oja, he is doing great work in the management of Madhumeha. Good number of plant phytochemicals have been found to how they can be beneficial or can be clinically used for management of diabetic and complications. Mainly using certain Ayurvedic decoctions for management of diabetic food was his areas. I think in BHU Poncho, Balkal Kasai is most extensively used to treating diabetic ulcer. E.B. Pandey, he also belongs to the phytochemistry, he is a Hamburg fellow. He has an immense contribution to establish harmovinanal component with a scientific evidence. One of the most worthy disciples of Madam P.V. Tiwari, Manjuri Dwivedi, she further substantiates that sometimes without using medicine of Western system, we can sustain certain complication management of gynaes and obstetrics. Then Professor V.K. Joshi, he is streamlining the education system mainly as well as standardized of herbal products, crude products or final products. These are the contributions. Then Professor Chivija, one of the renowned teacher in Ayurveda Rasa Shastra. Actually, most often sees the complaint against Ayurvedic medicine is that it produces certain adverse effect. I think he is one of the living legendary who can produce Rasa Bhasmas without any adverse effect. That means he has intensive classical knowledge how to prepare Rasa Bhasmas. Already I have just mentioned Professor M. Sahu, he is the architect of designing a new models, new techniques of surgery in anorectal surgery, how Khala Sutra can be used with minimum damage of the cell tissues. And for his contribution, Government of India has awarded him Padma Shri. And Professor Y.V. Tripathi, he is a biochemist. His area is that how the Ayurvedic nutrients can prevent certain diseases, mainly lifestyle diseases or in aging problems. So these are the areas. Professor V.P. Singh, he is actually inorganic chemist. He also heading the faculty. He has extensively supported to standardize the different rasa bhasmas in parameters of Western medicine based on inorganic chemistries. Professor K.N. Dwivedi, he also belongs to the area of drug wagon. He also supported how these drugs can be standardized and clinically proven. So simply I have given the ideas, the heritage and history of imparting Ayurvedic sciences in Banaras Hindu University last 100 years and how in different stages as per demand of the situations. Because Malavia's tradition is something different. Because when all people running after political system, he come away from Allahabad. Ananda Bhavan is a hotspot for political activities. He come 120 years away from Allahabad and constructed the great university. And his aim was there to create good educationists, good lawyer, good architect, good engineer, to build a nation. And in similar spirit, he started the Ayurvedic college in 1922-23, and gradually he foreseen that only survival of our traditional knowledge is not sufficient. This should be blended with proper advancement of science in proper time. Subsequently, his followers know that when society is rapidly changing, traditional teaching methods and knowledge of Sanskrit is in reality getting back positions. So he tried to convert the literature into literature or language where students can easily understood. So these are the process you see in 1960, whatever the text available, because at the time university system, CCM started the degree courses, but there is no textbook. Students are admitted after science, so they have no knowledge of Sanskrit. Then Banaras Hindu University, one institute, those who created textbook very quickly for demand of each and every subject. And P.V. Sharma is the only role example. When he writes the Kriya Sharir, he is given the concept of modern physiology also. So when we are discussing the concept of Vata Pitta Kapha, how we can establish through the help of biochemistry and biophysiology. And K.N. Udupa has given this insightness. And he also started even experiment through the help of yoga also. That's why he established the Yoga Sadhana Kendra in Varanasi. So I am going to conclude within 1 or 2 minutes. So I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Kishore and his team in the Department of Integrative Medicine. So my suggestions will be there. In the process of research of our Indian technology, when we take decisions, we should be free from emotions. We should have to think the ground reality. Because our young graduates, they are going to give their services in the remotest of remotest available areas. Their technology may not be available. That's why their integration should be logical, rational. Because in the process of, for example, you see, for substantial surgery, cellular department, select department, prosthetic stroke, Shangaran should be bringing forward. Otherwise, in one time, these departments, 50% of Ayurveda, that Swalla, Salekha, Sangaran, they will be get stagnancy. Same position in cases of Rasasastra also is there. If government do not permit to certain minerals to Rasasastris or pharmacies, then from where we will get the quality medicine or Ayurvedic medicine? So these are the very important factors when we are designing the education curriculum as well as education policies. Because in nowadays, in globalization, economics and marketing, pharmaceutical industry having a very important role. But we should not go down this such pressure up to minimum level. At least we should have the welfare, the future of the young generation and the demand of the society. Thank you very much, and I wish this seminar will give a very productive results and considered to be a milestone for integration of the traditional healthcare systems and find out the very integrative healthcare procedures for the welfare of nations through which we can at least in economic front save certain foreign exchange from the cluster of the multinational gigantic pharmaceutical industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jaiswani, for introducing the history of BHU and also giving a glimpse into the educational system there. I now request Dr. Anand Chaudhary to give his perspective of research in BHU.
ಸರಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಹಾಂ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಸರಿ ಇದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನೇ ತಗೋಣ
ಅದು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಬೇಕು
ಫುಲ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಬೇಕು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್
ಹಂಗೆ
ಫುಲ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್
ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಫುಲ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ
all respected stalwarts of the Ayurveda, Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan and Professor Jayendra Pujari ji, and whatever I'm able to see, my dean, Professor P.K. Goswami, and all you young friends.
Yes, time allotted to me is officially 15 minutes, and I shall cover in the 15 minutes. Fine. So, after such an impressive inauguration, where the stalwarts of the country just spoke or advocated, did the advocacy of the integration of the medicine, that work of this conference, international conference, YANTRA-2023 is half done. I think so. Because a good inauguration on the theme is always suppose that work has been done. And the rest is for our part, academia, doing all every business of the paper presentation and the lectures, because the policy makers has did their job, and now they have to implement it not by the words, but on the paper. That is the point, what I am submitting before you all. See, title assigned to me is the integrative researches in the medical sciences, the way forward for the global healthcare. As Chairperson sir emphasized that I'm going to speak about the researches in the BHU. Of course, I'm going to do that, but I shall cover the theme on a larger canvas. Okay, the previous speaker summarized everything of the 100 years of the Banaras Hindu University very meticulously. Now I shall start from the last 1 week, the contemporary. Pratichi Prachika Mel Sundar. So he talked about the 100 year, I am talking since the last 1 week only. See, this is the 18th November notification of the WHO. And it has been released by the Ministry of AIIMS also, and of course the Press Information Bureau of the Government of India. Are you able to read it? The new WHO and the Ministry of AIIMS, Republic of India agreement signed to advance the traditional, complementary and integrative medicine. This is the 18th November of the week, I mean this week, right? And this memorandum of understanding has been signed by the Union Republic of India and the patron of the global healthcare, WHO. And the word is traditional, complementary and integrative. My dear friends of Ayurveda, and I inquired from the chairperson sir that whether the participants are mostly the young students of the BMS, he agreed upon it. So all youngsters, young Ayurvedists, don't think these three words are the praya of the Dravidian. The complementary, traditional and the integrative has entirely different meaning, entirely different approach for the working. And when you are work for this, complementary is different, traditional is different and integration is different. So here, very cautiously, the government is putting these three words. Means they are going to serve this nation in all across three components, where Ayurveda, they are considering Ayurveda as a traditional system of the medicine, they are considering Ayurveda as a complementary system of medicine, and of course they are putting Ayurveda as a very front runner for the integrative system of the medicine. These three things. And all these three things, ministry and the WHO supposed to work. And see, this is the picture released by the WHO. And they are giving emphasis to the yoga. And why not? It should be. Because here is no medical intervention, there is no need of the medical licensing, there is no need of the US FDA clearance, there is no need of the MHRA clearance or the Health Australia, what they are talking about, the Ayurvedic medicines. So, here also, after the International Yoga Day, the yoga is the most acceptable system of the medicine. My dear young Ayurvedists, here you have a homework also. Everyone is doing click. Previously back 15 years, when we were taking notes of the conferences, we are taking notes. Nowadays you are clicking. So when you are clicking it, here is the link of this whole press release by the WHO. Reading time is just 2 minutes. Words there are 1350. And if you read those 1350 words, this is the technology. With the release, it is given 2 minute time, 30-50 words. right? So you just click it and you go through that. And you will get the theme of this conference, Yantra 2023, in real sense as it is the practicability. So next please. It is here. Yes. So what you understand about the integration? Is there any need now to define the integration, learned audience? I don't think so. But for the sake of the academia, when a teacher is coming, he always asks where I was in the previous lecture. So what is the theme? And that is the integration. See here, before vision of everyone, here I am quoting vision of Maharshi Acharya Shushruta. Satata Adhyanam Vada Paratantra Avlokanam and Vidyavacharya Sevacha Buddhivkaro Gana. This is the Sushruta Chikitsa Sthan. This is the very first beginning, thousands of years. Someone was talking in the inauguration 2000 years, then the chairman ISRO summarized, no, 1500 BC, then I was satisfied. Okay, fine. We are not just 2000 years. Okay, so we have the long history, it was recognized. So here, when the Sushruta Samhita was written, and this was given, see what is the theme? He is saying at that time also, we don't limit it to the Ayurvedic literature only, Ayurvedic studies only. Look to all sciences going on surround you for the development of your medha, development of your vision, and then only you can serve your subject thoroughly. And that is the startation, is just commencement of the integration back thousands of years of the integration of the knowledge, right? Then come to the Bharat Ratna Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya vision. Our dean emphasized it very well, but just 30 seconds. Before establishment of the Banaras Hindu University in the 1916, by the British Parliament, Act number 222, the concept paper of the foundation of the Banaras Hindu University was first prepared in the 1904. Then it was the 1912, second, and 1916 it was established. In the 1904, Malviyaji Maharaj and all his colleagues, associates of that time, who was leading this motion of the establishment of the Banaras Hindu University, emphasized, and Malviyaji wrote there, मैं काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय में 5 महाविद्यालयों की स्थापना करूंगा. कला उसमें पहला नाम था आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालय, कला महाविद्यालय, विज्ञान महाविद्यालय, गंधर्व महाविद्यालय, महिला महाविद्यालय. That was the vision in the 1904, ki separate Mahila Mahavidyalaya. Yes, I am seeing and I am happy there is a clap from the women's side. Yes. So it is not the news, and it was just the. Thank you, ma'am. I said take 15 minutes, and I am watching my watch. Okay. So you have said I may submit right now. I may end it. I said take 15 minutes. Please allow me 15 minutes. Okay. So what? Okay. So this was the theme in the 1904 कि साइंस भी करेंगे, आर्ट्स भी करेंगे और आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालय भी स्थापित करेंगे, क्योंकि उसके पीछे उनका रीजन था कि भारत की स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था बहुत मजबूत है. हर गांव 2 गांव पर एक वैद्य हैं, उनको सिर्फ विज्ञान का ज्ञान देना है और वो आयुर्वेद को बहुत मजबूती से ले जाएंगे. दैट वाज द इंटीग्रेटिव थॉट ऑफ द पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय. नाउ कम टू द केंद्र कमिटी. सर हैज डिड. Then the Niti Aayog, yes, see, the Niti Aayog is doing, and the document of the 2035, here is the integration. And then here the NIH, NCCIH, the National Institute of Health, National Complementary and Integrative Center of the Health. What is the name? Name has been changed to 2013. It was the NICAM before 2013. So what happening here? The word integrative. Then see the WHO vision, I talked about that. Now, why this integration is talk of town? इसके क्या purpose हैं? You have heard into the inauguration. Really I feel disturbed. When I am in motion, I said in the 15 minutes only, then chairperson sir, there was no need to break me after just 5 minutes. If you wish, I can stop right now. So, see here the treatment of the disorders, the adorable health care, the liability of the appropriate health care. See here, the Supreme Court, the High Court Delhi, they directed Niti Aayog to submit your document of the integration, and Chairman NCSM is very much sitting here very kindly, that there is a directives of by the Chief Justice of the High Court Delhi that Niti Aayog should submit all the documents of the integration by the February 2024. And here is the observation of the Honorable Chief Justice Subhash Sharma ji, that there are the many treatment way in the Ayurveda where surgical procedures may be avoided. That is the need of the integration. And then here is the global gratitude. It's coming from the healthcare. And see, I have given you this link here. So how one may get the goals of integration? That is the only point. Researches and researches. Nothing else. Nothing else. Believe it. You have to do the research. How? With the core science. Physics, chemistry, botany, geology, metallurgy, and the Banaras Hindu University. Having the 148 departments, 5 institutes, 17 faculty, we are doing it. We are publishing continuously with the Center of Excellence of the Physics, the whole structure of the Rasindu, the whole structure of the Nagbhas. We are doing with the Department of the Chemistry, the pathway, the biochemistry. We are doing with the botany, all the phytopharmaceuticals. We are doing with the geology, with the Center of Excellence, that is the Professor Siddharth Lapodia Drosophila model, and all the neurogenerative things there, with the geology, with the identification of the armament, and of course the metallurgy, close to my heart because I am the student of the Rasas. So here, the biomedical sciences, anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, pathology, everything here. Ayurveda with the medicine, the exclusive clinical studies, Ayurveda yoga. See here, really, when the inauguration, director of the NIMHANS, Professor Pratima Murthy is talking about the establishment of the NIMHANS by the Health Minister Karn Singh ji. And my two very, very respectable seniors are here. If I know the history in the right way, Professor Karn Singh, I mean Honorable Karn Singh, wanted to establish National Institute of Ayurveda here in Bangalore at that time, along with the NIMHANS. But it was shifted to the Jaipur due to the influence of a Vaidya, Raj Vaidya. And he pursued Karn Singh, no, it should be at the Jaipur. See, the history may be different if NIA, National Institute of Ayurveda, and the NIMHANS all together, side by side, in one state. Yes, advisor sir is also here, Dr. Kostagupta Upadhyay ji. So it may be different. So sometimes history is really important. So all these things are available there. So if Ayurveda with the core sciences, see the paper from the Department of Geology for the Rasas, Rasindu, this is the building bridge. Then if you come to the biomedical sciences, here also Dr. C.K. Katiyar is writing about the biotechnology. I'm addressing the whole BMS. And you are well versed. You can do all this, what we are proposing. We are doing, but you can do better way. Yes, please. The trending treasures, pragmatic progressive. See here, game changer is the clarion clinical practice. हमारे चेयरपर्सन साहब बोलते हैं वैद्य जैन देव पुजारी जी, क्लिनिक से ही सबको, हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब ने भी कहा कि आयुर्वेद के लोग प्रैक्टिस ज़्यादा करते हैं, रिसर्च में उनका कम योगदान है, कम इंटरेस्ट है. If it is like this, then the part of the research is on the scientific community. Next please. Here it is the need of the game changer in the global healthcare, again the WHO and the many more. Yes, this is the most important slide, and Mr. Chairman sir, for this slide I am waiting and I am requesting for the time. See, I was really very thrilled when I heard from the Dr. Kishore that they are examining the patient in one room, at one floor. What in the Gandhinagar Declaration, I have given that statement, the link is here, in the August 2023, when the WHO DG said that in India, this integration is available under one roof. And it is the place that is the NIMHANS, right? And others are thinking about that. Even DHU don't have this. I have represented several times for the same philosophy, and somewhere in the Medanta it is going on in the corporate sector. So here, one patient, single doctor. Here is the theme. Whether single doctor having knowledge of Ayurveda and Allopathy both can treat, or the vice versa. So here, single patient, plural doctors, as it is going on here, or prescription, consulting prescription with the consulting each other, which is going on here. See, obstacles are here only, not obstacle. I should use the better word. Limitations of the observations of our regulatory councils. National Medical Council, no place better maybe here. Professor B. N. Gangadharan is from here. Vaid Jayamdev Pujari is here. Both are here. Both Malikans. जरा कुछ शब्दों का प्रयोग करना चाहिए. दोनों यही हैं और दोनों यही बात कर लो आप लोग बैठ के. एक साहब ने तो क्लियर कर ही दिया है, डॉक्टर बी एन गंगाधर ने, उन्होंने इंटर्नशिप ला दी है और सारी 1 मंथ कर दिया है. हमारे पुजारी जी भी खुले हृदय से स्वागत करेंगे. आइए, आपको भी हम एमबीबीएस को अलाउ करते हैं. इन्होंने पंचकर्म अलाउ किया. इट वाज द डिस्कशन पार्ट के एमबीबीएस को क्यों रोक दिया गया बीएचयू में. एज चेयरमैन सर वाज सेइंग, वी वर नॉट रिस्पांसिबल. Previous CCIM was responsible for this. They checked it, not Banaras Hindu University. I am speaking and putting the facts very frankly. Okay, now the winds are changing. NMC is in the favor. NCISM is here. They both must pave the way for the integration in real sense. And that is the meaning of the Yantra 2023. So here, Ayurveda with yoga and other system of the Ayush. See these two papers, all thing is there. Contemporary, concrete, kindly go through it. Time is not permitting me. Even as per my own time, I have only 2 minutes. So here, the rational research, adopting contemporary medical encouragement, utilizing advanced technology, new learning, establishing, collaborating with the diverse fields of the study with that. Everything is going on here, going on, really going on. And then here is the fruitful future. And this will ensure that only safe and effective treatment are integrated into allopathic healthcare settings altogether. Allopathy must be integrated to the Ayurveda. Ayurveda must be integrated to the allopathy. The role model may be the TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, where 80-20, we may be 60-40. More advanced. Why we should follow them 80-20 or the 20-80? We may be 60-40, we may be 50-50. That is as per the evidence is what we have. So, landmark. That paper in the red color is of the 7 European countries, and including one New Zealand. They are developing a system for the integration, integrative information system. It is nothing to do with the different systems of the medicine. It is how the integration of the information is may make the new path of the progress, right from the PSC to the CSC to the referral centers like AIIMS and the NIMHANS. And see here also, this is the neuroscientist, perhaps you are knowing Ravinder Singh, and he has visualized it just in the back month of the September, this paper. And he is saying that yes, here is a need of the integration. So the conclusion, very clear conclusion. Please go through that. In the conclusion, I add words of Honorable Vice Chancellor P.K. Ramesh of the KUHS, words of the Honorable Chairperson ISRO, Dr. S. Somnath. When they are talking about the documentation, as the Dr. Ramesh said, when they are talking about the well-qualified doctors or the well-qualified making of the medicines, everything is here in conclusion. See, this is the Amrit Kal Swachh Bharat, Samekit Bharat. Here the word Samekit I wrote, and I learned a new word, sir, Sanyojit, in your photographs, in your institute. Sanyojit Chikitsa Paddhati. I was saying that the Samekit Chikitsa Paddhati in the Banaras Hindu University, but your word is also very interesting and acceptable to all of us. Sanyojit, Samekit. The standard integration of the Ayurveda and the biomedical system is a need of our. Ayurveda therapeutics and the pharmaceutics must be assessed and validated through integrated research approaches for its global acceptance, and nothing is possible without good medicine. What Dr. Ramesh and Dr. S. Somnath both emphasize. With this, this is the G20 declaration, what our Honorable Prime Minister said about the traditional system of the medicine. Thank you, Team Yantra. Thank you, NIMHANS Bangalore. Thank you, Jigyasa. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all stalwarts, for hearing me, listening me. Thank you, everyone. I completed in 15 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for putting it together in 15 minutes, both research and the way forward, and integrating many of the points actually which have been spoken during the inauguration itself today. We will now introduce the next speaker. This AIIMS New Delhi is considered as the leader in terms of the healthcare sector in India, and this institution has led the way for development of 18 new AIIMS all over the country because it's considered as the gold standard. Now, when they start integrating, traditional systems of medicine, rest of the India will follow. So this is what is happening, and AIIMS started a Center for Integrated Medicine and Research. Unfortunately, Dr. Gautam Sharma, who is the head, could not make it today, and Dr. Kashyap has come in his behalf. I request Dr. Amit to come on the stage and Dr. Nishita to introduce him, please.
Welcome, Dr. Amit Kashyap. He's a dedicated research fellow at the Center for Integrative Medicine and Research, AIIMS, New Delhi. He has been a contributor to the advancement of integrative health since the initial days of SIMA, AIIMS, New Delhi. So his major realm of research is on therapeutic application of yoga and aiming to bridge the gap between the ancient wisdom and the contemporary health needs. So I welcome sir.
Can we have the slides, please? A very good morning and humble pranam to the chairperson, all the respected dignitaries, delegates, students, and the organizers of this wonderful conference. So it is indeed a good morning for me because I've flown from Delhi, and breathing this air, this wonderful weather is quite pleasant. Now, let me tell you about the AIIMS, but before that, let me start off by saying that since the inception of civilized societies, it's not working, I guess. I think we have to move forward like this. So let me just start off by saying that since the inception of civilized societies, healthcare has been a fundamental pillar of human well-being, a measure of society's progress, and an indicator of collective values. Now, from time to time, the healthcare domain has faced crucial challenges, the most recent example being COVID-19 pandemic. Indian healthcare system stood strong and fought against time to tackle all those challenges. Now, even though Indian healthcare has been making wonderful and remarkable strides, it still faces some basic and major issues. Issues like accessibility, affordability, and quality. Okay. Now, the vast population of India, coupled with socio-demographic disparities, can often lead to disparities in the health outcomes. Please remain on the previous slide. So in this context, the concept of integrated healthcare becomes very crucial in order to address the diverse healthcare needs, produce preventive measures, and improve the quality of care in our healthcare system. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to present a scenario, a basic scenario based on observation. Let's assume that this lady has gotten sick at home, and she's going to find out some cure on Google and find out that she has to go to the doctor. She's going to go to the doctor, please. Next click, please. She's going to the doctor, tell all about the symptoms. The doctor is going to run some diagnostic tests and provide with a line of treatment. Now, the lady has already seen the basic treatments. She also knows that yoga might help, or some Ayurvedic formulation help, or the homeopathic medicines are quite helpful these days. So she asked the doctor, and in the present scenario as of now, there's a high chance that the doctor will say that all of this is rubbish, these are quacks, they will not help you, take these medicines and you'll get better, your symptoms will get better. Now, as an average Indian patient, the word of doctor is like the word of God. So the lady comes back home, takes those medicines, can get better or can get worse. If she gets worse, she's going to search for some alternative therapy. Please change this, please click next. She's going to go to an Ayush professional, whether yoga, Ayurveda, homeopathy, anything, whatever she feels like. Now again, in the present scenario as of now, there's a high chance that the Ayush professional is going to say the same thing, that don't take allopathy medicines, they have a lot of side effects, they'll destroy your body, take a line of treatment, you'll get better, you'll be healthy again. Now, this is a scenario, this is an indicator of the disintegration, the lack of integration between our wonderful healthcare systems in India, and please change. And the lack of integration leads to fragmented care, which comes along with plethora of issues like there will be duplication of services, the patient has to go again and again for the test, same test, there will be excessive cost, reduced efficiency of the treatment, reduced patient satisfaction, there will be delay in proper treatment and miscommunication among providers. Please click next. Okay, let's move on. So even though our government is taking large steps to integrate these sciences into mainstream medicine, but there are certain challenges, like there's divergent philosophical frameworks. The Indian sciences are based on philosophical elements, and whereas the modern medicine is based on evidence-based principles. There's lack of standardized protocols and lack of uniformity in the research protocols, and there's very limited scientific evidence. And even though there are still some quite remarkable studies, most of the studies have a lot of biasness, weak methodology, or they have a very small sample size, which is not so much feasible in order to generalize their outcomes. Now, professional education and training, the mainstream professionals are not aware, that they haven't been exposed to these sciences. They can be also trained on a short basis. Then standards of patient safety and regulation needs to be adhered properly and monitored, and interdisciplinary collaboration, not only in between modern medicine and the Ayush professionals, but in between Ayush professionals as well. Then there's a need to improve public perception and awareness, because there's a lot of skepticism among the people. Now, to tackle all these challenges, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, had established Center for Integrative Medicine and Research. The main man behind this was Dr. Gautam Sharma. The center was inaugurated on 22nd June 2016. So the mandate of CIMR is the convergence of contemporary medicine with ancient and traditional medical practices of India. It also is dedicated to research, documentation, and delivery of holistic healthcare, incorporating right now yoga and Ayurveda. So this is a brief overview of the timeline since it started. The first step was taken in 2015. Then we were supported by Ministry of AIIMS with the Center of Excellency scheme. And our first research project was completed in 2017 with 5,000 participant footfall. Our first research published in 2018. In the following years, we had COVID-19 pandemic and we shifted our intervention to digital mode. We started yoga interventions and Ayurveda counselings through online sessions. And as of now, we have 25 research publications in highly reputed international journals. 35 research projects have been completed, clinical projects, and 14 are ongoing. We have 36,000 participant footfall and 4,000 plus online participants. Now, we have collaborations with several other departments of AIIMS, and these include cardiology, neurology, psychiatry, obs and gynae, endocrinology, medicine, community medicine, pediatrics, pulmonary, oncology, neuromagnetic resonance, etc., etc. Then this is just to indicate that recently we have achieved more than 10,000 online sessions, including telecounseling and telecoaching of practices. Now this is an important slide. How do we conduct our research? So before, can I have some water please? So before starting any research, there's a huge work on the back side. On the first step, I'm not able to see what's on this side. Is it showing on the left hand? Yeah. Okay, so the first step is conceptualization. We have to visualize, or we have to, we have to observe the issues, the current issues in the OPDs and during the patient care. So the issues, after being identified, we go for scientific review of literature, and then we have a focused group discussion. For example, if we are going to conduct a study on, let's say, coronary artery disease, then we are going to discuss it with a senior faculty of the cardiology department, or a professor or a surgeon, and he or she is going to tell us all about the contraindications or the parameters that we can get, or the limitations of the patients. And then afterwards we go to the validation process. This is very important because for example, let's say if we are having a yoga project, we just don't write the yoga practices and start the project. There's a team, a dedicated team with MD in yoga, BNYs, PhDs, MScs, MAs in yoga, and all of them create a compiler first draft of yoga module with all the set of practices. After that, they discuss it with the concerned faculty or the professor or the surgeon, and they discuss about the contraindications or the limitations of the patient, whether we can implement these practices or not. And then after the validation, after the consultation of the professor, we send this module to experts all over the country with at least 10 years of experience, practical experience. And after their feedback, we compile the module and we go for the trial execution. The execution is as per the good clinical practice guidelines. After the trial is completed, we publish the outcomes in mainstream peer-reviewed international journals. And after the publication, the outcomes are disseminated in the form of lectures, conferences, discussions via social media. Now, dissemination is very important because even though we are getting good results, it doesn't matter if the people are not aware, if the policymakers are not aware, if the healthcare specialists are not aware. So, as of now, in the beginning, for just starting, we have started thesis works. So we have a lot of thesis work, mainly with the mainstream students, like Dr. Gautam Sharma has encouraged his students in cardiology to pursue their MD thesis in integrative medicine. So we have lots of students coming to our center, and these are the doctors of tomorrow who are going to be deputed in reputed hospitals, nationally or internationally. So in that scenario, whenever a patient comes, earlier it was lack of integration. In future, there might be integration, and the allopathy doctor will recommend you to another Ayush professional, or it might be possible that the mainstream doctor might recommend you a set of yoga practices. And then our work was recognized by other societies of cardiology. We have been invited to several annual congresses, like recently we were invited to European Society of Cardiology in Amsterdam, and then American College of Cardiology, American Heart Rhythm Society annual conference, and recently Cardiology Society of India. It's going to happen soon. So again, I said the same thing, that in future there might be integration based on these steps: the education, the dissemination, the better outcomes in our research, strong methodology. We can provide holistic care, because as of now, the modern medicine is providing the symptom treatment. They are very, strong in treating the symptoms. And while on the other hand, traditional and alternative sciences are very strong in curing like psychological health, quality of living. So combining these two will provide holistic care to the patient. Earlier, a speaker said that patient doesn't care whether he's getting medicine or Ayurveda, massage or anything like that. He just wants to get completely healthy. So holistic care would be a perfect choice. A patient-centric approach would be nice. So these are a few of our activities. This is a yoga hall, Ayurveda therapy room, online class. Then these are some therapy classes, workshops. Recently, we have extended our services to mother and child block for pregnant females. And these are some other activities. We conducted a national yoga quiz competition. I think NIMHANS was also a participating team. Then we had a national asana competition at AIIMS Delhi. Then we had a workshop for nursing officers, senior and junior nursing officers of AIIMS. Then students, MBBS, MDs, research fellows. Then faculty, you can see Director of AIIMS, Professor M. Srinivas doing Baddha Konasana. Then there's yoga workshop for officers and administrative staff. Then workshop for patients. And we are also responsible for conducting the International Day of Yoga at AIIMS each year. Now, I like this picture because I remember when we conducted our first International Day of Yoga at AIIMS in 2017, there were hardly 500 people, and this ground can accommodate around 1,500 people at a time, but the crowd was so much that we have to arrange mats on the roads, on the sides, and in the garden as well. And this year, I think we have to look for a larger ground to accommodate all these people. Then these are some of our recent major publications, like in neurology, sleep medicine, JAK, epilepsy, obstructive sleep apnea, vasovagal syncope, herbal adaptogens, Asian Journal of Psychiatry, yoga for migraine. And our studies, our work has been highlighted in the media as well. Our study with yoga and vasovagal syncope was very much chatted about on the social media. It was also featured in a podcast by a famous cardiologist in the US. This is the podcast, This Week in Cardiology. Then another study, migraine content trial, was highlighted in the media, Western media, New York Times, CNN, Science Focus, India Today, etc., etc. Then work was also appreciated by PM Modi in his Mann Ki Baat and on 25th December 2022. It was also tweeted by the Health Minister. So our center is also featured in the Week, the Hindu, the national media. As of now, we have collaborations with these institutes, and I would love to see the name of NIMHANS in this list of collaborations. So, in a sense, the evolution and growth of AIIMS New Delhi's integrated healthcare model lies in its commitment to holistic patient care and maintaining the highest possible standard for research studies. So, to end my presentation, I would say integrated healthcare is like a finely tuned orchestra, which is orchestrated with the collaboration of diverse elements, ensuring that each instrument plays its part in the symphony of healing. Thank you very much.
For very pictorially representing the work of AIIMS. Please have a seat. We would now have the last segment of this session, which would be a presentation on the NIMHANS integrated model of care. Of course, unlike AIIMS, we are not a general hospital. We primarily deal with neurosciences and mental health only. So I would request Dr. Bharat Holla and Dr. Kishore from the Department of Integrative Medicine to kindly enlighten the audience on the what NIMHANS has done in integrative medicine.
Respected chairperson and all the speakers, and also respected elders and all my dear students. Next slide. Okay, I'll just briefly talk about the history. Immediately after the Keynote committee report, in NIMHANS, we had the Ayurveda Research Unit. In 2002, Advanced Center for Ayurveda and Mental Health and Neurosciences under CCRAs. Before that, in 1970s, we had yoga research, especially departments of neurophysiology and clinical psychology. They were doing research on Ayurvedic principles, yoga also. Many studies on yoga were published. In 2002, the Advanced Center for Ayurveda and Mental Health and Neurosciences started. In 2005 to 10, active collaborations between neurophysiology, psychiatry, neurology led to several research studies on Ayurveda and yoga. In 2007, the clinical services for yoga was started at NIMHANS in collaboration with the MD/NIY, Delhi. And 2014, yoga facilities got a major breakthrough with the establishment of NIMHANS Integrated Center for Yoga. In 2019, it got integrated into a Department of Integrative Medicine. So NIMHANS has had a long legacy of Ayurveda and yoga. Next slide. So this actually is the vision statement of NIMHANS: integrate allopathic and oriental medicine into healthcare delivery, integrate physical and metaphysical aspects of neuroscience research to promote yoga and its application to positive health. So this, we comply to the vision of statement of NIMHANS. This is the department, our team. So our goal, providing integrated clinical services, training and human resource development, research applications in neuropsychiatry. So this is what is the model that we have envisaged. In the cafeteria approach, where there is co-location, you have people have a choice to seek whatever treatment they have. And in the process, there are some frequently asked questions. Can I take this? If I can take this, for how many days? If something wrong happens to me during the course of treatment, whom should I approach? Can I take this along with this? And if I am told to take it, what time should I take it? There's so many questions that happen. So, as Dr. Amit was also saying, this happens, and he goes back to that. I'm not very sure what is happening with the other medicines that you're taking. I can only tell you about this, and if you've gone there, it's your responsibility. So, in the end, it is the patient who's suffering. We are giving them the choices. We are co-locating centers everywhere. They can come and seek the treatment, but what happens is not one system can handle the whole gamut of symptoms. So you have some kind of treatment gap that remains to be addressed. And during this, he doesn't get advices. Sometimes there are people who, they get misled also. So this problem need to be addressed, and that is why we took up this, we envisaged and also took up this approach of optimizing. I'll give you one example. If there is a patient of mild depression, he comes to us and all three of us are seeing the patient. So if he is mild depression, then we will optimize, including the psychiatrist. We will come to a consensus saying that please do this yoga module that we have validated in the center. Comes back after 2 months. Maybe if he is fine, yes, good. If he deteriorates, then we add some Ayurveda medicines along with yoga. So 2 scenarios again. If he is fine, it's good. But if he deteriorates, there might be some psychosocial stressor, he's gotten into some more issues, so he's gone into severity. So in that stage, he's unable to do yoga, nor he's able to take any other medicine. So that is when we withdraw both, or if the need be, and then introduce antidepressants or antipsychotics. After that, after some time, he stabilizes. And after stabilization, he comes back again and slowly this is withdrawn. And then yoga and Ayurveda is started. And over a period of time, he continues doing yoga. Now look at the kind of management. Now one more thing that we have seen is, if he comes to know that I can handle my depression without medicine, and if he is able to experience that, that gives a lot of confidence. And that confidence also aids to his healing process. Sir, without medicine and with my diet and lifestyle change and with yoga, without any medicine, now I am feeling better. I have never felt such, kind of a situation till today. So this is something I think more, what more can we expect of a patient like this? Otherwise, sir, I have to take this tablet, and without this tablet I cannot. Something happens, he comes back to, let's say, we have treatment emergent complications. He's on antipsychotics, there's a lot of metabolic issues coming up, or there's a lot of severe constipation he's suffering from. Women suffer from amenorrhea. So when we add Ayurveda treatment and when we start yoga, all this gets corrected. So our objective is to see that the patient is functional, and for him to be functional, we have to allow his physiology a great amount of leeway so that the functionality improves, and still he is an antipsychotic. He's on antipsychotic. If he is on psychotropic medication, he can still work. But then all these issues, if we are able to manage, is as good as any other normal person and is able to lead his normal life. So what more we can expect? So this is what has been our experience. And also in treatment-resistant cases of mental health, we have seen that with Panchakarma therapies, there are a lot of changes that we see in psychopathology. So this has been documented. Dr. Bharat Holla is there with us. He will take this forward. In terms of data, we treat every patient, we consider him as a research subject. We document the parameters and all the data we have, and details of how they have responded. Dr. Bharat will throw more light on. So this is the introduction. We, during the process, we have also trying to document. We gave him Triphala. He is already on an antidepressant. What happens is something which we are also documenting. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I now invite Dr. Bharat.
Thanks, Kishore. Bharat will go on with the presentation.
The slides are also integrated, so I can continue from here. Apart from the clinical services, we also are hoping to generate next generation of integrative physicians who can, instead of having 3 people consult patient, we can have one integrative physician who can manage all of the things that the patient needs in one go. So that is the future that we would want to see in. Okay, so next, moving on, there are 2 big areas that we are working on currently. So what are the 2 big areas? Is the treatment of neuropsychiatric disorders and looking at the biology of neuropsychiatric disorders from traditional health perspectives. So let's start with the treatment. So when we started the department, we were given a mission that every subject, every patient that we treat should be thoroughly documented. We should have pre and post information. So we have been on that mission for the last 3 or 4 years. So these are the variety of diagnoses that we see. This is a word cloud. Among psychiatry, we see a lot of depression, schizophrenia, somatoform, anxiety. So I'll present some of the data. And from neurology, we see a lot of lumbar radiculopathy, cervical radiculopathy, management of stroke, rehabilitation, and all of that. So I'll present some of the data, which I would like to call the IMD 1000. So the first 1000 patients treated at our department in the last 4 years. So let me start with depression. So as Dr. Kishore was saying, most often if the severity is mild, we often just give yoga therapy or only Ayurveda and not even attempt giving modern medicine. This is an experiment that we have started and we have seen a lot of success. And in cases wherein we feel
the person may not be able to do yoga, we take a joint decision that okay, we'll start a low dose antidepressant and then slowly hike it up and see how it goes. So this is our experience. Depression rating scales among all the therapies, integrative therapies, we see that pre and post, they do get, they show dramatic improvement. Not only in depression, we have also seen the same in anxiety. We have also seen in schizophrenia. So in schizophrenia, most often yoga therapy we have advocated in the later stage of illness wherein there is a lot of negative symptoms. But with Ayurveda, we have also tried experimenting in the acute phases of treatment, and we have seen that there are a lot of benefit that we see even during the acute stage. So across the stages of illness, we have seen improvement in positive symptoms, negative symptoms, and overall the symptom severity. So we have been documenting all of these. This is the lumbar radiculopathy, close to 300 patients that we have documented, all getting better. These are disability index, showing improvement, neck disability reducing with panchakarma and yoga therapies, post-stroke management, rehabilitation, work balance improving, the modified Ashworth scale shows improvement. So our experience is that when we integrate rationally, evidence-based, there is definitely going to be improvement in the outcomes of the patients. So this is from a publication recently, Duchenne muscular dystrophy. We have also been seeing a lot of patients with DMD coming to us. Although they have been coming to us for a very long time, we have started, after the department started, we started following them up. This is the North Star ambulatory assessment, when we see there is a decline with the age, and with our integrative treatment, we have been following them up. This is a very small data set, but we hope to follow these people. There is a kind of a stabilization that is happening in the initial 1 or 2 years that we are seeing them. But we, of course, we need to do a more thorough longitudinal assessment over a period of time. Okay, shifting gears, biology of neuropsychiatric disorders. So how do we diagnose depression? This is what we follow, DSM-5. We say 5 or more of the 9 symptoms presented here should be there for us to diagnose depression. So there is a limitation in such diagnosis because our diagnoses have a lot of heterogeneity. So these are 3 scenarios. Each scenario, there are 2 patients presented here. The first A slide has 2 patients. Both of them have a lot of symptom overlap. When we move to B, there are another 2 sets of patients who have very little in common. They only have anhedonia, but their depression is completely different. And in the last, there are 2 patients whom we call them as suffering from depression, but they have nothing in common. Their symptomatology is completely different. So how do we translate these kind of diagnostic system? When we look at etiology, we have difficulty finding the common etiology, common cause, common outcome. All of these are challenging currently in the modern diagnostic system. And our DSM criteria have only been increasing. As you can see, the number of diagnoses on the last column there, it has increased from 120 to 541 currently. So we have been diagnosing more and more conditions. So this is a kind of an integrated approach that we would want to achieve, not just integrating tradition and modern approaches, but also integrating across different data streams, genetic, brain activity, physiology, wherein we have data-driven clusters. So these data-driven clusters could be based on the patient's symptom profile, based on their biology, which could be much more closer to what our Vaidyas have been telling us. So this was published in Science. This is an example. So this is an example from Dr. Macheri Keshavan's BSNP study, wherein they combined 3 groups of patients: schizophrenia, schizoaffective, and bipolar disorder, who all had psychosis, and they classified data-driven biotypes. So they came up with 3 biotypes: biotype 1, biotype 2, biotype 3, which could explain the course and outcome much better than our diagnostic system. So there is definitely validity for these kinds of transdiagnostic approaches. So let me quote some examples that we are currently pursuing. So there are concepts from modern medicine and also from traditional knowledge systems. There are concepts and methods, both systems, and we want to integrate both of them. So I'll take examples of Mandukya Upanishad. So it's a very abbreviated, small, one of the most profound Upanishads. Talks about A, O and Ma. Okay, let me shift gear. I'll talk about the brain network. This is the triple network model put forward by Vinod Menon from Stanford Neuroscience. He talks about brain at different state. When you are actively engaged with the outside world is the central executive network, your attention is activated. And when you are not actively engaged with the outside world, when you are towards your own self, it is default mode, when not actively engaged. And in between is the salience network, which is geared towards identifying salient cues from within and outside the world. It shifts the gear between default mode and executive network. So the salience network acts as a gear between the two. So why am I telling you all of this? Because we feel the Mandukya Upanishad has already told about this long back. So what is it? So a state is actually a gross or a waking state, which is when our activation is projected towards the outward space. And U state and the Ma state is when the thought is driven inwards, either in the space of mind or inward. So that is the U and Ma state, which is actually like a salience network, and the is actually like an executive network. And the silence that comes after the U and Ma, which is called as Turya, is when the mind is actually at peace, would be the default mode network. So we try to see whether this is actually true. We did a pilot fMRI study, designed this, wherein we asked U, Ma to be separately chanted and then U, Ma together to be chanted. So we have, and then you can see the cingulate cortex being lighted up during U and Ma. So why am I telling you all of this? Because this is how we conceptualize psychiatry today. It is a continuum, from externalizing to internalizing and psychosis in between, and that is how even our modern understanding aligns with the traditional understanding. Is when you are externally driven towards the outer space. Ma is when you are internalizing everything, and U is when you are projecting into the thought space. That is when you have all the schizophrenia, mood disorders, and all the distress. So we developed a scale. You've heard of Prakriti scale, Guna scale. We came up with the yogic awareness scale, U and Ma. And when enters the space of Ma, there are certain questions. When Ma enters the space of there are a certain set of questions. So there are three sets of constructs that we wanted to tap into. For example, there is questions on person finds it difficult to sustain attention when there is attention required. And when the Ma enters the U space, if there is a person requiring a lot of thought, he often gets delays getting started. So these, we have different questions tapping into different domains, and we try to establish the factorial validity. So these are latent constructs. U and Ma cannot be observed. These are latent constructs. But these can be observed through the manifest variables, the 12 variables that we wanted to examine. And actually, it fits to a very nice factorial model, 3-factor model, and Ma. There are correlation between the factor structure also, and these we have validated in about 1,200 odd individuals currently. You will hear more about this tomorrow in a panel discussion as well. Okay, so moving forward, we are going to put all of these knowledge systems together in a Center for Excellence grant the Ministry of AIIMS granted us, wherein we are going to study 4 disorders: schizophrenia, Alzheimer's, mood disorders, multiple sclerosis using the integrative approach. That is not just integration of systems but also integration of all the data types, along with Prakriti and Guna and all the traditional scales, and using genomics, neuroimaging, gut microbiome, immune. Ultimately, we aim to have clinical. So there are going to be putative clinical trials which will tell us the mechanism of all of these interventions. We are going to have deep phenotyping approaches, which will better characterize the traditional understanding of the modern using modern parameters. We'll have a lot of human resource development during this project, and ultimately it's going to be a resource for the nation, wherein all of you can actually access the data, work on these data that we have generated, and use it for your own research studies. So those are all about things in the future. What we've already been doing is publishing about 50 articles, which are receiving close to 500 citations every year. This is just the last 4 years' data. We are only a group of 7 people working in the department, but we have a lot of collaborators who also help us in all of these process. So we contribute across the evidence hierarchy. These are the 200 odd papers that we published in the last 4 years, commentaries, case reports, pilot studies, meta-analysis across all these streams. And more importantly, we have collaborations. Not just the integrative department works closely with all the other departments in the institute, in executing all of these projects. With that, I think it is time for me to thank the collaborators and the funders, without which none of these would have been possible.
Very insightful presentations. So this is the 3 institutions have presented their work. In the interest of time, I am not going to take questions in this session because we have a very important session coming up next. But all the speakers are here. We can interact with them in the next coming 15 or 20 minutes because we have a panel coming up on the roadmap for integrative medicine, which has a lot of luminaries speaking. So I invite you all to interact with the speakers of the current session during the break. So we will actually close the session because we simply do not have time for questions.
I thank all the speakers and the chairperson for the successful conduct of this session. I would now like invite Professor Shivarama Varamuli sir to kindly felicitate the speakers. I would call upon Dr. P.K. Goswami sir first. Dr. Anand Chaudhary sir. Dr. Amit Kashyap. Dr. Kishore Kumar R. And Dr. Bharat Holla. Now I invite Dr. Ghansham Vaidya sir, the patron and central committee member Jigyasa, to felicitate the chairperson of the event, Dr. Shivarama Varamuli sir. So without much delay, now we will resume to the next session, that is the panel discussion, discussing the roadmap for integrative healthcare in India. There is a small housekeeping announcement before we start the session. So the lunch will be a little delayed and lunch will start at 1:30 p.m. Very sorry for the inconvenience. Now we can resume with the session. Meanwhile, as the arrangements are going on, I also would like to announce that there is a very interesting session tomorrow by Professor Machari Keshavan sir, who's a professor from Harvard Medical School, who will be actually talking about yoga as a psychotherapy and discussing the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna. So the session will start sharp at 9 a.m. because it will be midnight there in the US. So I request all of you to be on time tomorrow in the morning.
So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting with the panel discussion session very shortly. So we are at YANTRA-2023, the Yoga and Ayurveda and Neurosciences Therapeutic and Research Approaches 2023, organized by Jigyasa in association with NIMHANS, along with the Minister of Ayush and Tarunya Shikshana Seva Samsthe. And the co-sponsors are Doodh Papeshwar, Sun Pharma, RGHS University, Aushadhi, co-sponsors Arya Vaidya Pharmacy, Vaidya Ratnam, IMCOPS, associate partners Chanakya University, Rashtotana Hospital, S. Vyasa University, and Yuvaka Sangha. So ladies and gentlemen, so with a great welcome, I would like to call upon the panelists and also the moderator for this panel discussion. So we shall start with the panel discussion with the panelists coming up on stage. Dr. Vaidya Jayant Dio Pushari sir to come up on stage, who is a chairperson and also the National Commission of Indian System of Medicine. Welcome to the show, sir. To join the panel, next panelist is going to be joining us with us is Dr. M.K. Ramesh sir, who is a Vice Chancellor, RGHS University, Bangalore.
Dr. M.K. Ramesh has gone for an emergency meeting. He's on his way. He will join the panel discussion.
So the next panelist is going to join us for the panel discussion is Dr. Kaustamba Upadhyaya, as well advisor, Minister of Ayush, Government of India. So welcome to the dais, sir. The next panelist going to be joining us is Dr. H.R. Nagendra sir, is a Chancellor, Swami Vivekananda Yoga Avinishradana Samsthana, Bangalore. Welcome to the event, sir. The next panelist is going to be joining with us is Dr. Mohanan Kunnumal, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences, Thrissur. Ladies and gentlemen, Jora Chapalaparli, can have a big round of applause. The final panelist for today's panel discussion is going to be Dr. B.N. Gangadhar sir, who is the Chairman, National Medical Commission and Professor of Emeritus, Integrative Medicine of Department, NIMHANS, Bengaluru. So welcome to the panel discussion, sir. To have this panel discussion, we are going to have a chairperson who is going to be moderating the entire panel discussion. It's from Dr. D. Nagaraja sir, who is a Senior Professor of Neurology and former Director of NIMHANS, Bengaluru. So ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome Dr. D. Nagaraja sir to join this panel discussion as a moderator. So ladies and gentlemen, so we shall start with the first panelist, Dr. Vaidya Jayant Pujari sir, Dio Pujari sir, sorry, who is the Chairman, National Commission of Indian System of Medicine.
you, everybody. We got independence in 1947, but that remained purely political independence. Whether in education, healthcare, judiciary, there is no expression of self in the aspect. Integration of medicine does not mean mixing up of all systems of medicine. There should be one healthcare which incorporates best practices of all known systems of medicine, especially those who are from within the country. In this background, 20 years ago, we started looking at how to achieve this goal. Two things became very clear. Number one, there is a lot of misconceptions, antagonism within both the groups, Ayurveda as well as the allopathic systems. Second, there is a very significant lack of manpower which can drive this force. So we started thinking in terms of developing a hybrid manpower so that a person who is working in this area should have knowledge of both the systems. Because the limitations of the MCI and the CCI, we have to look up only PhD. We allowed the PhD to be taken by both allopathic as well as Ayurveda, yoga, or any system of medicine in the basic sciences, so that we had a group of hybrid manpower which helped to establish the center in this place. Second thing is, at that time, the concept of integration was not present, even though some people are attempting at that. To achieve this one system, it is at least a few decades away. We need to establish sufficient evidence to identify the best system which is helpful for the welfare of the patient. The integration should occur at education level, at the therapy level, at the policy level, at the periphery. Of course, at the population level, integration always happens. Whatever best, they go to that. But sufficient data is not available yet in many areas, even though they are beneficial. For this, there is a concept of approach at all levels, including at the education level, hospital level, patient level. The present panel discussion to discuss on all these aspects, including the research. Now the first speaker is Dr. Vaidya Jayantadev Pujari, who will be speaking on elevative.
Yes, thank you very much. Whether this is question and answer or I have to speak. Okay, yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for the organizers for arranging such type of, you can say, conclave for discussing such an important issue at national level. I came here as a student and I always call myself as a Vidyarthi Vaidya. Because I am Vaidya, but I am Vidyarthi first. That's why everywhere I write, I am Vidyarthi Vaidya. So, as a Vidyarthi, as a student, I have few questions. Because of my age and my position, I am sitting in different committees to discuss these issues. But what I found is everywhere this word integration is used with a different definition. So here this panel discussion is regarding suggesting the roadmap for this. But sir, my submission is please have a consensus on the definition of integration. If everybody has a different definition regarding integration, then it will create a problem in near future when we will go for a roadmap or a model. Here in NIMHANS, this is a successful model because this is coming because this is working since last many years and the outcome is in front of you. You can go and visit. I have already visited. And this is a Center for Excellence from Ministry of AIIMS also. There are other models now. AIIMS model we have seen. In BHU some things are going on. I saw some integrative model in cancer management in private sector, and Tata has funded. And recently I had gone through a news item, I think in Times of India, that Tata has decided to establish a 160-bedded independent hospital near Mumbai only for integrative treatment in cancer. So these are the developments which are going on because this is need of the hour. There is no doubt about integration, whether it is required or not. The problem is with that the person from the AIIMS, in his last slide, he showed an orchestra. There is no doubt the orchestration is required for beautiful music and for this. But always question comes with who will be the conductor of the orchestra, who will be the deciding factor in the integration. So that is the problem. Now I have 37 years of experience of clinical practice in Ayurveda, and I am seeing this right from the beginning of my practice. And fortunately, I have an opportunity to work in Wayanad, in Vivekananda Medical Mission in the tribals from 1985 to 88. And I have some experience of working with the very unprivileged people of our country. And now I am sitting in Delhi. So I think I have a spectrum of experience regarding this. But what I observed in last 37 years is the deciding factor is the patient. He decides. So it is like a cafeteria approach, that is what Kishorji was telling. So he decides whether to go to homeopathy, he decides whether to go to Ayurveda, he decides whether to go to allopathy or yoga or whatever the case may be. Now, his mentality is, if a allopathic doctor says you don't go for Ayurveda, then he stopped telling that to the allopathic doctor that he is going to Ayurveda man or a homeopathy man, or even it is not only limited to the pathies. He may go to some Maharaj for some advice. He may go to an astrologer for some advice. He may go to some tantric for advice because he is a sufferer. And you cannot deny this. This is the fact in our country, not in our country, everywhere where so-called scientific medicine exists. So, the important point or main issue is how to, you can say, sensitize our patient regarding this integration. The integrative models of the specialized diseases are successful. They are successful every year. But what about general practice? How we are going to address these patients that for general practice, for this purpose you have to go to this, for this purpose you have to go to this, for this purpose you have to go to this. So for that, NIMHANS has suggested that integrative doctor who knows everything. Then again, myself and Gangadharji is here, and we know the problem in the regulation. So it will be again difficult for us to regulate this and to bring what is suggested by NIMHANS, that to create an integrative doctor out of this. So all these things we must discuss together. First we must have a consensus on the definition of integration, and the the synonyms. Somebody was talking about synonyms. So, because there is a disintegration, we need integration. There is a complementary, traditional, holistic. There is a word co-location. There is a word one health. And now, what I am learning from these people, many new words are coming up for this as a parallel. So, the respecting each other is must for this integrative medicine from physician's point of view, and for patient's point of view, logical thinking is important. So unless and until we create these two things, in the masses logical thinking and in the physicians respecting each other, we cannot come up with a very good roadmap. That is what my personal opinion is. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
A few clarifications. Number one, integration is not possible in the immediate future. It is at least a few decades ago. I mean, time is required to real integration to occur. There are certain practices which are already become popular as in practice. For example, any operation, surgical operation, if you introduce yoga and pranayama 1 week before and after surgery, to the extent possible, the post-operative complications, hospital stay, cost involved to the patient has been reduced. This is the real integration, that just introduce yoga and pranayama before surgery and after surgery. This is the level of evidence that we need to require. In fact, though many things are useful in yoga, Ayurveda, or other system of medicine, sufficient scientific documentation is lacking. Why in NIMHANS we started this? NIMHANS model is not for the entire population. We need to develop database, scientific evidence, which compels the whole world to follow it. And another example, for example, is depression, which he has already talked about. Mild depression, there is no need for any medication. Just pranayama will help these patients if it is correctly taught. So such practices can come into the medical practice, so that whether it is an Ayurvedic person or allopathic person, they will incorporate that as a method of treatment, so that in the years to come, more and more such either allopathic or Ayurvedic or the yoga can be introduced. And second thing is for health promotion, both mental and physical health promotion, yoga has a major role to play. So whereas the other medical system do not have much. Now, but Ramesh is still, I request Kaustubh Upadhyay, Advisor Ayurveda, Ministry of Health, to discuss about integration. He is basically in the area of pharmacy, how pharmacy standardization could help generate more and more confidence, as well as practical way of doing.
Dhanyawad, sir. I thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to this occasion and having given an opportunity for interacting with all of you. First of all, I am representing the government and the government policy of integration. I want to disclose what is the present policy of the government in the integration. In 2017, we have adopted the health policy, wherein policy of integration is to provide opportunity for all beneficiaries to seek the choice of their treatment at one occasion. So we should, as a government, we should provide the opportunity for the patient for the whatever treatment choice he wants. For that reason, we have introduced co-location of AIIMS facilities in all primary health centers and sub-centers, etc., and district hospitals, and around 20,000 facilities are now being created. And both AIIMS Ministry and Health Ministry together they are working for these things. AIIMS Ministry is supporting for infrastructure development, while Health Ministry is supporting for manpower. Why these things to be together? Because there is a mental restriction, avoidance. If a person of Ayurveda sits with allopathy, he wants to see that my science is superior and it is old, it is more holier than allopathy. And you have 2-3 days back, you have heard about the Supreme Court order on some important manufacturer of Ayurvedic medicines for defaming other systems. First thing, we should have a openness. For that, we should have an opportunity to sit together. So government's primary policy is let all the system doctors sit together and let them deliver to the needs of the patients. That is the first criteria. So that once you sit together, whatever the restrictions or the inhibitions you have towards each other, that will go, that will vanish. So that you will be able to understand what is the outlook of the other. Because we say, Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti. And that is the fact. Atma-dana is same, Atma description is same in all. Brahma Sutra is adapted, it is interpreted in Advaita, it is interpreted in Dvaita, Vishishtadvaita, but that is the same Brahma Sutra. And Brahma is alone and is Nirakara, Nirvikalpa, and this is what concept everyone says. But description differs. Similarly, health science also, our instrument, the disease is same, person is same, only thing how we are approaching towards the diseases. So, first thing you come together and sit. Second, the question of research. So, till now, what is research? You have a research methodology of the modern science, and you want Ayurvedic people or AIIMS people to fit into that and prove that your research is, you are efficient and your efficacy is as per the research methodology of modern science. Once Ayurvedic doctor comes there, he will say, my science doesn't allow these things. My concept is different. So as per my concept, these three patients cannot be put together as a one background. I prefer different treatment for this patient, different treatment for this patient because of his prakriti and other various aspects, dosha and other things. But as per the modern science or present research methodology, all the three are of the same group. So this fitting of one in another, that has become a problem in integration. For that, now we have made a research consortium where different science people sit together and they will plan, they will understand each other's concept, how to accommodate and how to observe and how to come out with the rational output, scientific outcome out of these observations. So that is why we have integrated research approach. Now Ayurveda biology scheme that was there launched a few years back and it was taken by Science and Technology Department. Now it is taken by the AIIMS Department, and now we are providing an opportunity to establish the concepts of Ayurveda in terms of current scientific terminology. So for that we have funding, and this is a great opportunity to prove our concepts in current day sciences. So this is regarding research. And third is evidence-based. One model was there in AVP, WHO funded product, where they have not interfered anything. Allopathic people are ascertaining what is the diagnosis made, and Ayurvedic people are assessing in their own system. And after the assessment and treatment, same allopathic people are assessing what is the result of those treatments. And that outcome means we are not interfering, allopathic people are not interfering with the entire research program. Only thing, observation. They are doing observation, preliminary diagnosis and final outcome. That they are getting, and what is the final outcome. This is also a good model for integration. I think first thing we should remove bias. Rajastamabhyam nirmukta tapojnana parinagi apta shishta. That is the concept of Ayurveda also, and same is the concept of modern research methodology also. That removing bias is the major thing. For that we should remove our inhibitions, our whatever back thoughts we are having, our impressions, egos, those things we should remove and come out for the open discussion for the benefit of mankind. That is the primary criteria. Second, there should not be commerce in research. Science can develop only when there is a scientific outlook without any sense of commerce. Okay, commerce is required. Without commerce, you cannot conduct the research. But that should not direct what should be the research outcome. So, scientific output should be the sole criteria for integration. Then only we will come out with the proper integration. Thank you.
Thank you. It is very easy to integrate yoga into the allopathic system of medicine because there is no medicine involved. Obviously, in fact, that is the first method we started because it is more easily acceptable to the patients as well as to the other physicians. We have with us Chancellor of Jigyasa, Dr. H. Nagendra, and I request him to speak on yoga as a health promotion, curative, therapeutic, in various conditions, as well as his thought on integrating yoga into the allopathic system of medicine, and probably even to Ayurveda, because most of the Ayurvedic institutes, hospitals do not have yoga even today.
My dear brothers and sisters, really it is very wonderful that we are taken up this most needed dimension in the healthcare delivery system, where we have to develop such a healthcare delivery system which is very effective, with least side effect, cost effective, evidence-based, and has long-term rehabilitation. The question is whether allopathy alone can do this. We know that last century was a great success for allopathy in dealing with infectious and contagious diseases. And as a result, allopathy was accepted in a very big way all over the world. Though Ayurveda has been there for centuries together, why we brought allopathy into the whole thing is because of this. The second dimension is that allopathy can give immediate relief to the patient. Suppose a person comes with a pain, there is a pain relief thing and immediately gets it. So sugar is very high, and the insulin can bring down. So this also attracted most of the people into the system of allopathy. And as rightly pointed out in the morning, the evidence-based and database provided and the scientific revolution. All these things became the reasons for allopathy to be the mainstream as it has been considered today. But then came the new challenge of non-communicable diseases, asthma, diabetes, hypertension, heart problem, epilepsy, migraine, irritable bowel syndrome, large number of psychiatric challenges. For all these things, the modality that is used based on the matter-based paradigm of modern medical system or allopathy system did not give the complete solution, because these modern NCDs are not based only at the physical body. The root cause for that is more at the mind level, what we call as the Adi, at the Monomaya Kosha level. Adi comes down to the physical body, becomes the Vyadhi. But whatever we do only at the Vyadhi level at the body will not solve the problem. We have to deal with Adi as well. Therefore, mind-body challenges started coming up, and it is here that there came the need for bringing the holistic system. And all our Ayush systems is based on this total understanding of the entire human system. And according to yoga, according to Ayurveda, human body is not only the physical body, about 4 more bodies, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnana, Anandamaya Koshas, as they then put. This also the basis of the entire creation. The creation is not only physical, and though physical is the electromagnetic field, we can say, then we have the bioplasmic field and the astral field of the mind, then we have the information field, intellectual field, and finally the bliss field. All these 5 fields are in continual interaction, which makes this entire creation called Jagat. Jagatyan Jagat, that which goes on changing is the characteristic of entire creation. And that which is beyond is the pure consciousness, our original self, and that is Brahman or pure consciousness. So this is the total understanding that we have in our system of AIIMS. And based on this thing, AIIMS systems develop the modalities to deal with even the NCDs. Therefore, when we started talking about the integration, we have to have a basis for the integration. It cannot be just mixture, as has been pointed out clearly. So, what are the things that help at the Annamaya Kosha, related ailments, and what are the things that help at the Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnana, Anandamaya Koshas have been brought out. And in the field of yoga, we have the integrative approach of yoga therapy. Jnana Yoga, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, all these things are used to bring about the holistic vision, and the ailments and essentially imbalances at these different levels. The imbalances have to be corrected. Dis-ease is an imbalance. And the imbalances have to be corrected, and it has to be corrected at all the levels. At the autonomic level, in the left and the right brain changes, imbalances at all the different levels in the body has to be corrected. Similarly, at the Pranamaya Kosha, we should bring the balance of all the Pancha Pranas, Prana, Apana, Samana, Udana, Jnana. And then at the mind level, we must bring the balance of the mind getting into exceeding speed and also calming down of the mind, the imbalance. And the emotional balance has to be brought forth. Samatvam Yoga Vichate. Once you start doing these things, then you will be able to deal with ailments very effectively. With that, we started our research to see whether this model of the Panchakosha and the Adi concept and the integrated approach of yoga therapy can be used to deal with these modern NCDs. And our extensive work that we did for 5 years about bronchi and asthma, which was very prevalent in Bangalore, we were able to publish the paper in British Medical Journal, and that was the opening of new doors for the integrated approach of yoga therapy in various ailments. Since then, we have developed these effective models to deal with this all ailments with a proper protocol. Many people do not understand and think that yoga is yoga, and we can give the same yoga. I asked the question whether we say medicine is medicine and give the same medicine to everybody. That is the ignorance people have about yoga or the Ayurveda I mentioned. Therefore, we have to make specific protocols for specific ailment depending on the type of ailment and the severity, moderate or mild condition. So we all have developed these protocols and started using this and bringing it to practice. Then the evidence base. So you have to have the randomized controlled trials and see that these things are accepted and have the publications that these things. So based on this thing, last 35 years, we have been working in our Shanti Kutiram campus under the guidance of Dr. Nagaratna, Gangadhar and Nagarajaji, all these things we have been working together to see that this grows. And in our Arogadhama, therefore, when the patients come, we have the best of the model that suits them. What is the best in allopathy? What is the best in yoga? What aspect of yoga we have to give? What is the naturopathy dimension? What is the Ayurveda dimension? What is the acupressure? All these things are put in an integrated way. And we have developed our own protocols for this integration. And this is being improved continuously. Continuous improvement is very necessary. And as our researchers grow, more and more we will be able to bring this integration more and more. So the basis of integration should be very solid. That is scientific thing, that what is best for at the physical level, at the prana level, the mind level, the emotional level, intellect level, everything has to be put forth, and that forms the basis. And that great basis is available to us in our ancient scriptures, whether it's Ayurveda or yoga or Siddha, Unani, homeopathy, all these things, and it is the Panchakosha model that we have been using to bring about this dimension. And this is effectively brought forth. To bring this into operation in the basic thing, already you saw the wonderful presentation in the AIIMS. We started the Advanced Center for the Integrative Medical Research. And at that time, Dr. Gautam and we all discussed and said, what should be done? We should start research. The available evidence for different ailments we should take and we should start doing the research. Initially, we started only with 3 departments there, and gradually now in all the 24 departments, the yoga has been included, and this has brought wonderful results, and you can see nearly 30 research papers have come. Similarly, thanks to Gangadhar, we started the integrative medical center here, and wonderful things have started happening. And this is how all the AIIMS and others also should see that this integration comes up and with a basis. As rightly said by Dr. Nagaraja ji, it's time to see that we bring this integration and more evidence to bring the preventive aspect, promotive aspect and other. Thank you.
We discussed about the facilities in different centers, yoga as a module, and a role in integration. We have two Vice Chancellors of Medical Health University of the Kerala Medical and Health University, Professor Morandi. He will be speaking on how to integrate at the educational level, as well as his thought on the concept of integration.
Thank you, sir. I'm extremely happy to be here in the YANTRA-2023, where knowledge is disseminated. Especially, I'm so happy to see a very large number of youngsters who are going to take care of the health of the nation. I'm so happy to see all of you. Now, in this post-COVID day, we are thinking about One Health. We are thinking of the health of human being, which cannot be isolated, because it is intimately related to the health of the environment, the animals, and the ocean, and the sea, and the hills. So, we are not an isolated group whose health can be saved. And how we survive. In fact, some bats in Wuhan got something wrong, and people in Bangalore are dying. So this is the reality. And this reality can be contained by knowledge, science, research. And that's why we are all able to sit here without a mask. So knowledge is the most important point. The science is the most important point, and that is seeking truth. Sometime, maybe a few centuries ago, the scientific revolution happened, the industrial revolution happened. That's why the traditional medicine in Europe, which was then called allopathy, got completely transformed into modern medicine with application of the Industrial Revolution 1, Industrial Revolution 2, the chemistry, the biology, the physics, and these things happened. And that's why it invaded the entire world. But then, that's not the end. The Industrial Revolution is continuing. The development is continuing. Now you are in the third, fourth, and even the fifth stage of Industrial Revolution, where even humanism is also becoming part of the Industrial Revolution and science. That's why after second and third Industrial Revolution, we had drugs for hypertension, and these drugs of hypertension were given to everyone, thinking that the BP will come down. But in certain persons, it did not come down. It came down in some people. And in some people, it came down dramatically. So each person is different. And now we realize that each person is different, because we have got slight changes in our genomic structure. Even though we know the human genomic after project, we know that I am different from him and he is different from him, because of there are slight changes. And these changes make difference in medicine. Now people are thinking about personalized medicine. Medicine for me, medicine for him. And that's what Ayurveda said very early. Many years ago, 1,000 years ago, each person needs a separate kind of thinking, separate kind of drugs. Now that gets a scientific basis. What you are is what you eat. That's what it has been said in our traditional knowledge. Now science says, because of the microbiomes in your gut makes what you think. See, microbiome in my gut makes what I think. And now, and science has to be used. And with the use of science only, we can advance. And at the level of science, at the level of scientific level, we have to integrate. That's what I should say. For example, I am a radiologist. So I use my technology. You have seen how the functional imaging shows when you say OM, which part of the brain gets activated using functional MRI, you can know that. So this is the using of science. Using of science, and science has to be truth. So why Ayurveda was the great science 2000 years ago? Because at that time, the highest level of science was available to us. And that science was applied. And with that science, it became a great system. And that science, large part of that science still exists. But then that has been interpreted now using molecular biology, using genomics. So therefore, my submission is that it is time for us to use science, the modern science, and apply to it and show the world. This is science. This is scientific. I have evidence. That's what AIIMS is doing. That's what NIMHANS is doing. So evidence-based, scientific-based medicine, and that is good. It is not an Indian system of medicine. It has to be world system of medicine. Don't say that Indian system of medicine. Why should you be ashamed to say that Indian system of medicine? It has to be the world system of medicine. And why do you say it is world system of medicine? Because evidence-based. Because it is scientific. It has been proven. And that's how we grow. Thank you.
Thank you for touching on the personalized medicine. Now we have our chairman NMC, Dr. Gangadhar. Integration is of course one level, that is the therapy level. But integration has to occur at the education, integration has to occur at the policy level, at different levels. So I would like to request Dr. Gangadhar to speak on integration at different levels of health. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't want you to get delayed for lunch. I will make a few points which would perhaps link all these observations together. Myself and Dr. Shivaram Varamballi wrote a paper about integration, integrative medicine in mental health. And we said that medicine has to be integrated only. Saying integrative medicine would perhaps be unnecessary because medicine has to have an integrated and inclusive way of approach to patient, which is what we have all been saying. Coining a new word would obviously mean that we need to have a new regulatory body, new course, new specialist to teach us, a new teacher, new professor, new college, new patient, new disease. I don't think it's going to happen. So what is going to happen is, what is best to happen is, the medicine that we are practicing has to become an integrated one, which means we are not going to say a new word as integrative medicine. Perhaps medicine, when it becomes in practice integrated, we have achieved what we wanted to achieve as part of this. And the second component which I wanted to say, in our country in particular, which I think Dr. Mohanan did allude to this, and also in the morning Dr. Somnathji also did allude to this, the education should concurrently bring a pride in all of us for the contribution of our country into the system which I am practicing. And if that can happen, integration in our systems would automatically happen. The more pride and more faith and more commitment we have on all these systems, we will automatically start integrating these things together. So coming back from this point of view, when I have to integrate and practice an integrative system of medicine, one of course we need to have, each one need to have an understanding of all these things to a level that is required to put them into practice as a integrative system. So to this, the syllabus perhaps have to be changed, and I'm sure Dr. Dev Pujari and me have manufactured a huge task which we are not going to see it happen at least in our lifetime in the Commission. I am hoping that it happens much faster than what I have been thinking. So firstly, we have to merge our borders. The more we create fences, silos, and this is not going to happen, number one. So when we have to merge them together, administratively and also in a regulatory way also we need to merge together. And that I see is going to be a challenge, because under the health department itself, health services itself, we have as many as about 6 or 7 regulatory bodies regulating each different issue, and so how much we can bring them together to think for a given integrated human being is another challenge that we need to overcome at this point of time. So as a part of integration, developing integration, putting the roadmap going on, some examples have been set in. One of the examples is to develop a certificate course in integrative medicine. The certificate course in integrative medicine, which thanks to Dr. Nagendra ji and of course the team here at NIMHANS, they put together a method in which practitioners of each of these systems, whether Ayurveda or Yoga or allopathy, can get a chance to learn from each other, learn about each other, and see what is that minimum that they can incorporate into their practice, what is that they think in their patients, whether another system would perhaps be a better system or another system would be necessary to be added in both ways. Although the concept of putting together as a mixopathy is the rarest of the rare scenario, more often than not, we would find that a given patient would benefit from another intervention than my system of intervention. So this the certificate course in integrative medicine is one example of how we are going to start human resource where integrative approaches to healthcare start. The second thing that we did was the postdoctoral fellowship in integrative mental health, which we have started. That is, the person who comes with MD in psychiatry will do a fellowship in the integrative medicine department, whereby in addition to what all he has acquired as an allopathic doctor specialist, he will imbibe all these other specialty areas, all these system areas, so that once he or she goes into practice, these things will perhaps get integrated automatically. And similar thing perhaps should happen in centers where other allopathic departments also exist. For example, I am speaking, being a chairman of the National Medical Commission, and the allopathic hospitals are under my control. All I can say is other hospitals where, for example, medicine, pediatrics, gynecology, orthopedics, these departments are there, endocrinology, these things are there. Fellowships for those persons in an integrative medicine department will help them to understand what are all the components of the other systems like Ayurveda and Yoga, or even Siddha for that matter, where they can learn, understand and incorporate into their clinical practice. It is also possible integrating the knowledge into other professionals involved in medical practice. I see nurses as one very strong role in terms of practicing integrative health care. Example, nurses, you can offer courses of, certificate courses of Panchakarma for that matter, or certificate courses or even diploma courses on yoga for the nursing staff, because they got to be with the patients almost round the clock in their service, during which time many of the integrative approaches from these systems are usable in their routine nursing care as well as the health care in particular. Starting courses, the training modules is one part of the integrative approaches that we are going to enrich in the academic centers. The second part is, as has already been alluded to, is integrative research approaches. That is, I bring some of the knowledge, technology and my learning from the basic sciences of modern medicine to approaches in Ayurveda or in yoga for that matter, and to see for a given disease or a given pathology to undo that, reverse that, what approaches in Ayurveda, yoga or other systems are operating, and how that can be explained on the basis of molecular or genetic or physiological or whatever it means. In fact, a lot of examples can be quoted from research that has happened in our country, in our own institute at NIMHANS here, and many other institutes, where we can now perhaps put all the jigsaw puzzle as to how yoga is helping, for example, depression at several levels, from the brain to the endocrine to the molecule and even to the gene expression. We have been able to link together a sequence of events which can now explain why yoga is an antidepressant treatment. It may not be as good as the antidepressant treatment that could be available, or it could even be better for some people. But the point is, understanding the molecular or mechanisms is one very strong foundation which will help in making it an evidence-based approach. And I must thank Dr. Nagendra, who brought science into these traditional methods of treatment. I bow my head because of his encouragement. We all took up scientific research in these traditional approaches. And I'm sure this, if we further it, integration would automatically come in the minds of all scientifically thinking people, not just health people, but also the public. Thank you, sir.
There are many more things to discuss. You want to hold your lunch, we can discuss that during the lunch break or after that. Thank you.
I am Dr. Ramakrishna, Vice Chancellor, Swami Vivekananda Yoganusandhana Samsthan, Bangalore. No doubt, Dr. Gangadhar and all dignitaries made it amply clear that integration has already happened, is happening at the patient level, at the level of the clinicians, at the research level. There is no problem. The problem is with education. For that, unless the two bodies, the chairs who are here, they sit, they finalize, and they come to an understanding and bury the boundaries, integration cannot happen. Why I tell you? Really, the practitioners, they face the problem. Every day, FIR is being filed, cases are registered just by crossing, in spite having knowledge. What is more required is, unless an integrative practitioners board is created and they are legally allowed, everything remains only on the paper. Please clarify this, and all the authorities are here. You should recommend, see that a bill is introduced at the parliament to make this integrative system of medicine a legal system of medicine. Thank you.
You have to understand their limitations. They are not autocratic. By just a rule, they can change the system. They are bound by certain their own laws, rules, committee. It's a long-term approach. It will take a few decades to reach the state. Yeah. Second thing is, it should not also lead to quackery. There is another issue which needs to address that. We can discuss this approach during the lunch time. Thank you.
Cross-party is not the purpose of integration. Integration is you practice your own system and others has to accommodate those things and see that with a respect. And it is for the choice of the patient to approach whether this system or that system. It is not that allopathic doctor prescribe Ayurveda medicine or Ayurveda doctor prescribing allopathic medicine. That is not the purpose of integration, what we are speaking or thinking here. So that should be taken seriously. We should not switch over. Already this issue has been discussed in the first session also. it's not one system person practicing another system. It is understanding and allowing that to happen for the benefit of the patient. That is the concept of integration.
Thank you so much for the entire panelists for making this more interesting. I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to all the panelists and the moderator for making this panel discussion enlightening with an insightful information of knowledge and experiences made us more interesting on this panel discussion of Yantra 2023. So thanks once again for the entire panelists. Can I have a big round of applause for the entire panel for making this an interesting session on Yantra 2023. And it's time for us to have a felicitation. So can I have just sit for 1 minute? Okay, so it's time to have a felicitation for all the panelists. I would like to call upon Dr. Daivik, the Senior Resident of Psychiatry in the Department of Medicine of NIMHANS, to felicitate Dr. D. Nagaraj sir. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Rohit Pandey, the State Conveyor, Mahakaushal, to felicitate Vaidya Jayant D.O. Pujari sir. I would like to call upon Dr. Vairamuthu, State Conveyor, Tamil Nadu, to felicitate Dr. Kaustam Upadhyaya sir. I request Dr. Prasoon Singh, the State Conveyor of Madhya Bharat Pran, to felicitate Dr. H.R. Nagendra sir. I request Dr. Sagar, the Project Associate Yoga, to felicitate Dr. Mohanan Kunnumal sir. I request Dr. Bharvi, the Project Associate GRF, to felicitate Dr. B.N. Gangadhar sir. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That comes to the end of a panel discussion, and we shall break for the lunch now. So I request everybody to assemble by
So request all the ladies and gentlemen and the delegates, please be seated. We shall be starting a session in a few minutes. I request everybody to please settle down fast. We're running out of time already for today's schedule. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I wholeheartedly welcome everyone for this YANTRA-2023, organized by Jigyasa in association with NIMHANS at NIMHANS Convention Center right at Nama Bangalore.
He's gone to madam. I don't know, that's what he thought. Someone is sitting there.
Good evening, doctors and doctrines. Ladies and gentlemen, I grand welcome you all to Jigyasa YANTRA-2023. So we will be starting the session right now, and I request every delegate to be please seated inside the auditorium. And here we go, we will be starting our interactive medicine in clinical care. And first and foremost, I would like to introduce this human being. She has been through the stages of Jigyasa from very birth of Jigyasa. She has been a very impactful person, and she has been a massive role hitter of Jigyasa since ages. And she is a motherhood. She has proven teachers are our second parents. Since the ages, I would like to mentioned so much of the experience with so much of independent theories and so much things. I would like to invite Professor Dr. A. Rajni Nair ma'am, Board of Ethics and Registration, NCISM, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Please ma'am, over to the audience.
Focus illa. Focus illa.
Next, the man who doesn't need an introduction. Each and every delegates over here might be very familiar about this personality. I would like to share my experience with Doctor. 3 years back, one fine morning when I hit to the holistic land of Darshanam Cove, there was so much of people around and there was very hard to stand even. Approximately of 150 OPs morning registered in 9:30 and it was so rushed. I came to the hospital as a bystander of my relative suffering from liver cirrhosis. And when I got into the OP, that was so much crowded with students and patients, and he looked into me, he opened the drawer, he asked my name, what I'm doing, which college you are into. He opened the drawer, he gave me a diary, he was using an ink pen. He gave me the pen and he gave me a chair and he asked me to sit in there and watch what is happening over the OP. When the first case came, it was very spontaneous about his diagnosis and it was very spontaneous about his prescriptions, and I was opening the mouth literally like a small kid looking at what senior people are doing. And from morning 9:30 to 2 o'clock, 150 OPs, he was crackling like nuggets. And 2 o'clock, when he stepped down to the OP hall, and he turned around and he said a word, "Ramjit, be with me from tomorrow. You will be known to the world as a successful clinician." And his words never gone wrong, and I am working hard to be the same. And after 15 days, one fine day OP, there was a patient with pressing complaints and so much of stuffs. I took the case sheet, I went to the doctor. Doctor, here comes the patient. Doctor said, "Ramjit, write this case, do the diagnosis, have your prescription. I will check it and I will correct your prescription." Such way. I just looked at him and I said, "Sir, why? How I can?" Sir said, "Ramjit, near mirror, reflect to the light and reflect it back." Again I said, "Sir, I don't know anything. I'm just 10 days I'm staying with you. How can I do?" Sir said one thing, "Ramjit, you don't want to study. I will study for you." And I don't study from there. He studies and he teaches me. And if I'm getting 10% of anything, that is all because of Dr. Mahadevan. 74 books, 17,000 pages of writings, 7 lakhs cases. Over to you, my godfather, my guru, Dr. L. Mahadevan, sir. Over to the speaker.
Namaskaram, madam. Namaste. Ramjit little exaggerated, I think. Anyhow, he gave a heartful introduction. Those who are giving introduction, the introduction should be proper. I am from Kanyakumari. Kanyakumari and Vivekananda, our family knows. So 150th birthday celebration of Swamiji was planned. The school principal, who was Vada Pragrati, called me, "Mahadevan, you should come and talk about Vivekananda." I usually do. I told, "Sir, I will come. It is a privilege to talk about our Swamiji." Then again and again he called, then I got little irritated and I controlled. So I went to the stage, I sat on the stage. He came to me, "Are you Mr. Mahadevan?" Yes, sir, I am Dr. Mahadevan. People call me Mahadevan. "Are you Mr. Mahadevan?" After 5 minutes. As long as I know, I am Dr. Mahadevan. "Will you talk about Vivekananda?" "Sir, since 6 months you are asking this." Then this fellow went to the stage and told, "Now Swami Vivekananda will talk about Dr. L. Mahadevan." So Ramjit did not do that. My dear friends, Ayurveda is one side growing One side we are getting criticism. Some people call pseudoscience, some people call quackery. They say we need evidence-based practice, science-based practice. Another side, everywhere there is Ayurvedic center. Any fool can open an Ayurveda college. I went to a place, they showed 2-3 Ayurveda colleges. One person was sleeping. They told he is the principal. So many colleges everywhere, I often think why these many colleges are needed. People are not getting jobs, that is one part. Another part, those who have studied well, ethical, clinically strong, moral, make their own medicine. People come to them. I started my career, I am from a small village, undeveloped village. My clinical setup is the smallest setup in the country. Infrastructure does not decide the caliber of the physician. People come from all over the world, we see, we diagnose, we teach. I run a Gurukulam, 19 students are living with me. They eat the same food I eat. I give 10 to 15,000 rupees stipend to them and teach. Morning 4 o'clock, 2:30 I get up. I study Ayurveda. Afternoon I study Siddha. Night I study Adams and Harris. Since 20 years, there are days where I have not met my wife, but I have always slept with Harrison. Don't mistake me in other sense. Because one day, my professor introduced me. Mahadevan is very strong in bedside medicine. Then I told him, Professor, Mahadevan is very strong in bedside clinical medicine. Like that you should tell. So, collar mic, collar mic or hand mic. So I thought of talking integration. So I wrote a book, Charaka meets Davidson. After reading Charaka Samhita, Brihatrayi, reading Harrison and Davidson, it took 8 to 9 years for me to complete Harrison one round. Then I marked, whatever I marked, I started reading again. Charaka I read when I was examining, when I was studying. Mike Budapa. Studying. Mike Lamla Nadakade. Thank you. Hello. Mike should be a Mike is like a good wife. Next. Soumya Agneyam Jagat. I will introduce. I will talk about Guna. I will talk about comparison. Enter into the neurology and psychiatry. Ayurvedic perspective. Next one, great person, Naragiri sir is going to talk. 2:25 I have started, sir. 3:25 remind me. Previous slide. Surya and Soma. Artavam denotes woman. Shukram, men. Estrogen, woman. Shukram, men. Ushna Snigdam, woman. Shida Snigdam, men. Shida Snigdam, white. Ushna Snigdam, red. That is why in South India, in Tamil Nadu, in the temple they paint red and white. Shiva Sakta Yukto Yadibhavadi Sakta Pravavidam. So Surya Sakta. Vada Kafam is Shidam. For Vada there is Rasa Maduramala Lavanam. Pitta Titta Kashaya Maduram. Kafam Kaduditta Kashayam. Vada Vittam Maduram. Pitta Kafam Titta Kashayam. Vada Kafam, there is no Rasa, there is only Virya. LV dysfunction, Parkinson's disease, stroke due to infarction, All Vada Kapha we give Dhanananayanaadi, Rasonadi, Kasturi, Tambulaswarasam, Dibanjamuladi Vasti. All Vada Kaphagara in nature. They are Shida. Pittam is Ushna. Saragunam of Pittam. Dravagunam of Pittam. One person asked me, do you have concept of electrolytes in Ayurveda? I talked about Krishna Jigyasa, Adhisara Jigyasa, and elaborated Dravagunam, Saragunam of Pitta, and I told how to interpret sodium and potassium through principles of Ayurveda. Now Swedanam and Grahi, Vada, I told Kaphavada. Kaphavadam is different, Vada Kapham is different. Vada Pittam is different, Pitta Vadam is different. Pitta Kapham is different, Kapha Pittam is different. Vada Kapham is different, Kapha Vadam is different. Vada Pittam gastritis, Pitta Vadam vertigo, Pitta Kapham herpes zoster, Kapha Pittam eczema, Vada Kapham LV dysfunction, Kapha Vadam bronchial asthma, Vada Pittam Vidaryadi, Pitta Vadam Drakshadi, Pitta Kapham Guduchiyadi, Kapha Pittam Trayandyadi, Vada Kapham Ashtavarkam, Kapha Vadam Dasamulodakare. Doshani Vigalpane, Vigalpamana, Vigalpayanti, Vigara, Idi Sarva Vigara, Vigada, Bava, Bava, Prativijay, Abhinirvirtigi, Bhavantigedi Ittintana. Doshani Nana Vida Dushti Dushtera, Pragritava, Vaikritava, Anubandha Rubova, Ekasova, Dushova, Trishova, Samastova, Anisa, Bhavairva, Rukshadivigi, Doshaki Vigalpane, Vigalpamana, Vigalpayanti, Vigara, Idi Sarva Vigara, Vigada, Bava, Bava, Prativijay, Abhinirvirtigi, Bhavantigedi Ittintana. Madhavanidhanam, Madhukosha Vyakhyanam, chapter number 1. Now, Swedana and Grahi. Grahi is different, Stambanam is different. Ashtachurnam Grahi, Pushyanigam Stambanam. Grahi works on Malavaga Srodas, Stambanam Raktavaga Srodas. So, Grahi is Kadurasam, Stambanam is Kashayarasam. Langanam, Brahmanam. Amlam, Lavanam, Kadurasa. For Pitta, Madhura Pitta Kashayam. Kevala Pittam, Tiktam, Jaram, Guduchiyadi, Kaphanabandha Pittam, Arakvadadi, Eczema, Vadanabandha Pittam, Vertigo, Maduram, Drakshadi, Kashaya Tikta Maduram, Pittamanyadu Gurvati. Tiktam, Kevala Pittam, Kashayam, Kaphanabandha Pittam, Maduram, Vadanabandha Pittam. See that? It's like mathematics. It's like mathematics. You will enjoy this. Everything is easy, difficult. Tridosham is simple. If you have a good teacher, Tridosham is the most enjoyable thing in the world. And it will take you to realization, to higher consciousness also. Next. Guru Guna, obesity, metabolic syndrome, diabetes, myxedema, metabolic syndrome, Lord Ganapati, Gajananam Bhuta Ganadi Sevidam Kapitta Jambu Palasara Bhakshidam. Ganapati is obese. Central adiposity is there. He is a huge man. What is the fruit Naivedyam? Kapittam Jambu. Glycemic index is 22 and 23. So, even in Naivedya there is Vada Pitta Kapha. Our country is called Bharata. Bhavam, Ragam, Talam. Bhavam, expression, Kapha. Ragam, emotion, Pitta. Talam, rhythm, loved up, atrial fibrillation, Vayu. Test match is Kapha. One day is Pitta. 2020 is Vada. One day they last. 2020 they win. Vada won the match. Pittam lost the match. See? Vada only yoga won. That's why they won yesterday. Hyperthyroidism, hyperhidrosis, weight loss, insulin. Insulin is a kapha hormone, glucagon is a pitta hormone, stomatostatin is a vada hormone. Hormones are expressions of Dhatu Agnis. My dear students, whether hormones are told in Ayurveda, whether cell is told in Ayurveda, you take a cell, nucleus is vada, protoplasm is kapha, mitochondria is pitta. Likewise, if you take all these hormones, once you enter into the Charaka Samhita, Ashtavan Indidiyam Adhyayam, Adhisthulam, Adhikrisvam. anterior pituitary, thyroid, cortisol. Cushing's. Adi stoolam, adi grishvam. Addison's disease, hyperthyroidism. Adi romam, aromam. Hypogonadism, hirsutism, polycystic ovarian syndrome. Adi dirgham, adi hirsutism. Long, dwarfism. So central hormones he told, then peripheral. Adi Shvedan, Adi Krishnan. Melanin, hypersecretion, hyposecretion. So Charaga told anterior pituitary, thyroid, adrenal cortex, testes, ovary, skin, cutaneous, melanin. Tell one hormone that is missed by Charaga. Charaga missed calcitonin, parathyroid. Why he missed? It comes in Sarabhusha. I will tell, that is not the topic today. I have to talk about psychiatry. Next. See the angina, Raynaud's phenomenon, influenza, facial palsy, acute coronary syndrome, chills and rigor. Ushnam, hyperpyrexia, erythema nodosum, conjunctivitis, aphthous ulcer, duodenal ulcer, ulcerative colitis. Ulcerative colitis. Pakvasayam is Vadasthana. Ulcer is Pitta. Vada Pitta Samana. Madhura Rasa. Madhura is not Vranarovana. You have to give Kashaya Rasa. Negrodari. Because of Kashaya Rasa, Vada increased. You give Eshti Madhu. Kashaya, Madhura Rasa. Then you give enema with coconut oil. Now we are doing a program on inflammatory bowel disease with coconut oil Vasti. Amazing results. Fecal cow protectin we are checking. Next. Next slide. Snigdam, cholesterol. Snigdam is very important. Pittam is snigdam, kapham is snigdam, rasam is snigdam, raktam is snigdam, mamsam is snigdam, shukram is snigdam, ojas is snigdam, everything is snigdam. If you want to write a love letter, sneham ulla kavida, you will not write ruksham ulla kavida. It will be a love failure. I was in love with an Ayurvedic girl when I was a my God, I love you. So she told, Madam, that is a wonderful idea. But do you think two beggars can live together? Because we both did not have job. Now she is also fine, I am also fine. This is perfect. Don't think the joke alone. Understand the content. Memory loss. Memory has recording, retaining, recalling. Recording kapha, retaining pitta, recalling vayu. Kapha pradhanya memory loss. You have Lewy body dementias. Kaphajam. So frontal lobe is vada, temporoparietal is kapha, occipital is pitta. You have Parkinson dementia, Lewy body dementia which is Parkinsonism. You get that. Frontotemporal dementia, Prions disease, Pick's disease, we see from foreign countries. Then Alzheimer's, very common. Alzheimer's very common. Then there are other dementias also. The treatable causes of dementias, beetle, hypothyroidism, demyelinating causes, some other drug-induced antidepressants, anti-epileptics. So these are all dushivshas, Ayurvedically. Memory is a very important thing. Sometimes we forget, everybody forget. That is called mild cognitive impairment. So the dravyas are called medhya dravyas. My dear students, in apasmaram, unmadam, budagragam, tattva, adatva vinivesham, all the manorogas, single kashayam is not mentioned. Brahmi Drakshadi is mentioned, 14th century, Sahasra Yogam, Madhyam. Samjna Stavana Ganam is mentioned, Charagam, Sutram, 4th chapter. So, Acharyas told 23 kridas in manorogas, 23 in total. Panchagavyam alone, apasmaram, all unmadam. Unmadam contraindicated for Vasti. So in unmadam, Chedasam, Mahachedasam, Hindu Sauvarchaladi, Lasunadi, Kalyanagam, Mahakalyanagam, Saraswatam, Mahasaraswatam, all the spectrum of these. Now they say anything which is fat soluble alone will cause blood-brain barrier. Acharyas didn't know that. But not even a single kashayam is mentioned. All gridas are mentioned. See the idea behind that. And when the Charaga talks about diseases, first he talks about Nagaveda. Negamis Achedanam. 27 neurological diseases, 1 pulmonology, 1 endocrinology. Then he comes Anavastita Chittatvam, cyclothymic personality, bipolar personality disorder. Behind that, Anavastita Chittatvam is the 80th, in total 81, 80th. Sakasartir Shabhusha. So that is the beauty, constipation. Some people have constipation of thought and diarrhea of words. We call it Wernicke's aphasia. Osteoarthritis, osteoporosis. This is not our area. Next. Delayed milestone, mental retardation, Sakata Ulmadam, AV block, all Mandaguna, diabetic gastroparesis, Mudavadam, Mudavada Anulomanam, Dadimadikradam, Mudavada Anulomanam, Talisabatradi. Talisabatradi, Mudavadam. Mudavadam means Kafanabandavadam. Then hypothyroidism, autoimmune diseases. Dadu Paga, Ojo Visramsa are autoimmune diseases. There are Dadu Vritti, Dadu Kshaya, Dadu Paga, Dadu Dushti, Dadu Saidilya, Dadu Asamahatva, Dadu Astiratva. 7 Dadu Dushtis are there. Dadu Vritti, obesity. Dadu Kshaya, TB. Dadu Dushti, Grahani. Dadu Bhagam, ITP, Raktamiktam. Dadu Saidilyam, Prameham. Dadu Asamagatvam, Shokam. Dadu Astiratvam, Unmadam, psychosis. Charaga uses the word Dadu Astiratvam. When Unmadam, schizophrenia, psychosis is reversed, Dadu Charaga uses the word Prakriti Stiratvam. Beautiful. Prakriti Stiratvam. All these Gragarogas, all mostly personality disorders. All these Gragas, demyelination, developmental anomalies, congenital anomalies, and in the Sattva Prakriti, Rishi Prakriti, Varana Prakriti, you get so many personality disorders. Next. Vadam is Ruksha Shidam, Kapam is Snigdha Shidam, Vadam is Avadarpana Shidam, Kapam is Sandarpana Shidam, Vadam is Chayadanya Shidam, Varshat Shidam, Vidaryadikridam. Bala is Vadasamanam, Rasna is Vadasamanam, Madhurarasam, Madhuravibhagam, Sidaviryam, Gurusnigdavanam, Vadavittasamanam, Bala. Tiktagadarasam, Ushnaviryam, Kapavadasamanam, Rasna. Avaranam, Rasna. Dadukshayam, Bala. Uyamman, Rasna. Yellamman, Bala. Yellamman, wasting, fasciculation, absent reflux is equal to Dadukshayam. Dadukshayam, Madhurarasam. Madhurarasam, Bala. Avaranam, quick, Uyamman. Spasticity, Kavanubandavada, Rasa, Kadurasa, Vata Kapa, no Rasa available, Rasa. See this? Both are Vata. Amazing. Next slide. Coffee and tea. Hara Chala. Chalai Vade, Chale Chitte, Nischale, Nischalam Bave. The respiratory rate of monkey is 32. The respiratory rate of human being is 16. Respiratory rate of elephant is 8. Respiratory rate of tortoise is 3. Tortoise lives for 300 years. The tortoise which my grandfather had in the well, till now I am also saying my grandfather gone. Tortoise is there. So psycho-neuro-endocrinal pathways, Chala Guna. Chala, I am here. Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Asamsayam ki Mahabaho Mano Durnigraham Chala. Mano Durnigraham Chala. Abhyasena. Then motility issues. Saram. Adi Saranam. Adyantara Saranam. Budamarka Bahudrava Saranam. Next. All these Rudus are Gunas. 6 Gunas. 6 Rudus. 6 Gunas are converted into 6 Upakramas. They are Shakvita Upakramas. 6 Upakramas are edited into 2 Upakramas, considering men and women, Lagu and Guru, Shidam and Ushna. So this, if I go on this, elaborate. Hemandam, Shida Snigdam Agneyam. Shida Snigdam Agneyam, when Nama comes Jara. Sharad Ushna Tishnam, the last chapter, Ushna Tishna, Sharad Rudu, that is Vadarakta. Guna starts with Jara, Guna ends with Vadarakta. Dadu Vichurnidam. After Vadarakta, no Jigyasa sthana, Rasayana starts. Lava upayogi sastanam, doshadinam rasayanam is not told. Rasadinam rasayanam. Vadarakta chapter ends. Sharadulu, Ushna Tishnam chapter ends. Dhadu Pakam. Dhadu Pakam is autoimmunity. We talk about autoimmunity. Either they call idiopathy, idi of the pati, or autoimmunity. If you don't know autoimmunity, that is become a trend. Even I call many things autoimmunity. Many wives are autoimmune to husbands. Next. Not my wife. She told, you are going to talk about same Prakriti. I am going for all. Okay, you go, that's better. I will be talking without fear. Deepana, Pachana. Deepana, Adravya. Pachana, Dravya. Deepanam, Snigdam. Pajanam, Ruksham. Kirdam, Deepanam. Musta, Pajanam. Next. Snegameva, Param Vidya, Durbala, Nala Deepanam. Next slide. Time is not there. Trahi, next slide. Sofagnam, Mutralam. Sofagnam, Tiktarasa. Left ventricular hypertrophy, pulmonary edema, Sofagnam, Dasamulam, Punarnava. Mutralam. Madurarasam, Madhuravagam, Sidavarium, Bokshuram, Sadavari, coconut water, Ikshu, Dharma, Trinabanjamulam. Trinabanjamulam is told in Madhuraskanda. Mental, Medya Dravyas are told in Tikkaskanda. Medya, psychiatry, Tikkaskanda, not Madhuraskanda. So, Mutralam is different, Sofagnam is different. Hypothyroidism, Sofagnam. Polyuric renal failure, Mutralam. Next. Brahmanam Langanam, you know, next. Koshtam, Siravilvadi, Sushkarshas. Sagam, Balavuduchyadi, Udardam. Madhyamam, Dhanana Nayanadi, Ardidam. Next. Koshta Sagam, Amruda Shadangam, Visarpo, Vesiculobullus. Saga Madhyamam, Ukuliditagam, Gridrasi, demyelination. Sciatica. Koshta Madhyamam, Varunadi, Sanivada Arbudam. Next. You see, Gulma Jigyasa. Gulma Jigyasa stops. Gulma Jigyasa means Churna, Vadakapagaram. Ashta Churnam, understand very carefully, very important point. All your focus should be here. Ashta Churnam, Vaishwanaram, Hinguvajadi, Chardulam, Narajam, Bhaskar Lavanam, Ingutriganam, Lashuna Kshiravagam, Dandi Haridegi, Valladaga Kridam, Agadachar. Chapter ends. Simple gas, non-ulcer dyspepsia, gastric ulcer, duodenal ulcer, polyps of duodenum, large intestinal mass, large intestinal benign mass, large intestine cancer, metastasis large intestine. Harrison, this is Arthangi. See, Pavadana Rogastina Vibandasti Kasana, they would have told Balladagam in the first line and finished the chapter. They didn't do. They told Samadarana Ridabhyam Ashtago Hinduvaga. Astajurnam was told. That's why I have written. Astajurnam, Hingojadi, Astajurnam, gas abdomen, ulcer dyspepsia, laxative spastic colon, Virejanam Nagadandi, Chardulam, Abushadi Gridam, duodenal ulcer. Next. Dadida Gridam, Lashuna Gridam, Nilni Gridam. Next. Simple gas, non-ulcer dyspepsia, esophagitis, gastric ulcer, small bowel mass, non-cancerous mass, large bowel cancer, metastasis, Agadaksharam, Balladagagradam is told. Balladagradam is not told, 172 slokas. Balladagradam comes under the 165th or 165th sloka. Amazing. Amazing. People say this is pseudoscience. Because we do not express in a language which is understandable to the society. You go and tell sloka there. You don't tell sloka in the oral. I went to an examiner. In my life I have never failed anybody. Because my guru didn't fail me. I asked him, what is the main ingredient of Savanaprasam? What is the main ingredient of Savanaprasam? He told Savana. I asked him, so many seeds, how will you fry? Not too easily we can. Like that they answered. What is Prakriti? What is Vikriti? What is Aham? Internal told, sir, ask something easy. Who is the father of nation? Rahul Gandhi. Please. Then internal told, sir, Gandhi, 50% correct. Give marks. Next slide. Vada is positive, prakritam, active, negative, anxious. When Vada is positive, creative, negative, depressed. When Vada is active, friendly, then it will become insecure. Vada is inspired, restless. Vada is flexible, unstable. When Kapha Prakriti marries a Vada lady, Vada will get up by 4 o'clock, Kapha will get up by 1 o'clock, will get coffee, tea problem, and all will diverse. One fellow loved a girl. Kapha fellow went, I love with you, I am in love with you. I don't love. It's okay. Pitta, I love, you love, they marry. Vada want to tell, doesn't want. Doesn't want to tell, doesn't want. After a few years, this girl came with a child. Come for my child's birthday. So, my dear students, there are 14 Vegas. The first Vega starts with motion. Last Vegam is Nidra. You take Gray's Anatomy, write down the Vegas. All the 14 Vegas synchronizes with the autonomic, sympathetic, parasympathetic ganglions of the 14 Vegas. That is why Veganadare. Udiranam Gadimadam Udiranam Gadikra, Sevanam Sanadanam Narinam Adisevanam, Karmagala Divadasya Vidyarambasya Karmanam, Vinyasara Lobasya Budhyanam Abhigarshanam, Prajnaparadam Janiyat Sarvadosha Prabhav. Prajnaparada. Instead of para, it moves towards apara. One fellow was standing in a park. One fellow was standing in the park. Usually I take 3-4 hours class. What to do? One fellow was standing in the park. One BMS student came. He was smoking cigarette. His guru. Guru was very sad. On seeing me, this fellow smoked in front of me. So he went and stood behind one tree. Some Ayurveda, Rachanasana, Professor, Kriyas, are like me, Mahadeva, Rajan. Then the student's BMS father came. He removed it. Guru happy. Guru went to the Shishya, Namaste. He told Namaste. He told Namaste and told, you are great. Mada, Pida, Guru, Devam. Mada is a Devam, Pida is a Devam, Guru is a Devam, Devam is a Devam. Mada tells Pida. Guru comes there. So no problem. No problem. You didn't respect me. It's okay. No BMS students respect lecturers. That's okay. But you respected your father. You removed the cigarette and kept it back. No, sir, not respect. You will ask cigarette. Next. Pitta, knowledgeable. Kapha, critical. Pitta, decisive. Kapha, Pitta, angry. Prakrita, Vaikrita. Ambitious, envious, discriminative, jealous, logical, irritable. Next. These and all I can talk and talk and talk. Kapha, peaceful, lazy, loving, greedy. Greedy. Rasa, tamo yukta, kapha, rasadadu. Greedy. Another Punjabi name would do or compassionate, moderate, caring, exclusive. Next. Now, Charagam is dead. Now only I am entering into the subject. Okay. When Vada is affecting the Rasa, angina pectoris. Vada in Rakta, hypertension. Vada in Mamsa, fibromyalgia. Vada in Medas, weight loss. Vada in Asti, osteoporosis. Vada in Majja, demyelination, seizures, CDA. The CDA, seizures. Vada Pradhanya Apasmaram, tonic-clonic epilepsy. There are 3 waves in EEG. Inhibitory, excitatory, modulatory. Excitatory Pitta, inhibitory Kapha, modulatory Vada. When there is a tonic-clonic epilepsy, that is Vadaja. Drakshadi Kashayam, Kalyanaga Grudam, Mustadi Radhayapanavasti, Lakshadi Dailam, Yaksharakshasa Budagnam. If it is a temporal lobe epilepsy, that is a Pitta Basmaram, where you come Brahmi Drakshadi, Ashtadasha Kushmanda Gradam, Arugaladi Dailam, Ksheerabala Nasyam. If it is a Kababasmaram like Petit Mal, Jacksonian, Akinetic, Panchagavyam, Saraswada Arishtam, Saraswada Churnam, Vaja. So centrally acting drugs, Vadasamana centrally acting drugs, Pittasamana centrally acting drugs, Kaphasamana centrally acting drugs. Grida, Yashtimadu, Guduchi, Swarnabasmam, Vadasamanam Medium, anxiety neurosis. Pittasamanam Medium, mania, bipolar type 1. Yashtimadu, Gridam, Pravala Pishti, Rajata Puspam, Kushmanda. Kaphasamanam Medium, depression, Vacha, Jodishmadi, Rudraksham, Tippali, Gomutra Haridiki, Tikshanasyam, Abamarkam, Pratyap Pushpi, Shiro Virechana Nam Sreshtam, Shiro Virechaniya Ganam of Charaka. So this is CVA. Then Svadam in Shukram, premature ejaculation. Next. Pittam in Rasam, SLE. Pittam in Rattam, immune thrombocytopenic purpura. Idiopathic name is changing. Pittam in Mansam, fibromyositis. Pittam in Medas, thyroiditis. Pittam in Asti, osteomyelitis. Pittam in Majja, multiple sclerosis. Pittam in Supra, anti-sperm antibody. Next. Kapham in Rasa, metabolic syndrome. Kapham in Ratta, nutritional anemia. There are two anemias. Charagas anemia and Susrudas anemia. Susruda anemia is Rathabandu. Charagas Pandu is Rathabandu. Rathabandu is metabolic anemia. Raktabandu is hemolytic anemia. Rathabandu Kadadasa. Punarnavadi Kashayam with Gomutra Haridegi. Raktabandu Tiktarasa. Vasa Guduchadi with Dadimadi. See that? Next. Now I am coming to the Guna. First Dosha, then Guna, then Dvanda, then Sannibada. Either you will become a genius or you will become a mental. Vadam, Ruksha Gunam of Vada in Rasa, lichen planus. Lagu Gunam of Vada in Rasa, labyrinthine vertigo. See the Gunam of Vada in Rasa. Damani Pratichayo, Damani Upalebaha. Not that. See the Dvesho, Anubasayo, Damani Anguli Sandinam Sangojam. See the Dvesho, Anubasayo, Renax. Karam in Rasa, interstitial lung disease, post-corona, ILD, cystic fibrosis, Sukshmam, pervasive developmental anomalies, Sukshma Gunam. Then Chalam of Rasa, bipolar. Next. Snegam of Rasa, fever of infective origin, Tishnam of Rasa in Pitta, duodenal ulcer, Ushnam of Pitta, Rasa, gastritis, Lagu, hyperthyroidism, Visram, bioderma, gangrionosum, Saram, increased gastrocolic reflux as you see in IBS. Dravam, Rasa, electrolyte imbalance. Next. Raktam, Sukshmam, coagulation. Pittanubandhavada in Raktam, bleeding. Kaphanubandhavada in Raktam, clotting. Abhishandi, Brahmadi. Dadi is Abhishandi, Maricham is Pramadi. Maricham is the antidote for Dadi. You see, Dadi is the yoni. You select Grida. Antidote of Grida is Taka. Tilam is the yoni. You select Taila, bring Taila. Then Punyaka. Tailam is Nigda, Punyakam is Ruksha. Gridam is Nigda, Takram is Ruksha. One yoni, two dravyas, two gunas, won't become the antidote for other. That is why Takrabanam is useful in fatty liver, because fatty liver is a self-created snega vabar. Understand that? This is allopathy doctor cannot understand this. And don't make them to understand. Whatever possible you tell, Vada Pandu, leukemia, Pitta Pandu, hemolytic, Kapha Pandu, nutritional, B12 deficiency, folic acid deficiency. These and all you explain. Don't go and tell, don't translate Majja into marrow, Shukram into semen. They will ask from marrow, how will Shukram come? Better don't give to them, they will keep quiet and do it. That's the case of Parva. Next. Pittam, Snegam, allergic vasculitis. Tikshnam of Pitta in Ratta, autoimmune. Ushnam of Pitta in Ratta, gout. Lagu of Pitta in Ratta, syncope. Visram of Pitta in Ratta, septicemia. Sarama Pitta in Ratha, dysfunctional uterine bleeding. Dravama Pitta in Ratha, epistaxis. Next. Now it is very tough, my dear students. Very, 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 very tough. Come with me. You will be enlightened. Come with me. My 22 years of work, I am giving you in a juice form. Juice. Guna. Ruksha Gunam. Adipravarti in Rasam, lichen planners. Apravarti in Rasam, LV dysfunction. Sangam in Rasam, AV block. Vimarka Gamanam in Rasam, mitral regurgitation. See, Charaga and Harrison say, only thing you didn't study well. You didn't work hard. You did not get a proper guru. Lagu, tinnitus. Adipravarti of Lagu in Rasam, tinnitus. Apravarti of Lagu in Rasam, sensory neural deafness. Lagu, Sangam, vertical syncope, vasovagal attacks. Lagu, Vimarga Gamanam, atrial flutter, sawtooth-like appearance in ECG. Next. Then, coming to the 2. First I finished. Vada Pitta, Kapha finished in Dadu. Now, Vada Pitta, double. Vada Pitta in Rasam, vertigo. Pitta Vada in Rasam, ulcer. Pitta Kapha in Rasam, emphysema. Kapha Pittam in Rasam, weeping eczema. Vada Kapham in Rasam, TIA. Kapha Vadam in Rasam, bronchial asthma. In everything, there is Adipravarti, Apravarti, Sangam. This is what I teach my students. Primary idiopathic thrombocytopenic purpura. Ushna Gunavirti, Trishna Gunavirti of Pitta in Rasarakta Dadu. Pitta Kashaya Dravyas. Vasa Guduchadi. Trivurtilegam Virejanam. Madhu Etiadi. Vasa Sorasam 25 ml BD. Vasa Sorasam, that's it. 1 minute. 30 seconds diagnosis. 30 seconds treatment. Ask these fellows. 20,000 students I have trained through net and other things. All stay with me. I allow them to question me. I tell the bad students from worst college here. Many colleges do not have. You have tried everything in this life. Come and stay with me for 4 months. Whatever you have studied, like chappal, you put it outside and come to my consultation room. In 4 months, I will change your cortex clay into gold. If that is not happening, question me. Because it is not ego. It is not ego. This is confidence, my Guru Anugrah. When I cried in front of my Guru, he was quoting slokas after slokas. I asked him, sir, tell me a simple book which I can survive. Do some Pichal Narakiri and eat. Because family is suffering. I am unable to study like you. I am unable to quote like you. You are going on quoting in a Paurnami day, reception preparation. Quoting. Rasa Tarangani, Rasa Kamadenu, Rasa Chudamani, Rasa Paddhati. I lost hope and I was crying. Madhavan, why do you cry, sir? How come, sir, this is? Tell some simple Tell me, Ramjit? Hey, you come, sir. What do you know? When you are coming from the upstairs, my Guru touched like this. Madhavan, what did you ask? Which book I should study for survival? He took a deep breath. Told him, Mahadevan, you don't have to study anything. Already I have studied. You just follow me. That is why I am talking, you are hearing. Which Guru in this world has told? After 20 years I have told these Ramjit and all many students, those who cannot study at all, I told I will study for you. You eat 3 times a day, sleep well, but be with me. Sleep, when I be with me, sleep. Then I will tell you what is rapid eye movement sleep, Nidra has sleep, brave, Kava Pradhani Nidra, Pitta Pradhani Nidra, Vada Pradhani Nidra. Next slide. Mamsam, infective bursitis, polymyositis. Next slide. Vada diseases. Vada in Rasa, neurology, wasting disorders, benign essential tremors. Rasa pradhanya tremor is essential tremor. Chala of Vada in Majja is Parkinson, cerebellar, Huntington's tremor. Anxiety tremor, Vada, Tintyanam te adichintanat rasaha sampratushat. Prajna, cognition. Benign fasciculations. MND, Gambhira, respiratory, hyperventilation. My dear students, all the diseases are classified based on Vada. In neurological sense, Vada is dopamine, acetylcholine, Pittam is serotonin, Kapha is GABA. Acceleration, brake, clutch. Acceleration is Vada, brake is Kapha, clutch is Pitta. Pasu, Padi, Pasam in Siddha, Vada, Pitta, Kapha. Father, Son, Holy Ghost in Christianity, Vada, Pitta, Kapha. You tell, you prove it. Don't know, allopathy talk. I told I have other works to do, sir. Madhura Rasa, Guru Gunam, Manda Gunam, Sama Shidoshnam, Snigdam, Ruksham. See, this is the principle. This principle, the Madhuram, Snigdam, Guru Gunam, applies to 73 diseases. 73 diseases. You see, Vidaryadi Madhuram, Drakshadi Madhuram, Gridavanam, Madhuram, Abhyangam, Madhuram, Yavanavasti, Madhuram, Ushmandam, Madhuram, Shavanaprasam, Madhuram, Sarpirkuda Madhuram, Shavanaprasam. When I was a student, my mother used to make Shavanaprasam and send it to me because I was giving Vasti. She thought Vasti is an open heart surgery. My son will be very tired. So through bus, at that time bus, no train and all. Nagargol to Chennai bus, she is a Vaidya. Not qualified, but Vaidya, from my grandfather. Beautiful, amazing Vaidya. So in this life, I have taken allopathy. She doesn't take allopathy. Till now, she doesn't touch allopathy. I didn't do that. After taking Jura, 182 slogas, I told students, I have given all the Vyakhyanas. But there is one thing I have not told, which is Kadurasam, Tiktarasam, Kadurvagam, Ushnaviryam, Kapavadagaram, Sulaknam, Amavajanam, Jwaragaram. That is paracetamol. So, next slide. Actually, sometimes I feel in the night why our medicines are not quickly effective. Itching, vomiting, fever. Bhagavan has given only this much. Though this Shavanaprasam, my mother used to send Shavanaprasam. Venkatramana Ayurveda College, nothing was there, ragging was there. But my roommate used to take bread, apply Shavanaprasam, keep it over another bread, and eat it with Shavanaprasam. 1 bottle over, 2 bottle over, 3 bottle over, 4 bottle over. One day he started vomiting urine. I went to Madras Medical College taking the urine sample. Madras Medical College, one day 10,000 urine samples come. 10,000. I gave the urine sample. Evening result came. Pregnant. No, wait. That is not the problem. I am the roommate. So, Vada Baba, in cardiology, palpitation, external dyspnea, mitral valve collapse, premature atrial contraction, premature ventricular contraction, rhythm abnormalities. All the rhythm abnormalities are Vada, Sthira Kashayam. All the endocarditis are Pitta. Ischemic heart disease and LV dysfunction are Kapha. So, my dear students, so this Madhurarasam Gurumanda Gunam is very effective. Next, Pitta Pragovam in Rasam, vasculitis, discard lupus, temporal arthritis, gastric esophagitis, reflux esophagitis, hypermania, myocarditis. Tiktarasam, Sidaviryam, Rukshagunam, Guduchadi, Manjishtadi, Sonidamradam, Kaisora Pravala Vishti. Recently, I have found, I have to tell the truth because I am not afraid of anybody. I am a guru and I have to tell. I have documented drug-induced hepatotoxicity in Ayurveda. You believe it or not, immune modulated auto idiosyncrasy effect, Guduchi, Manjishta, Google. I have documented evidence. Maybe due to adulteration, contamination, lead toxicity, we have to work and correct it. And I am working on that. I work with 2 qualified gastroenterologists. All these elevated SCOT, cholestasis, I take total IgG, antimitochondrial antibody, ANA profile, LKM antibody, anti-smooth muscle antibody, if needed biopsy. In some biopsies, we don't get any reasons. 80% of the cases, they are smooth muscle antibody positive. Other cases, all are women. All are rheumatoid SLE patient. No men is recorded. No stroke recorded. No OA recorded. No IVDP recorded. Autoimmune cases, immunomodulatory and immunosuppressive drugs, there is a selection criteria confusion. You may be angry with me. Madhavan should not have. Because I don't have to impress anybody in my life. எனக்கு நீ ஒருத்தனை நிறைவு பண்ணணும், பேர் வாங்கணும், புகழ் வாங்கணும், நீங்க கை தட்டணும்னு எனக்கு ஆசை கிடையாது. எனக்கு எதுவுமே வேண்டாம். என்னை விட்டுடுங்கன்னு நான் சொல்றேன். I live in a remote village in a small hut in Darsanangoppa, Kanyakumari district, an underdeveloped village. If you want, you come and see me. I don't know. But this is what it is. It must be corrected. It will be corrected. The system cannot be static. Effect, side effect. What is the big thing in side effect? You accept it and correct it. Do LFT once in a while. Every 3 weeks, do LFT in all autoimmune conditions. Do creatinine. Check microalbumin. What is the big deal? Heyam dukkham anagadam Patanjali. The pain which is yet to be experienced can be intellectually prevented. Patanjali. Yoga Sutra. Next. Kavapragobam and Rasadadu. Metabolic syndrome, obesity, depression, alcoholism, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. Very common. Fatty liver is kapha, hepatitis is pitta, fibrosis is vada. Fatty liver tippali, hepatitis guduchi, fibrosis draksha. My dear students, all your concentration here. Mahaswasam, Chinnaswasam, Tamakaswasam, Pradhamakaswasam, Santamakaswasam, Urdhvaswasam, Kshutraswasam. It is not dosha, it is avastha. Cortical organ, acute respiratory distress, death. Chinnaswasam, medullary injury, one eye red in color, ipsilateral palsy with contralateral hemiplegia with respiratory distress. Tamakaswasam, prangilasma. Santagasmasam, Tamagaswasam with syncope, Prathamagam, Tamagaswasam with fever, infection, bronchitis. Kshutraswasam, hyperventilation. Mana, mind. Cortical, subcortical, respiratory, functional, mind. Harrison, same class. Mahaswasam, Chinnaswasam, no treatment available. Because of Sadhya. It is not known, it's not allowed. Tamagaya Virajana only starts. Next slide. 10 minutes. Vada Kobam in Rakta. Next. Vadam, catalyst, Pitta tissue acidic, Kapam alkaline. When I went to America, they asked me, sir, you are telling Pittam whether it is acidic or alkaline. They asked me, all allopathic doctors. Immediately my Guru Sadguru Jnanananda's blessings came. I told, Vadanavanda Vittam acidic, Kavanavanda Vittam alkaline. Adijambari. 1 second. Now what is in no. Guru, Sadguru Jnanananda Kripa. Nadapuram Dakshinamurti Swami Kripa. 1 second like a year center, American center, Swami Dayananda Saraswati took me there. Now I told I won't come. Cycle because it's far away, boss. Very Atlantic Ocean, you went to go. Vadam, enthusiastic, Pitta, fiery, Kapha, calm. Vadam, general physique, lean, muscular, heavy. Next. One obese person came to me. I want to reduce weight. I told him, night you drink 1 glass of oats. Guru Apadarpana. 1 glass of oats. Before food or after food? Vada tachycardia, Pitta hypervolemic, Kapha bradycardia, Vada hyperthyroidism, Pitta thyroiditis, Kapha hypothyroidism, Vada spastic colon, Pitta ulcerative colitis, Kapha celiac disease, tissue transglutaminase antibody positive, Kapha grahani, Vada abdominal colic, Pitta GERD, Kapha non-ulcer dyspepsia, nervous system, liver disease, respiratory disease. Next, degeneration, inflammation, generation, operation, destruction. Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma. Brahma, no temple, Vada. Shiva lives in centralized AC, Himalayas, Pitta. Vishnu, Kapha, sleeping. So, hypertension, systolic, Vada Pitta. Diastolic, Vada Kapha. Dysmenorrhea, Vada. Menorrhagia, Pitta. Oligomenorrhea, Kapha. Next. Vada has problem with proteins. Pitta has problem with fat. Kapha has problem with carbohydrates. My invention. Next. Vadajam, Thailam, Pittajam, Gridam, Kaphajam, Madhu, Vadavittam, Gridam, Pittavadam, Kashmiri, Kaphavittam, Pushiram, Kaphavittam, Priyangu, Vadakapam, Hingu, Kaphavadam, Baladam. Next. Next. Vada, tension headache, Asana Vilwadi. Pitta, vascular headache, Asana Manjishkadi. Kapham, sinus headache, Asana Yeladi. Vada Pittam, temporal arthritis. P and K, C and K, anti-neutrophilic cytoplasmic antibody with biopsy. Come in woman with the shoulder, high elevated ESR. Ksheerabala, Kaphavadam, normal pressure hydrocephalus, jealousy sugar, Panjamala Dairam. I have seen my grandfather go to the river, take bath and take vibhuti. Inga boduvar, vibhuti. Now water killa. Inga bodavandi. We didn't put it here. Only in Kavasthana for Kleda Soshana he applied vibhuti. Vadavittam, Ayurveda. Vadavittam, temporal arthritis. Kaphavadam, normal pressure hydrocephalus. Vadakapam, intracranial tension. Nirgundiyai. Pittakapam, Wegener's granulomatosis. Amadar. Pittavadam, small vessel vasculitis. Madhyatiyadi. Kaphavittam, folliculitis. Arimedari. See? Beautiful. Like that I can tell and tell and tell. My dear friends, 400 hours of my classes are available. There is no need to be with me. You can read books. I have written 14,000 pages. Now I am writing symptomatology in Ayurveda. Symptomatology. A. What are all the things come in A? What are all the things come in B? A. Guna, Aushadha, medicine, treatment, investigation, experience. Up to H I finished. We are releasing on global. I have written a textbook on pulmonology, releasing this month. You see, it is better to be mad because you can write well. Otherwise, you won't be constructive. I enjoy teaching others. If you teach for money, then teaching will not be. One fellow went to a guru. Sir, why do they add honey in Vamana? See, these Vamana dravyas are bitter in taste. That is why they add honey. Then why do they add honey in Basti? Guru fell down. So, my dear students, Bhagavan has given me this art to teach. Bhagavan has given me patience. I have treated around 7 lakhs cases in 25 years. If you want to utilize me, utilize. Because I don't want anything. Throughout my life, I have not charged single paisa for teaching in my life. Everything is free. Knowledge is free. You can sleep, that is free. Fan is free. Everything is free. So study, read, come, utilize. Next slide. Triphala Chakshusham, Vada Samanam Chakshusham, Vibhidaki, macular degeneration. Pitta Samanam Chakshusham, Amalaki, retinal hemorrhage. Kapha Samanam Chakshusham, Haridaki, glaucoma. Triphala Chakshusham. I have written a commentary, Charaga, 4th chapter. Kushtakanam. Vadasamanam, Kushtakanam. Lichen planus, Balladara. Pittasamanam, Kushtakanam. Erithiman adosam, Nimba. Kapasamanam, Kushtakanam. Vijarchika, Arakal. 50 kanas I have commanded. It's available. Ramjit can give you pen drives. It's free. You can just record it. On the car you can hear. If you cannot sleep, there are so many methods for sleep. You can hear Tarka Sankara, Padartha Vijnana. Very nice topics. You see, if you study Padartha, now only I realize the importance of Padartha Vijnana. It is really a great topic. You should be thorough. If you are thorough in that, you will be thorough in other things. Next. Vada Kragani, irritable bowel syndrome, Pada Karanjali, Vilvari Udaya, Pitta Kragani, Crohn's disease, Kapha Kragani, Streptoria, celiac disease. Next. Vada Kadigragam, spondylosis, Madarasam, Dhanvandaram, Pitta Kadigragam, ankylosis, spondylitis, Tiktarasam, Amrudottaram, Kapha Kadigragam, Pada Equina syndrome. Neurology, they asked me to talk about neurology. One point I will tell and leave. Why did I say that? I will. Soon, sir, I will finish, sir. This Urustambam is there. Leg is affected. Urustambam, spastic paraplegia, 2 points are needed. Urinary incontinence, atonic bladder, neurogenic bladder, or erectile dysfunction. Both are not documented. Headache is told. Vomiting is told. Patient walks. He is supposed to walk against the current of water. That means he regained power 3+. Man with 0 power cannot swim or cannot walk. So, Urustambam is not Pada Equina, no fever. No TAO, no fever, no headache. No radiculopathy, no. No canal stenosis, no atherosclerosis, no peripheral vascular occlusive disease. It is a patchy arachnoiditis with the demyelination sparing the S1 and S2 segment. That is Urustam. Because erectile dysfunction and urinary issues are not documented in the chapter. Like this, I have given commentary for 72 chapters of Madhav Nidana. You may criticize, that's okay. The greatest thing an Ayurvedic student can contribute is to criticize the teacher. Next. Kadigraham, next. Ayurveda doctors, 4 or 5 doctors, MD. I am going to college. MD is there, HOD is there. After diagnosis, after examination, after discussion, they diagnosed. Kadigraham. How very diagnosis. Kadigraham. It is a Sanskrit word for back pain. This is a diagnosis. This is diagnosis. Now, mesenteric artery occlusion, gulmam na adu pochu. Everybody Ayurveda padase sollundirundha. There are good things in Susurda, good bad things in Susurda. Susurda has to be respected, good things should be honored, bad things should be slowly removed. Then only system will go to the next level. That's what we people are doing in a small village. See, we have documented cases like anything which many institutes could not do. Because all my students, they give life to me. They give life to me. There are students who cook food for me. Why? Have they, I am a cinema actor? Or have they, I am writing or a movie or anything? I teach Vada Vittaka. Other than that, I did nothing. So with that slide, next last one. Otapa. Next. Slow up under previous slide. Alzheimer's. Vada calcium stone, Veeradaradi. Pitta uric acid stone, Sadavariyadi. Kapha phosphate stone, Varanadi. Next. Next. Vada rheumatoid, Jogran, Bala Sadavariyadi. Pitta SLE, Guduchayadi. Kapha SSA, seronegative spondyloarthropathy. Rasnadi Kashayam is not told in Saraga. Rasna Vadagaranam, one word is told in Ekjapurshiyam. Next. Acute renal failure, Ajaji Vadadi. Pitta pyelonephritis, Brigatyadi. Kapajam nephrotic syndrome, Kadagadiradi. Next. This is SARS area. Lichen planus, Desamola Mashasringyadi. erythema nodosa, nimbadi, it's a symptom of other disease, eczema, arapada. So, this is what I wanted to convey. Integration is needed. Read every day. Practice, read a little, practice more. Think of Tridoshas all the time. When you see Rajnikant, Vadapitta. When you see Kamala Hasan, Kafapitta. When you see Kushpu, Kevala Kafa. Like that you go in Innova, Kafa. Like that I went and dress will go and take. My wife will not come because I will tell this man is taking white dress. So the Prakrita Kafa is in Rasadadu, I told my wife. Another fellow took yellow dress. Prakrita Pitta is in Rasadadu. Another fellow took crocodile underwear. I told he is Vada. Why do you need crocodile? So you see Vada Pitta Kafa is everything. My dear students, one student after studying Gurukulam, Nagaland, he wrote a letter to me. Guruji, namaste, namaste. I am touched by your teaching. Kindly accept my prostrate and salutation. I wrote a letter. My dear beloved fellow, I accept your salutation. I am sending you back the prostrate because you are working with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your such a splendid and meticulous words. Now, I request Dr. Rajni Nayanam to conclude the session. Please, ma'am.
Namaste to all. After this fabulous session, I have a doubt whether I am an apt person to conclude this session. Namaste, sir. It is a pleasure to be with great guru, great teacher, great orator, Dr. L. Mahadevan, in this session, not only for me, but for all of you, I know. Today's theme, integrative approach, there is a need of an hour. Many countries like Brazil, Australia, etc. has successfully implemented this type of medicine or this type of medical approach in their countries. The main aim of the integrative medicine is to take or it's to consolidate the merits of all the system of medicine and to give the patient or those who are needy in a meticulous way so that they can get maximum benefit from this system. Today, in this session, with classical references and interesting examples, Sir has explained well Guna Vivejana, Samanya Guna of Dosha, Guna Vikalpa in Shatrutu, Roga and Kashayam selectivity, analysis of Gulma Chikitsa, and the recent pathology of 7 Dhadus, diseases in neurology, cardiology, kidney diseases, rheumatology and psychiatry, its Jigyasa Sutra and choice of medicine in a practically integrated way. I feel really this is the integrative approach we need. So my humble request to all my students is concentrate in your study in the way Sir has shown to us, that is the real integrative approach, so that we can fulfill our motto of health policy in 2030, that is one health, one nation, one health policy. Sir, your thoughts have enlightened us and our minds and have shown our students a new pathway. Your passion for topic really came through in your words, and we are all grateful for the knowledge and inspiration shared by you to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, ma'am, for your such a meticulous words. And now I request Shri Rohit Basre, State Co-Convener Telangana, to honor our chairperson, Dr. Rajni Nair. Please, ma'am. Rawatji, Joint Convener Jigyasa, to honor Dr. NIMHANS, sir.
I am very happy to be here, receive the memento study Ayurveda well, then study Ayurveda. In Bombay, every year they used to call me for seminar. First it was brain seminar, they presented the brain. Then lungs seminar, they gave a lungs model. Then Grahani, they gave Grahani. Then kidney, they gave small infantile kidney. Next seminar, they invited for infertility. I told I will not come.
Thus, we conclude the session and we'll be following with the next session. Thank you.
After such a splendid and meticulous sessions, we are moving on to the next, integrative medicine in clinical care. And so here, I would like to introduce you Dr. G.G. Gangadharan sir, Director, Ramaya Intake Specialty Ayurvedic Restoration Hospital, that is RISA, Bangalore, a well-known exponent and an expert in the pulse diagnosis and successfully treats lifestyle disorder. He initiated the basic and applied research in the field of traditional medicine that broadens the frontiers of healthcare research and drug development. He was the editor of the well-known Journal of Ayurveda, Ancient Science of Life, received several awards and accolades for his publications. The recent one was The True Way to Restore Your Health and Happiness, and that was published. He was led the Center for Integrated Medicine and Public Health of the Government of Kerala. He is an allopathic dermatologist and director of Institute of Applied Dermatology in Kerala. I request Dr. S. Narahari sir for the plenary session. Please, sir. We can start here. Onto the desk.
Thanks organizers for inviting me. So after listening to Dr. L. Mahadevan, I remember reading a recent book by Siddharth Mukherjee, The Songs of the Cell. He writes in that, the oncologist from New York, he writes when he describes B cells, he writes each B cell, he gives the analogy of Lord Sri Krishna opening his mouth and showing Yashoda the Brahmanda inside the mouth, and see his B cell is a Brahmanda. Whether it can give and develop antibodies to any antigen which encounters in the blood. So that is the kind of universal approach for keep the lecture very short because we are running out of time. So I wish to say that when I began my allopathy practice as a dermatologist in 1990, I started seeing a lot of, I practice in Kerala. So Kerala is quite popular for Ayurveda also. So we used to come across Ayurveda treatment prescriptions in my practice. And I thought there must be some evidence which should be created for a successful treatment scenario. So then I happened to read an article by late Vaidya D.S. Antharkar from Mumbai, who is no more after 2004. In 1993, I happened to read this article, Scientific Questioning into Ayurveda. Then he, like Dr. L. Mahadevan, he practiced integrative medicine for 20 years after he
taking a voluntary retirement from CCRS from Delhi. He was working on diabetes. So then he wrote an experience of his 20 years. Some cases he described and he used the comparable biomedical terms. And I was quite intrigued by his article. Then I met S.A. Dhanuka, she was the dean of KAIIMS Hospital in Mumbai. And now she's no more again in 2002. And then I did a lot of discussion with her on integration. So then I happened to meet my current mentor, Professor Terence Swayam from Oxford. So saluting all three teachers, I begin talking my lecture. Next one. See, if you look at Ayurveda, next. You see, this is allopathy description, vitiligo. Next, Shitra. Next, psoriasis and mandala kushta. So both diseases are described when we examine the patient together. So what we understood is there is a diagnosis, there is a complete description, and both medical systems treat the patient, same disease. Clinical descriptions are explicit in allopathy, definitely because of the language. Because in Sanskrit it is very shortly described, whereas in English they describe all that in explicitly. But therapies are more in Ayurveda. It has to be accepted that Ayurveda has more therapies compared to allopathy. Next one. So we did our first case study in 2004. We published that in the lymphology, American Journal of Lymphology. And you can see the before and after picture. So this is where we thought that definitely the integration is going to make a difference. So that was the before treatment and that is the after treatment. Next one. So how to compare these two? Next slide. You give me that, it will be better. So if you're describing, if you look at that circle, look at this patient. That is Krishnavarna, which becomes allopathy as we described as gravitational eczema or black pigmentation. If you look at that area, it becomes ruksha, it becomes xerosis for us. And if you look at that area, that becomes putana. So this is how we started looking at the disease together. So Fisher's for allopath becomes vata. So in that way, we examined about 50 patients. And then we published what is called Sthaniya Vikriti table. In that you can see what vata, pitta and kapha says. So we said, this is how to create an evidence. This is what vata is described, ruksha, sputana, krishna, whatever. In the same way, when an allopathy doctor examines the patient along with an Ayurveda doctor, they also describe it in different ways. And when they are brought together, vata, pitta and kapha is explained very easily. And that gives a window into the therapeutics of Ayurveda. And Ayurveda gets a window to the diagnostics of allopathy. So the both get advantage. It's not just allopathy getting a drug. It's also Ayurveda getting, if you see in the previous presentation, so many comparisons were made between allopathy and Ayurveda. Then if you have to really confirm the diagnosis, this kind of an approach gives a window where an Ayurveda doctor can use allopathic investigations, and allopathic doctor can go and pick up an Ayurvedic medication for treatment. So then we wanted to use yoga. So how to use yoga? Then because yoga needed for the lymphatic, so what I've seen is big lymph with a lot of lymph there, but there's much more than that, not only lymph. We needed to drain the lymph because the lymph is blocked at the level of the lymph node. So the allopathy understanding was to move the lymph in a direction towards where lymph node is active. Where there's a destroyed lymph node, it cannot drain. It has to be active. That time we did not have Windows 7 doing lymphography. That technology itself was not available in 2000. Now we have ICG, so we can know where exactly the lymph is moving. So we wanted how to make direction. So we used yoga. I'm not going to describe what Tadasana and what Trikonasana is. But in Tadasana and Trikonasana, you can see a kind of stretch, you can see there. You can see a stretch where there's dumbbells, the entire skin gets stretched. And lot of joints get moved, and lot of skin, lot of muscles get into action. So, okay, not moving anyway. So if you see that these circles, these are the joints, and these are where the muscles get moved in these two asanas. So we wanted to know if we have to redirect the lymph, then we have to redirect the lymph in a certain particular way. So we adopted yoga in a patterned way to use the movement of the lymph. Can you change this slide? Okay, it's good. Okay, to move a lymph in a particular way. So this is how we adopted. So we developed a different yogasanas, and then we modified the yogasana sequence. We published on all that. So we wrote how does yoga work in lymph. And then of course we worked with Shirley Dallas of Barbara Institute, where we developed a evidence-based perspective for the yoga use. Okay, then anyone interested can read this paper where we explain in detail how both Ayurveda and modern medicine can be brought together for dermatology treatments. So then the CCRAS commissioned a clinical trial. Okay, you have a success, you have a couple of publications made. Do you want to test it in the field? So CCRAS gave us a grant fund to do the community trial. We did the community trial in Alappuzha district of Kerala and Gulbarga district of Karnataka. I think now it's divided into Yadgir and another district. So we proved that this treatment works in the field conditions. So we published it in the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine, how integrative medicine needs Ayurveda, yoga and allopathy together at a low cost, and in a PhD level, how it can be integrated and delivered to the patients where they are needed. One level of treatment is where tertiary care center can give, but when the disease is very common, where disease is not treatable in allopathy, whether integrative medicine can help. So we did this trial in the primary health center level. So as a recognition, because there's a lot of fight in Kerala between Ayurveda and allopathy, so allopaths write a lot of things against Ayurveda, and Ayurveda people are also not say that it's written in Charaka, so why do I care? So allopathy says it is written 5,000 years ago, how do we care? So this fight goes on, so nothing could work, so government of Kerala took a very special initiative. They passed a special resolution in the Kerala Assembly to set up a Center of Integrative Medicine Public Health inside our institute way back in 2004. That was a parliamentary process, probably first of its kind in this country, to set up a integrative center. They gave the government order establishing the center. So this helped us in a big way to stop the fight, continue the studies. So then the question if evidence comes. When we go abroad or when we speak in the allopathy circles, they will always ask this question, what is evidence? What is evidence? We can very easily say, I don't care. But they will also say, I don't care. So where we go? Because in allopathy in this country is definitely mainstream medicine. It takes government, in another article we published that government's budget, 97% of the budget goes to allopathy. Did you know this? Did you know this? That 97% of the government budget of 2.4 GDP to health, just 2.4 GDP to health, 97% goes to allopathy. So if you think that this is a big conference, you can see how big the conference of allopathy is. Because AIIMS gets, together AIIMS gets 3% of the budget. And it did not include the last budget as well. But there is a lot of political support to the AIIMS. So this is a time to develop the AIIMS. So what happens when we go to the allopathy? They will say, they have the power of money, they have the power of evidence. So they cite the example of Cochrane having They said this is all RCTs and the era of RCT and so on. So then fed up with Cochrane, the UK people wrote another one, brought something called Oxford Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine. So Cochrane also movement started in the UK. Oxford Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine also started in the UK. So Oxford Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine started questioning the fundamentals of Cochrane, because you keep saying RCT, 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 and you say there's no evidence for any treatment. So they asked whether insulin is introduced, which we all continue to use, whether it's insulin introduced, who got the Nobel Prize for insulin, whether it is introduced after RCT. It was not. They asked thyroxine introduced. Was it introduced after RCT? You all use even today after thyroxine. Then they asked during the World War, penicillin was introduced. They asked whether it's introduced after RCT. Then there are several examples of drugs in allopathy, which has been used, and RCT has proved it 10 years, 15 years, 20 years later. But that has been recommended for use 20 years before. So that is the kind of thing which Trisha Greenbass said. Is there a nemesis of RCT? I don't. But there is a two group which started. So why I am bringing in this debate which is happening in the West is because if you fundamentally see the evidence-based medicine, what happens with that is a patient is selected for a drug. The drug is already there in the market, it is already developed, and it is there, and the patient is selected for a drug. If you see the traditional medicine, that's Ayurveda or any other traditional medicine, Ayush medicines, there are as many as 104 listed. The drug is selected for a patient. It's based on, this drug is, so based on guna, so many things. If you go to the Vaishajya, you know how the drug is selected. So where there is a fundamental difference bringing the RCT there. The RCT says you divide two people, two groups, and say allocate one group to one drug, allocate another group to another drug. But that is impossible in traditional medicine, because here patient has to be selected. So there are other trials which I do. The time doesn't permit me, but there are negotiations now done in allopathy as well. So things in the stage of evidence-based medicine, in the clinical methods, in the methodology, also there seems to be some kind of integration starting, but it may take another 10 years to agree. So I'm just quickly narrating a story of effectiveness study which we have done. We took up this lymphedema trial further. Then the WHO said that it went and became a little popular among the bureaucrats. And then the technocrats said, look here, we want to do your audit. So World Health Organization commissioned an audit, clinical audit of our program. And then they said, our criteria should meet improving the quality of life, disability reduction, volume reduction, reduction of cellulitis, reduction of the bacterial entry points. If your study, integrative medicine study, meets all these four criteria, this is our criteria of World Health Organization. So that is the commission study which we completed in 2019, because COVID gave us an option to digitalize the whole data and do the analysis. So 1,698 patients were followed up. So you can see how the volume is coming down uniformly. There are 3 grades of edema, volumes are there. Uniformly it is coming down in all 3 grades of volumes of lymphedema. That's very huge limbs, which I will show you a video later. So then we looked at the volume difference. If you see the admission volume of 1,698 patients, there is an average liter of 11 liters of the baseline volume, and it got reduced by 25% at the 14 days. Now you see the number 1660 there down. Why is that 38 people missing? It's because their limbs are so huge that their limb volume could not be measured at the baseline, because the gold standard for allopathics is the Archimedes principle of water displacement of the volume. So they could not lift the limb size so big that they couldn't dip it in the buckets. So that is what it's done. So 25% reduction and further follow-ups, you can see there is a loss of follow-up, of course. by consistently it reduced. But you see the follow-up dates, the real world data, we did not ask them to come for a follow-up on the same day. So the admission discharge varied between 5 to 34 days. Follow-up is 20 to 2,595 days. Follow-up days, some people came for the first follow-up 6 years after that. But it was self-care and they were doing it at home. 6 years. For the second follow-up, some people came at the end of 2 months, some people came after 7 years. They came. So it was the real world data built in, because this is the real world data which people are, this is another new methodology, people want to look at the traditional medicine, how it is working, the AIIMS medicines and other things. So this is the real world data which I am presenting here. So if you look at the cellulitis, this is cellulitis, this is cellulitis. So this is a dreaded complication of lymphedema. And if you can see that it's almost vanished at the end of the follow-up. Almost, only 5 patients developed new cellulitis episodes. This is precisely because of the Ayurvedic skin care. Because cellulitis you can explain in allopathy in many ways. Definitely it improves the skin barrier function. And whatever the medicines available in allopathy, it did not give that result. So this is the Ayurvedic skin care actually gave a very good power of reducing the cellulitis. If you look at this, what are called bacterial entry lesions, we have very little treatment for this in allopathy. For example, if you look at intertrigo, very little treatment is possible in allopathy. But a combination treatment for Ayurveda can work very well. In the same way, if you look at the fourth picture there, that is called lymphoria. That is the lymph which overflows from lymphedema. It's full of inflammatory mediators, very difficult to control in allopathy. But you apply Lakshadi Taila, give a good massage of Lakshadi Taila, that goes. So this is how we brought in, this is the bacterial entry lesion which triggered the cellulitis. We used different Ayurvedic drugs to use them. And then we know that regression analysis has showed that they are all the factors, risk factors which changed. Because of lack of time, I'm not telling all those details. If you look at the bacterial entry points, the reduction from the ulcer of 320 patients gone down to, you see the odds ratio is 7.2. See, anything more than 1.2 is very significant. You can see the odds ratio coming there from 7.2. Everything is at more than 1.2. So there is a significant change in the risk factors which came after the Ayurvedic skin care. And if you look at the health-related quality of life, which WHO gives a lot of importance, the mobility, the patients are able to move, then all their activities, self-care, social participation, all that has improved with the scores, which is called lymphatic failure, is a specific quality of life score, which we developed, and now it is adopted in about 16 countries. They have adopted this score for measuring the improvement in lymphedema. You can see how it has improved. Additional points you can see. So if the overall score from 73 has moved up to almost 98. So we published that. Now it's in the leading journal of British Journal of Dermatology. It's there. They made a commentary to this work. So that's getting next month. It's getting published as a commentary to this work. So now the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation making a recognition of this. Now they have scaled it up into 4 centers in North India. Now what we have done is that we negotiated with the funding agency to start this inside an Ayurveda medical college. Now any drug which is very integrated model which is developed like this is very much well prepared now. The protocol is very well ready. Anybody can adopt it very easily. We very strategically negotiated with them to start it only inside a government Ayurveda medical colleges, so that Ayurveda students can come and learn and take the technology. It's very easy for allopathy doctor can very quickly adopt it because they have a setup. And allopathy medical college is overwhelmed, although they can put it under physical medicine and can very quickly do it. And we could have done that, but we waited, and now this is operation in 4 government Ayurveda medical colleges in Varanasi, and not in BHU, there is another Ayurveda medical college, Lucknow, Patna, and Begusai near Nalanda, and 2 more is coming up in Chhattisgarh. So what is the program is that we teach the Ayurveda medical students. They can come and learn this technology. learn how it is treated. There's a demonstration center. Patients are treated completely free. And any student, any intern, any PG can come and learn. And it's placed under the Panchakarma department. So that we run it for 2 years for Panchakarma department. A faculty is deputed and Panchakarma faculty gets this treatment, know-how. Then of course we hope that Ayurveda students interested will take it forward. Because there are more than 2.3 crore lymphedema patients in this country and all doctors cannot afford to treat it. So many patients are in this country. And if you look at the worldwide population of lymphedema, it is more than TB and HIV put together. So there's a huge number. So there's large scope for Ayurveda doctors to really practice this. So then the ICMR came into the picture and then they said you list out the future research priorities and we did that, a priority setting workshop. And I just want to show you how the treatment is effective. Just want to show you. You see this video. This patient was referred to by the DMO of the Prayagraj to our center in Varanasi. This is how this patient was brought. Can you make this video work? Is this video working? Video cannot work. Okay. Fine. It would have been very easy to see, but this is also not moving. Can you move to the next slide? Okay. This patient is walking like that after 40. That was great difficulty that patient was brought to the center and the patient is walking like that. Not actually standing, he's walking. It's not moving here. See, this is the difference you can see, that patient was literally brought that way, in that position. They have sent him in a truck to that center and the patient is walking and you can see the mobile there. See, he's back to his work. Can you see the mobile? And that is the kind of reduction you can see. Those patients I'm saying about 7 years later they came back to follow-up. See, this patient came for a baseline and then they came for a follow-up 1 in 2009 and again follow-up 2 and then they disappeared. And then post-COVID they came back because probably COVID, then that sustained. So this is the integration which helps for patients. So I again thank my mentor, Professor Translational, and I've been working with late Professor Bagel. Many of you must know him. So I thank them again. These are the area of collaborators. So the work is not individual. A lot of people give a contribution for each work. And thank all of them. Thank you.
Check my daily.
They want to show the video. Do you want to see the video?
Check my daily. Check my daily.
ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಮಾತ್ರ
I want to show the previous video. Can you have anyone help? Youngsters who can help me? Technology.
ಲೈನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಈಗ
ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೆನಪು ಆಟೋನ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆಟೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ
he has transferred to the next field.
Thank you, sir. Now the session will be concluded by Dr. Jigyasa, sir.
Thank you, all of you, and Dr. Narayani. I have been seeing and observing his great work in the area of dermatology for the last 2 decades, starting with where I was at University at Kochi. I have been telling and preaching this kind of idea of integration, because integration does not happen in one day or one decade. And Ayurveda is a science which is evolving. If you look into the history of Ayurveda, from mere 10 plants of Rigveda to 60 plants of Atharvaveda, 500 plants of Charaka Samhita, thousands of plants from Vagbara, and around 1,500 plants in Shaligram in the last Nirunda available to us, and 7,000 plants documented by Ministry of Environment in the 21st century. And the science in the resource base has been evolving. And if you look into the dosage forms, we started with Panchakshaya Kalpana, we got into new dosage forms, Ravana came with Great Arka, and so many dosage forms developed. And you can see new evolving disease has been attended. When Madhava came to the scene, we came across new diseases which has been facing the humanity. So we have been evolving. The problem that we are facing in this kind of situation is that we are trying to match 2 paradigms without knowing the depth of the paradigms. That is where people like Narahari has taken some breakthroughs. And I believe integrative medicine is not a destination. And integrated medicine is a destination. And where we stand today is a position called summative medicine, where 2 systems of medicines are trying to help a patient in question, not because of any scientific curiosity, but because of public demand. So unless we remove this public demand through policy changes, like one we established in 2004 in Kerala Integrative Center, otherwise we cannot do this integrative medicine approach legally. Once you get into the problem, there is a problem. So what I feel is that summative medicine, which has to respect each other, a system should sit each other and understand the paradigms and come across. A system which is based on a reductionistic principle, based on atoms and molecules and tissues and organs and the person. And we are trying to compare that with a system which is holistic, which talks about macrocosm and microcosm. It doesn't speak about single unit. It talks about the mind-body paradigm and spiritual paradigm. So there is a big differences in the approaches, but there is a possibility of meeting. That is the meeting point we have to find out collectively. This can happen when demand comes from the public. I will give you one very simple example. In 1994, US was not allowing any single drug plants to come to the US. And there's a big demand from the public. Thousands of electors went to the Washington DC office, President's office, asking that we want medicinal plants in the US. And in 1994, there is a law came into existence, all of US United States, DSHEA, Dietary Supplement and Health Education Act, which allowed plants to reach US, of course, without FDA evaluation. But there is an entry point was there because of public demand. And if you look into another paradigm of America's research, an institution was started in NIH campus, a small room in a corner with the 10 million rupees, $10 million in a year budget for Office of Alternative Medicine, which has become a big mammoth institution called National Institute for Complementary Integrative Medicine, NSCA. It's a huge budget. So people are looking to it. The problem is that we don't have a single institution dedicated for the cause of this kind of integrative method where we can bring in result with the 20 years of agenda, with the 5 years milestones, with the institution which is dedicated with the PhDs working on this area, not only on the clinical side, the pharmacological side, the resource-based sides, and other infrastructural needs. This is not happening. This is one important example, but it is a drop in the big ocean of need. And we know the way the chronic metabolic disorders, the lifestyle diseases that are emerging like a pandemic. And what is the answer from other systems of medicine other than systems in Ayush? So I think this is a good example that this starting point of this Yantra, where we are trying to make sure that people sit across with mutual respect so that things from each system can be taken and reach to a state where we have a truly integrated system where all the system emerges become one with for the healing purpose. I think in this context, very important that Cochrane type of agencies and Oxford type of institutions should earmark certain kind of work in the area of traditional systems of medicine. Even though WHO has a system dedicated to traditional medicine, we don't have a focused program on any of these conditions. This is one single example. IBS is a large example. No kind of approaches available. Can we do something in that? So there are areas where I think we should get into involved, and the institution should be given muscle, given support, given resources, given time span. Then only we can achieve. That's not even today. There are institutions so that caliber has not emerged. I think in this context, this is very important session, and we have seen how Ayurveda and yoga very systematically used, untiringly for a long period, with single-minded approach, only concentrating only one condition, lymphedema-based filariasis, how we could get result without much support. Support started coming only last couple of years. Otherwise, she was begging for support. I know I have been part of happened. So this kind of struggles are happening in areas of integrative medicine. We should have centers like NIMHANS have come about. It's a starting point. We have to go a long way. I don't think we should be happy with what this. We have to go a long way to achieve what we have to. Then India is a leader in the area of health management of diseases that is coming 21st century and beyond. And I am happy to be chairing one of the very important sessions, and by a very senior dermatologist who has devoted his life to showcase the strength of Ayurveda. That is the nationalistic perspective we hold. That is the kind of thing we want. The sectarianism is not a character of a scientist. Scientists should be true-minded, scientists should be ready to accept, as we say, Ano Abhadra, Sadavoya and Vishwada. Let knowledge of noble nature let knowledge from all corners of the world come to us. We should be ready to accept it without forgetting our foundations. I thank all the organizers for giving me a chance to chair a wonderful session. I congratulate all of you who have been listening very carefully to this important session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ghanshyam sir to conclude the session. Okay, so we are winding our sessions here, and now I request our chairperson, Dr. G.G. Gangadharan sir, to hand over our memento to Dr. S.R. Narhari sir.
ಕೆಳಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಿಡ್ಲ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಮಿಡ್ಲ್ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಈ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹಾಂ ತೊಗೊಂಡೆ ಮಿಡಲ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮಿಡಲ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ
And request Dr. Manish Grover, North Indian Coordinator Jigyasa, to honor our chairperson, Dr. G.G. Gangadharan sir. requesting NIMHANS to honor our co-chair, Dr. Ganesha.
ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಈ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಹೊಸ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಬೇಕು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ಏನೋ ಕೇಬಲ್
Here we are concluding our second plenary session and moving on to the third plenary session. And for that, I would like to invite Dr. Malabhaskar Rao to chair this session. Professor and former head Department of Neurosurgery, NIMHANS, Bangalore. President IEA Bangalore, President-elect IES, Part Continental Vice President, World Society for Stereotactic and Functional Neurosurgery, member, Epilepsy Surgery in Resource Poor Regions Task Force, Surgery Commission, ILAE, former Additional Professor, Department of Neurosurgery, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Science Technology, Thiruvananthapuram. I request Dr. Malabhaskar Rao for chair this session on integrative medicine in clinical care. And I request Dr. Malabhaskar Rao to introduce our speaker.
So, good evening to all of you. First of all, I am thankful to the leadership of the Yantra for giving me an opportunity. Swami Vivekananda stated that if we combine I think our next speaker, Dr. Antonio Morandi, seems to be one such wonder. Dr. Morandi, please join us. So he has graduated in Western medicine and then did research, basic science research in neurosciences, and then got deeply involved in Ayurveda. He is chairman and director of the Ayurvedic Point, president of the Italian Society for Ayurvedic Medicine, is a consultant to the World Health Organization, and he's on so many assignments, terminology of Ayurveda, artificial intelligence applications in traditional medicine, and also he is not only involved in serving people in the tradition of Ayurvedic medicine, but also involved in training the next generation as well as in research. He is a faculty at Datta Meghe Institute in Nagpur, and is in the Faculty of Medicine at State University Milan, and involved in a number of other scientific endeavors. I am sure if Dr. Antonio can do so much in the field of Ayurveda, I'm sure there are young minds in the audience. You too can do wonders. I'm sure you will realize during the course of this session. Please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the organizer for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my life, because this is my life. It's not my work, it's not my profession. Medicine is my life, science is my life, and Ayurveda is my second life. I've been reborn with Ayurveda. Very true, very true. So I will speak about the dialogue between modern medicine, modern science, and Ayurveda. But I will be less clinical than my colleagues that preceded me, because I think that if we have to make I'm in India, I'm naked. When I'm in the West, when I'm in Italy, wherever, I always have to dress something. Here I'm naked, I am who I am. This is why I feel at home here. This is the thing. So, collaborative medicine and science. I think that this has to have three steps. The first step is reformulation of Ayurveda epistemology in such a way that modern medicine can do the same according to Ayurveda. The modeling, you have to create models. Models go beyond the languages, that's very important. And then the localization. Let's briefly go one by one to understand. So, this is, I think, something that we have to start for the formulation. Modern medicine is based on chemistry. Ayurveda is based on physics. Chemistry is based on physics. Is based on physics, yes. What does it mean? This means that Ayurveda can explain modern medicine, but modern medicine cannot explain Ayurveda. So, actually, if we want to be really sure, the clinical trials should be designed according to an Ayurvedic logic to include modern medicine, not the opposite. Because this is not bad or one is bad or one is good. Because chemistry is not bad or good in relation to physics. The other does not include the other. So, this is, I think, one foundation. You know, we can see this is the kind of hierarchic levels. One side physics and then chemistry. Ayurveda, modern medicine. Reality made out of relationship and reality made out of objects. Traditional system of knowledge, modern knowledge. You know, this is how to show the world made out of dots. That in reality these dots are connected. This is the thing, the kind of, because, you know, this is the reality according to modern medicine, is stula. You know, shape, function, and structure. Actually, this is how we communicate. This is the symbolic way with which we communicate, with which we, you know, describe at the stula level reality. But Ayurveda described the hidden reality behind the stula level. All from Mahaguna to Dhatu is all a flow. Is all a flow. They are not different objects. And all of these, they are expression of a semantic value, of an original meaning, which is expressed in a symbolic way at the stula level. So, if we are able to connect and to explain to the modern science, for example, that in some way that Dhatu are connected with the shape, that Dosha and Guna are connected with the function, and that Pancha Mahabhuta are connected with the structure, I think that this can be done. And then, of course, we have the ultra structure that goes even deeper. So we have the universe that express with this order, which is intelligence, which is buddhi, and the semantic at the symbolic level. And in fact, the universe reflects itself in a fractal way. You know, fractality is the mathematical way to describe how Samkhya describes the world, the universe. And this is very important. You know, in nature, there are a lot of fractal forms. From the trees, that branches and branches and branches, each branch reproduce the whole tree. You know, mountains. If you take a stone of a mountain, reproduce the big mountain. and the body reflects the perfect harmony and structural function of the Mahat. This is the macrocosm, microcosm relationship. But it's a fractal relationship. This is one of my favorite shloka of Sushruta. This is fantastic. This is the shloka that describes the fractality of the universe and of the nature, of course. The second step is modeling. Modeling is very important to model, to make models. Overcome communication, they are described, formalized, they allow simulation. Models are very nice. They are something that, they are useful to, to overcome to the, I didn't correct it there. There is a spelling, misspelling. They are very useful to, share information going beyond the limitation of language. Okay, these are... For example, look, this is a flock of birds. This is a complex system. This shows coherence. That is an example of ojas. It's an example of ojas, and because ojas actually is more than immunity. I mean, come on, immunity is just a translation for English. Ojas is the coherence of the system. No? And what maintains the coherence of the system is the health. If we are able to maintain the coherence of the system, we have health. So, ojas. Ojas, even in the translation, if you look at the deep meaning of ojas, you find that it's something which is shiny. Shiny means something that cannot penetrate, because otherwise a mat creates some kind of space between the matrix. Instead, when you have something shining, you can reflect, you cannot enter. And you cannot enter because you maintain the coherence of the system. And this is just a mathematical model of that, in which you see, for example, you see the predator enter, and the group, the flock, reassemble immediately. That is the health. That is the ojas of the flock. Our body does the same. When there is a disease, we have a disease. But then, according to our health, to our ojas, we are able to reconstitute the system. And Ayurveda helps the body in maintaining the ojas or recovering the ojas, meaning that recover the system, the health. On this, this was the conclusion of the chapter. In 2013, we wrote this book with Narayana Nambi and with Antonella Delle Fave. There are several people that collaborated with this book, but I wrote here a chapter in which I was trying to explain Ayurveda with the physics and mathematics of complex system. And the conclusion was the health was the coherence of the system. And that the more complex is the system, the more healthy is the system. When you have the flow between guna, dosha, dhatu, and ojas, these are emerging phenomena of an increasing complexity. And in fact, even in modern medicine, we know that when you lose the complexity of a system, you get to a disease. When you lose the complexity, for example, of a heartbeat, you are getting close to a heart attack. When you are losing the complexity of a gait, you are getting to a motor disturbance like Parkinson's disease. And you can anticipate this. You can, now with the artificial intelligence, it's very easy. So the lower the complexity, lower adaptability, lower OJAS. So you see how many possibilities there are to explain in terms which respect the dignity of Ayurveda and respect the dignity of modern science. Aging. I'm experimenting by myself, which is a loss of coherence. Okay. Health is adaptation to environment variations. And this is the third point, the last one, the localization of Ayurveda. I am Italian, I live in Italy. When I am there, my body, mind, my organism is adapted to the kind of ecosystem. Nature is one, but it manifests in different ways in different parts of the world. You cannot give dal and rice in Greenland for food. You have to adapt to what is right for that system. And this is something very important because this point means that we have to find the local Ayurveda. And this is possible if there is a generalization of Ayurvedic principle and there is an Ayurvedic interpretation of local parameters. And so in this way we can tell to the people what they can do with Ayurveda rather what Ayurveda does. Because they are the people that are acting Ayurveda. Because they are living Ayurveda. Because you live Ayurveda, you don't do or perform Ayurveda. So, I'm almost finished. These are just some of the studies that are going on in our institution, which are the application of the COMS principle. A new APGAR score, because you know the APGAR score is to check the newborn health, and they are based on some factors. Now we are equating this factor to the value, and we presented this at the World Congress of Integrative Medicine in Rome this year. And this is a work which is ongoing. Vulvodynia in Ayurveda, again, an integrated approach. The effect of Shiropiccio in hospice, because we have to find, you know, in Europe we have a different condition than here. We are very limited in what we can do. So Shiropiccio is something which is not invasive, it doesn't go through any ethical committee, and we can do in situations like hospice and outpatients with affective disorders. I want... okay. Then translating Ayurvedic concept on modern drug. This is in evidence because we are preparing 2 papers on this, and this is particularly important for me. Fibromyalgia, a new approach through pranamama therapy, which is a new, through this system, application of Sushruta points. Pranamama therapy for counteracting chemotherapy side effect. We have a study which is starting with the European Institute of Oncology, and the pranamama therapy for rehabilitation from stroke. And we here in this we have really incredible results. But I want to say a few points just to give you some hints, because sometimes we experience a lot of difficulties because we have several drugs and herbs in Europe, but we do not have a whole pharmacopoeia. The very important drug we do not have. For example, in Italy we cannot have Guduci, think. We cannot have Shilajit. So we have to find a way. We have to find a way. Of course, we have all the external Thyla, Churna, and other things, so we can manage with that. But sometimes we have patients in which we have to understand what is going on with modern therapy. So we have to learn how to read this modern therapy according to Ayurveda in order to use modern medicine according to Ayurveda. Because they are Dravya anyhow. They are less smart than, natural, but with their Dravya. And so we are started from years now, and now in fact we are getting to a point with these two papers, because we propose that Ayurveda symbolic language can be mapped onto molecular structure, offering intuitive frameworks for understanding drug mechanism and predicting the individual responses, because of course these are matched with the prakriti of the patient. So you can match modern drug with the prakriti of the patients, you get the best results with the capacity of modern drugs. If you don't have a better, because if you have better, you use better, of course. But if you don't, you have to use what you have. And this just to give you an idea. For example, we can have Prithvi as the stable aromatic rings. We have Vayu as the mobile chains, or Agni and electronegative atoms, and Jala as hydrophilic groups, and Akasha as molecular voids. If you permute this system, you can read a molecule in an Ayurvedic way, like you do with the plants, with the signature. You can have a signature of the molecule. In this way, you can translate, you can understand a drug in an Ayurvedic way, and you can give the modern drug to a patient in an Ayurvedic way, considering the prakriti and the vikriti of the patient. So, the conclusion, actually, I have put several, but then at the last moment, I decided to change it to put only one. This framework for me, my opinion, is only for one thing. Because, of course, these comms can provide this transcultural framework, but for research and education, we have to, as many of you were saying, we have to create a new generation of these new doctors with a new paradigm, because you cannot have one medicine without one framework. You cannot have many frameworks and get into one medicine, because you will have always multiple medicine. So to get one medicine, you have to get one framework. And for this, there is a huge effort that needs to be done, because this group of people that have to do this job, they have to understand each other, not just to speak each other. And this can be done only in India. It cannot be done anywhere else, because only India has the intelligence, has the capacity and the background to make such a revolutionary step. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting and informative presentation. Dr. Morandi is not only a successful practitioner, but also a thinker, original thinker. Some of concepts presented here are his ideas. Before I open the floor for discussion, I'll start with few questions. You have mentioned about commonalities when you're talking about gap junctions. So what are the commonalities between modern medicine and Ayurveda in your... Yeah, it works, I think. Yeah.
No, one, for example, it was that one commonality is the patient. This is the commonality. Another commonality is the fact that modern medicine use the results of science, while Ayurveda is a science. So we can take the result of science and to have this kind of parallel. Actually, when I speak with a physicist, I don't have any problem in speaking about Ayurveda. When I speak with a clinician, a Western clinician, I have some problem, because either they are clinician with a solid preparation in physics, or they have some problem in understanding what I mean. But there are some common points, for example, in, as I was telling you, in the patients, in the need of the care of the patients. They have, for example, in the, between surgery and Ayurveda, there is no difference. The level of intervention in an emergency room and the level of intervention of an Ayurvedic emergency room is the same. Because the logic is the same. There is a hole from which blood is coming out. You have to stop the hole, otherwise the patient dies. So we have to find these commonalities, not at the articulated clinical level, but we have to find these commonalities at the basic medical level. If you think surgery, no, is one of the basic acts of medicine in the war. It's one of the basic acts. You have to put together, you know, two limbs or something. So you have to find a way to make something urgent. And this is one of the points when the two words can touch.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned about number of research projects being undertaken by your team. There are so many young minds in the audience. According to you, what are the projects which are suitable, practical, feasible, less effort but more impact? What message you would like?
The project on the APGAS score, for example, is very nice, or the one on the marma therapy, because this is a new technique. I mean, I don't want to say new because it's something which is written in the text, but you have to be able to read. You have to make the text, the Ayurvedic text and the yogic text together, because you know marma points are at the threshold between Ayurveda and yoga. If you want to make a therapy that goes beyond the pure effect of the single marma point, you have to create a strategy of activation of a flow. And this is what we have seen. Actually, Gigi Carmen did this. And we are having these wonderful results. According to the situation of the patients, we identify the activation of some flow of marma points in a particular way. According also the activation is different, and we are getting incredible results. So there are a lot of projects that can be followed with very little resources. Think only that you are very lucky. You are very lucky because you have everything here. We have nothing. I came here in Thrissur, every year I come in Thrissur at SNA Oshadasala, where the Nambi family is there, with some of my students. This year we are 40 students, okay? To make in-depth clinical internship. So think, these people, doctors, technicians, you know, some of them, they have above middle age. They are coming here, making thousands of kilometers to find something that we do not have. And you have already. So, use it. You are incredibly lucky. You are incredibly lucky. And we have doctors that, I mean, doctors with a profession, doctors that at a certain point, because, you know, when you are a doctor, and there are two ways to be a doctor. One, you are a doctor,
And the other, you are doing the profession of a doctor. This is difference. When you are a doctor, you never work because you are what you are. You will be a doctor until you die. And this will be no wait for you. It will be great. But when you do a doctor for a profession, it's terrible. And these people are doctors, in Italian doctors, modern medical doctors, they are real doctors, that they do not give a damn to the money that medicine can give, because there is something more important. Is to be not a better, but a doctor with, spectacles. Most of you have spectacles. How is the world without spectacles or with the spectacles? This is the difference between modern medicine and Ayurveda.
So again, I'm assuming that all the participants, either they're practicing Ayurveda or they're students of Ayurveda. Suppose if you give this talk, not to Ayurveda students or practitioners, to people from modern medicine or people who are non-believers who do not believe in Ayurveda at all, what approaches, what methods, what measures you will adopt to make them realize the goodness or to convince them?
The first thing, I will take out the Sanskrit words, but before, actually, I would make a lesson on what is Sanskrit. Because you cannot just take out the Sanskrit words, because you have nothing to replace with. You cannot replace with a translation. You have to make an explanation. So the first thing is that you have to explain the system of thinking. Because, a language derives from a cognitive system. This cognitive system has a meaning which is expressed in symbols through the words. And so the words and the grammatic with which the words they connect together, they express your way of thinking. So if you want to understand another way of thinking, you have to understand the language. So if you have to understand Ayurveda, you have to understand a little bit of Sanskrit, at least how the words are composed. So I would start from this part, to show them, to tell them that, look, we are saying few things, there are strange words, but these strange words have a meaning. And to explain them that this meaning is the expression of a different cognitive system, and they have to start thinking in a different way. But in my life, I understood one very important thing, that you have never to convince anyone. You just say what, there is one of my first Indian guru that told me, when I asked him a question like this, I said, but, how can you explain these things? Some of these things are so important, so they can be dangerously used. How? He told me, no, you have always to say what you think and what you are. Because between the public, the Brahmin will understand, all the other will forget. So this is the thing.
I'm not sure how much time we have, but please, those who want to ask questions, please either raise your hand or stand up. Yeah. Someone can please pass on the mic, please. Please pass on the mic. Anyone else would like to? Yes, sir. Sir, please say your name and ask the question.
Good afternoon. My name is Arnav, and I just listened to you, and it has been a real revelation, actually. actually, first of all, I tell I'm not a doctor. I'm basically a computer scientist. I was passing by, and then I saw that and I got interested. And what I mean, I saw all your presentation. I come from a mathematical modeling background, and I am also now involved in AI. Now, Dr. Rao asked you a question, how you can explain to the people who are not from the medical background. I think typically, like the way things are evolving, you can explain like your models, right? The models are basically the language, right? It can explain everything. And I think you must be doing some work in modeling and AI. And the way I see it, because I have been in algorithms for 30 years, and very complex algorithms actually. The world of medicine is going to change like, I mean, I don't know how people are thinking about it, but I can tell from the way the AI is evolving, I'm kind of see it. In 10 years, everything will be like completely disrupted, right? So my question is, because I think you are kind of working in that area. So how exactly, like you feel that the things will evolve, or what are the things that can be done to, like to utilize the AI and map it with, Ayurveda to come up with a comprehensive kind of system. Thank you so much.
Sir, if you don't mind, sir, if you don't mind, I think this needs a personal conversation. Please be seated for some time.
Yeah.
You have a question, sir? Would you like to ask a question? Can you please pass on the mic to this gentleman here? Who else wanted to ask? Anything specific to Ayurveda? Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. Antonio, your presentation was brilliant. My name is B.V.K. Shastri. I pitch upon your last point you made. I would explain the Sanskrit as the language of Ayurveda if you are making a presentation to a different audience who are not conversant with it. Do you have any suggestions or clarity on why Sanskrit is considered to be the language of Ayurveda or Ayuryoga?
Okay, this is actually, I can answer to your question like in the same way of him, because the reality is a manifestation of sound, and the Sanskrit is the primordial way by which we transfer our idea, the meaning, the semantic meaning, in a symbol. And the Bhartrihari was doing this kind of, thinking thousands of years ago. And this, because the vibration of the phonemes of Sanskrit, they are the vibration which represent the vibration of that particular element of the reality. So I think that this is why, because actually is the Sanskrit is not only the language of Ayurveda, but is the language of the Vedic culture. And Ayurveda is one of the branch. I don't know if I made myself clear. I had to be, for you it's the same, because I would start from the beginning to build the model.
Yeah, I believe we are running short of time. Madam, please, what is your question?
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Neetu. I'm from an Ayurvedic background. So I just had a quick question to you. Nowadays, after COVID especially, a lot of things has changed into telemedicine and online consultations and everything. So could you please share your views on how we can incorporate the whole idea of collaboration or integration into the telemedicine system, or online consultations?
I hate online consultation.
Okay, sir.
I have I have patients in Brazil, I have patients in Russia, I have patients in many parts of, so we have to do it, but it's something which is very, very, is not much Ayurvedic actually. Until we don't have the virtual reality with smell, touch, sound, you know, unless we have a virtual reality with a complete avatar, I think is not much good actually.
I completely agree. So thank you so much.
Yeah, last question.
So can we have that 5-element slide that you showed, that how the Panch Mahabhut slide. So my question was how that you showed us that how Panch Mahabhut is correlated with the electromagnetic all the
yeah.
you know, but
because they activate.
Yeah.
You have an activation, so you may. That was just an example.
Okay. So like if we presume that, but if the theory of that, like if the theory of atom is like, you know, what I can say, in the modern science, the theory collapses after some time. So if we can relate that Ayurvedic theory with the modern science or the Western science, so it will in the future will be like overruled by some other theory. So how can we correlate Panch Mahabhut with a very primordial or a very logical way, without even
look? The problem is that I should have much more time, but you can find some of my lecture on YouTube about this. Especially there was one that I gave in NIMHANS a few times ago. Panch Mahabhut are they derive from a break of a symmetry. And the break of the symmetry creates 3 phases: movement, resistant to the movement, and balance, which is Raja, Sattva, and Tamas. Okay? If you plot this, you get a sinusoid. This is a vibration. This vibration is the string, the primordial string. The Samkhya and the theory of the string, they are very similar. So the combination and permutation of the string, they can give rise to all the Pancha Mahabhuta. And the Pancha Mahabhuta, they are a flow of different density of amplitude and you know, different kind of permutation and combination of this primordial vibration. So actually, the vision of atoms, the vision that is at the stula level, is an oversimplification of what happens at the deeper level. And in fact, it's like, you know, the modern chemistry is like to consider a banyan tree and to consider each leaf of the banyan tree without considering the tree. You know? So when you go to this kind of, you know, equation, which are not really equation, you have to take the reality, the stula reality, in group, not as a single dot. Then you may have the coherence that is underneath that justify the stula level. For example, when you have a dosha, dosha is nothing else than a group of guna. Dosha does not exist. I mean, it's a group of guna. And you may have different kind of guna that form all the different variety of this dosha that are divided in sub-dosha, but they can be divided in 1,000. So a dosha is a hierarchical level of at a higher coherence. Then you have Tatu, which is the highest coherence. And then they look more stable. If you go in Sushruta, you don't find the dosha, you find the Tridhatu, you know, because they are stable. You have to make, you cannot make a precise equation of what is in the modern science and what is in Ayurveda. You have to realize that we are speaking of 2 different hierarchical reality. And so there is it's like when you see a forest, you see separate trees. But if you go underneath, you see that the roots are everywhere and they are entangling one with the other. And so there is not one single tree, but there are an ensemble that manifest at another level as a single tree. You know, this is the big difference. This is the big challenge that we have. The big challenge that we have to overcome, we in the West. And now, since the Western world has brutalized India so much, now we have the same problem. I'm sorry to be so crude.
Very interesting and informative presentation and discussion. I'm afraid due to shortage of time, we have to close this session. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you.
Now we request Dr. Malabhaskar Rao sir to honor our guest speaker, Dr. Antonio Ishwar Morandi. Scientist, Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, to honor our chairperson, Dr. Malabhaskar Rao. Thank you all. So now we are winding our plenary session third here, and the next sessions will be continued after these announcements.
So there is one very important announcement. So regarding the session tomorrow at 7:30 a.m., so we have 3 parallel workshops that will happen in Hall A, Hall B, and the corridor in the first floor of Convention Center. So for this workshops, you will have to register. Okay, so registration is free but compulsory. So for that, you need to scan this QR code, and you should tell us about your interest. In which workshop do you want to be present? So that we'll be able to arrange the logistics. So in case after this, if you're not able to scan from there, from above or from the back, we have 8 counters in the registration counter where the scanner, the QR code is available. You can please scan there and register for the workshop. The other announcement is tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp, we will start with the first session. The session will be from a professor from Harvard Medical School on the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna and taking the insights for psychotherapy. So it will be midnight there in the US. So we'll prefer not to extend or delay the start of the session. So I request all the delegates to please be present in the hall by 9 a.m. Thank you. So now we will have the paper presentation session for PG students. Okay, so the 3 workshops, the first workshop is on the practice of yoga for major psychiatric disorders. The second one is the applications of Ayurveda Marma therapy. And the third one is on counseling based on Indian knowledge systems. So you can choose to attend any one of the workshop, and to register, you can scan the QR code here. If you're not able to do it from the position where you're in, you can also access the QR code in the registration counter.
So, all right, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, with an interesting session, after this PG presentation, we're going to have the cultural activities. So, I request everybody to stay back and enjoy the show with lots more performances coming up after this PG presentation session. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching across YANTRA-2023. It's Yoga and Ayurveda Neurosciences, Therapeutic and Research Approaches 2023, organized by Jigyasa in association with NIMHANS, along with Minister of Ayush and Tarunya Shikshana Seva Trust. So the sponsors as goes like this: Doodh Pepeshwar, Sun Pharma, RGOHS, Aushadhi, co-sponsors Arya Vaidya Pharmacy, Vaidyaratnam, IMCOPS, associate partners Chanakya University, Rashtrotana Hospital, S. Vyasa University, and Yuvaka Sangha. So this is what the sponsors and co-sponsors for today's event, and we shall be moving on with the introduction part for the judges of this paper presentation for the PG category. And again, an announcement: I request all the audience to please stay back till the end of today's evening program and enjoy the show with the cultural activities as well. So over to Dr. Akila to take over the show.
Thank you. Very good evening. So we have three eminent judges. Dr. Monojit Devnath. He is currently the professor and head of the Department of Human Genetics in NIMHANS. He was awarded with 2 Young Scientist Awards, including Sudev Bhushan Ghosh Young Scientist Award in the year 2003. He was also received First Grade Research Grant Award from China Postdoctoral Science Foundation and Postdoctoral Research Grant Award from NERF Paris. He has received a Center for Excellence in Science, Engineering and Medicine Grant Award from the Department of IT, BT and ST, Government of Karnataka, to work on neurodevelopmental disorders. His current focus of research is on immunogenetical understanding of the nervous system, disorders including neurodevelopmental disorders like autism spectrum, IDD, ADHD, as well as schizophrenia, bipolar, etc. He has more than 90 research publications and is currently involved in 15 research projects supported by national and international funding agencies. He has a total citation of 2,390 with an I-10 index of 51 and H index of 23. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Kindly come on to the dais. Our second judge for the evening, Dr. Vijaya Majumdar. She is currently the Associate Professor at S. Vyasa University, Bangalore. She has attained expertise as a researcher in molecular biology, gene expression studies, and mammalian cell culture techniques. She has contributed significantly to the dissection of genetic etiology of most prevalent cardiovascular diseases and risk factors like type 2 diabetes, metabolic syndrome, and ischemic stroke in the South Indian population. Dr. Majumdar is actively engaged in teaching and research. As a project investigator, she has received several grants from the Government of India under various schemes. She has been a peer reviewer for several prestigious publishing groups like Nature, BMJ, Taylor and Francis and Sage. She is also the guest associate and review editor for the Frontiers group of publications. Dr. Majumdar's primary research interest lies in establishing the role of yoga in the human system's biology concerning the process of aging. Currently, she is involved in research on longevity, healthy aging and other parallel health-related aspects of yoga. We welcome you, ma'am, to the dais.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a big round of applause for ma'am to be a part of this judging panel for the PG paper presentation.
Also, we have Dr. Shubhasri ma'am with us, currently Research Officer, Scientist Ayurveda, Central Ayurveda Research Institute and Central Council of Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, Ministry of Ayush. She has showcased her expertise through an outstanding portfolio of research endeavors and publications with a multitude of scientific papers, totaling 52, and contributions to 10 articles in local languages. As a principal investigator, she has spearheaded pivotal ongoing projects, notably the AMRA study, evaluating Ayurveda management in rheumatoid arthritis and playing a vital role in implementing pharmacovigilance under Ministry of Ayush. Her literary projects, such as documenting life profiles of luminaries and extending activities for childcare institutes under the Mission Vatsalya scheme, underscore her diverse and impactful contributions. Acknowledged for her expertise, she serves as a reviewer for esteemed journals, including International Journal of Ayurveda Research and Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. She's also a recipient of numerous awards, including Anand Alva Memorial Prize and recognition for Best Research Paper at the National Seminar on Pharmacovigilance. Dr. Shubhasri's scholarly achievements are noteworthy. We welcome you, ma'am, to the stage.
So ladies and gentlemen, once again we welcome ma'am on this dais for this judging panel for the PG presentation session. So wholeheartedly we welcome all the three judges for taking a privileged time and joining with us on this occasion of YANTRA-2023. It's been a great pleasure and honor to have you, all the three of you. So we shall be starting the session with the session. Before that, we'll have the rules, regulations for the presentations. So there's going to be a total of 8 minutes. It's been split into 6th minute, you'll be having a first buzzer. So all the presenters, please note, there's going to be a first buzzer will be on the 6th minute. And at the 7th minute, you're going to have so there's going to be a first buzzer on the 5th minute, and the second buzzer will be at the 6th minute, and you'll be granted only 2 minutes of discussion from the judging side. So please stick on to the timings for all the presenters, and it's a humble request because we're running short of time for today. So we have to wind up with another sessions also. So I request you and the judges also to cooperate with this. And let's wind up the session as early as possible. And again, I repeat, the 5th minute is the first buzzer, and the second buzzer will be at the 6th minute. And after that, we'll be giving only 2 minutes for the discussion with the judging panel. Is it clear? All right, so we shall move on to the first presentation from the presenter, Dr. Rashmi, coming upon dais to have a presentation. Barli Salpa Jorak Chapale for Dr. Rashmi.
Good evening all. I'm going to present a part of my PhD work on efficacy of Ayurveda as an add-on therapy on clinical and neurophysiological measures in patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, Mamsa Medogada Vada. Next. DMD is the most common dystrophy among children and adolescents, affecting 1 in 3,600 to 6,000 live male births, and it is caused by DMD gene mutations. It's an X-linked disorder, and it causes absence of dystrophin, which leads to progressive muscular degeneration, inflammation, and mitochondrial dysfunctions. The child becomes non-ambulatory by the age of 12 years and dies due to cardiac or respiratory dysfunction in the 2nd or the 3rd decade. Currently, there is no cure for DMD, and corticosteroids are the only treatment available with adverse effects. This disease has a global health and economic burden, and there is a need for alternative approaches like Ayurveda. The Ayurvedic perspective of muscular dystrophies is due to the Bija Bhaga Avyava Dushti, causing the visheshan of Vada in dhatus, causing improper dhatu parinama, leading to Mamsa Medogada Vada Vyadi, which is referenced in Charaka Samhita Chigisasthana. And only few open-label clinical trials have been done in Ayurveda on muscular dystrophies. So the current need is to do studies integrating Ayurveda into conventional treatment for better management. Next. The primary objective of my study is to evaluate the efficacy of Ayurveda as an add-on therapy on functional outcome measures, comparing with the conventional treatment. Secondary objective is to evaluate the efficacy of Ayurveda intervention as an add-on therapy on cardiac autonomic functions, heart rate variability as biomarkers in DMD, to evaluate the efficacy of Ayurveda intervention as an add-on therapy on serum creatinine kinase markers. Next. The subjects were screened from Neuromuscular Clinic, Neurology OPD, NIMHANS, and the inclusion criteria is genetically confirmed ambulant male cases of age group 5 to 10 with elevated serum CPK and clinical signs consistent with DMD, and non-ambulatory patients and patients with other muscular dystrophies and myopathies, with any malignancy and taking steroid for more than 6 months were excluded from the study. The sample size is 66, 33 in each group, and the study got ethical approval from NIMHANS and has been registered in CTRI. Next. So the eligible subjects were randomized into 2 groups. Group A is the Ayurveda add-on group, and Group B is the standard of care therapy group. The baseline assessments of functional measures and secondary measures like HRV, 2D echo, serum CPK, and quality of life was done. And then intervention was given for 3 months in both the groups. Group A was given Ashwagandha Churna, Sanjeevani Vadi, Dhanvantari Taila, Manjaranavati, and Shirabala Taila. These Ayurvedic formulations are shown to have rejuvenative, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory properties as per the previous literature, along with the standard of care therapy. And the Group B was given only the standard of care therapy. Follow-up was done on 28-day, 56-day, 84-day of treatment, and 112-day, and statistical analysis was done. Next. Next. What is there? Next. Sorry. Previous slides. The next slide, yeah. The slides are there. Huh? I sent the slide. Sorry for the disturbance. So, but there are graphs and all. Yeah, the slides are not there. Yeah. So,
meanwhile, I have a request to the audience. Kindly maintain silence, please.
I'll continue with my slides. So coming to the results, next slide. So this is the mean age of patients and the age of onset of disease in both the groups, and majority of the patients showed deletion mutation. And on baseline comparison of functional measures between the groups, the NSA score, 6-minute walk distance, and rise from supine, both groups were comparable. Next. Coming to the results of NSAA, it was seen that highly significant difference was seen in each time point in the Ayurveda add-on group compared to the SOC group, and we can see the NSA score has been increased in the Ayurveda add-on group. In 6-minute walk test also, we found that significant difference seen in between the groups and at the time and group interaction. And time function test, that is time taken to rise from supine, showed significant difference between the groups and in the time and group interaction. Next. There are more slides in between.
very, very sorry that there's a technical glitches. So we'll just sort it out in the quiet meantime. Let's go on to the next presenter coming up on dais. It's going to be Dr. Anjumol. So please welcome her with a big round of applause, Dr. Anjumol, to present the next presentation.
A very good evening all. Welcome to the presentation. The title of my presentation is Add-on Effect of Stress Management with an Ayurvedic Compound and Hypnotherapy in Psoriasis, a 3M Comparative Clinical Trial. First, let's have an introduction. In India, the prevalence of psoriasis is 0.44 to 2.8%. In that, 31 to 88% of patients reported that stress as being the trigger for their psoriasis. So, understanding the role of stress is an important factor when proposing a treatment to the patient with psoriasis. Psychotherapeutic tools like hypnotherapy can be used as stress management tool. Here, in this study, we made an attempt to see the add-on effect of hypnotherapy in psoriasis. Coming to the objectives, primary objective was to compare the add-on effect of stress management in the outcome of psoriasis. Secondary objectives were to compare the add-on effect of Ayurvedic compound and hypnotherapy in stress associated with psoriasis. And second one was to compare the effect on the quality of life among the groups. Next. These are my hypotheses. Next. Coming to the methodology, study design was 3M comparative clinical trial and the sample size was 39, 13 in each group. Next. Coming to the equipments, scales used for the assessments were ISMA, that is International Stress Management Association. It is used to assess the general stress level. And the second one is PLSI, that is Psoriasis Live Stress Inventory, used to assess the stress associated with psoriasis. And the third one is PASI, used to assess the psoriasis area and severity index, used to assess the extent and severity of psoriasis. And fourth one is PDI, it is used to assess the quality of life in psoriatic patients. Next. These are my inclusion and exclusion criteria. Next. Coming to the intervention, the standard drugs used in all the groups were Mahamanjishtadikwadam, Kaishora Gugulu, Varakwadam for external wash, and Ayyapalakerathailam for external application. In group B, along with the standard medication, add-on medication given was a combination of Ashwagandha, Bela, Aparajita Churna in a ratio of 2:1.5:1.5, and in group C, along with the standard medication, hypnotherapy was administered. Coming to the hypnotherapy, as we all know, hypnotherapy is inducing a state of trance in which the person apparently loses the power of voluntary action and become highly responsive to the suggestions. These were the steps used in hypnotherapy: rapport creation, relaxation technique, induction method, hypnotic suggestions, and emerging out. Coming to the statistical analysis, non-parametric tests used were Friedman test for within-group analysis and Kruskal-Wallis test for between-group analysis. Coming to the within-group comparison of ISMA score, in Group C, when comparing with the other two groups, Group C had more percentage of relief, that is 79.9%. Coming to the between-group comparison of ISMA, the mean difference was more in Group C with hypnotherapy when comparing to the other two groups, and there were no changes observed in Group A with standard medications. Coming to the PLSI within-group comparison, there were more changes observed in Group C with hypnotherapy, and Group B also had some changes, that is 59.9. Coming to the between-group comparison of PLSI, more mean difference observed in Group C with hypnotherapy, and Group B also observed with stress medication also observed some changes. There were no more changes observed in Group A with standard medication. Coming to the psoriasis area severity index, there were changes observed in all the groups, but more changes observed in Group B and C with add-on stress medication and hypnotherapy. Coming to the PASI scale, between group comparison, Group C had more changes, more mean difference observed. It has maintained during the follow-up period too. Coming to the within group comparison of PDI scale, more changes observed in Group C with hypnotherapy and Group B with stress medication. PDI scale between group comparison, on the 61st day also it was maintained. It was mean difference was more in Group C and B. Coming to the discussion on outcome, On assessment with ISMA, there are no changes observed in Group A with standard medicine for psoriasis, Group B with stress medicine, and Group C with hypnotherapy showed significant changes from 16th day of intervention. Among the three groups, Group C with hypnotherapy had significant effect during the follow-up period. Most of the patients were on hypnotherapy, auto-hypnosis during the follow-up period. All groups showed significant in PASI score on 16th day. These changes brought about by internal medication. Among the three groups, Group C with hypnotherapy had significant effect in PLSI and PASI score on 16th day of intervention, suggesting hypnotherapy is effective in reducing stress, thereby reducing the severity of psoriasis. Percentage of relief was also more in Group C. As you all know, Ashwagandha, Bela, Abrajita Churna is having anxiolytic, adaptogenic, and neuroprotective action. Coming to the probable mode of action of hypnotherapy, skin is a complex organ which contains many glands, blood vessels, smooth muscle elements which are controlled by, many of them are controlled by autonomic nervous system. So any emotional stimuli can cause autonomic arousal can affect the skin also. It alters the neurohormonal system, moderator or psychoneuroimmunological response, thus reducing the inflammatory markers. So the conclusion is Ashwagandha, Bela, Abrajita Churna has add-on effect in stress associated with psoriasis. Hypnotherapy has add-on effect in reducing stress associated with psoriasis. So alternative hypothesis 1 and 2 is accepted. These were the photographs which was taken before and after treatment. These are the references. Thank you. That
all
is,
the three?
yes.
All the three?
No. In A group, we have given standard medication for psoriasis. But in group B and C, B with internal anti-stress medications, Ashwagandha, Bela, Abrajita Churna, which is commonly used in our OPD. And third group, hypnotherapy for stress management.
Okay, so why don't you use the terms like hypnotherapy and whatever combination of drugs you have given, why are you using the term as stress management therapy?
Ma'am, these medicines we commonly use for stress management in
But
our...
they have various actions, am I right?
Yes, sure, ma'am, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So your aim was to reduce the scores of stress.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yeah.
But you can specify the interventions as such.
We try to find out, is there any add-on effect when we reduce the stress level in the patients? Is there any add-on effect, whether the patient will get any...
Okay, one more question. Is it a RCT?
No, 3M comparative clinical trial, ma'am.
Clinical trial. Is it registered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Dr. Anju,
yes,
the age group of your study participant is, age range is 18 to 55
yes,
years.
Yes,
and the stress is the primary objective here, right? So, susceptibility to stress, response to stress, and management will differ across the age range.
Yes,
So, can you generalize your finding here? Because the age range is too big, too wide here.
Yes. Sir, the stress in 18-year-old participant and 55-year-old participants will be different. But initially, but the action of hypnotherapy or the action of the anti-stress medicines will be the same for all the patients, because initially during the first sitting we assessed the stress level, and based on that we administered, the hypnotherapy will give a positive hypnotic suggestion based on the problem of the patient. We gave the hypnotic suggestions, so it varies depending upon the patient.
I see that you did include another group where the patients do not have stress as a factor.
No,
so
sir.
For your future studies, I think that will add strength to your study if you include another group. Okay, all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anjumol. This is a humble request for all the judges that we have a slot for only 2 minutes for the discussion. So let's stick on to that a little bit. All right, so we're moving on to the next presenter coming up on stage. It's Miss Suma Bhaskar. So ladies and gentlemen, and so George Chapalabarli for Suma Bhaskar to present this PG paper presentation.
Good evening, one and all present here. This is a part of my PhD study. The title is Add-on Yoga Intervention Exerts a Differential Effect on Depressive Symptomatology, Trigunas, Cognition and Autonomic Activity in Adolescent Depression. This is a pilot study. Next. Adolescent depression is a major public health concern which has a very high prevalence, early onset, recurrent. It is very recurrent, as well as it has many side effects and increase in the suicidality. Therefore, has a very major impact on the individual, family, and community as a whole. And it has been shown that depression is associated with increased mind wandering, negative effect, and reduced sattva. The severity of depression is also associated with increased sympathetic activity and reduced cognition. In general, yoga practice has been known to enhance parasympathetic activity and reduce the depression symptoms in adults. But even though there are a few studies demonstrating the reduction of depression scores by yoga intervention in adolescents, the underlying neurophysiological mechanisms of the effect of yoga intervention on adolescent depression has not been understood comprehensively. So in an attempt to explore these aspects, I'm presenting the preliminary pilot data here. And these are my inclusion-exclusion criteria. After screening and the recruitment of subjects is based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria, the patients are grouped into treatment as usual group or yoga plus treatment as usual group. After which there are pre-intervention assessments. After the baseline assessments, they are grouped. They are given the treatment as usual for 6 weeks, or they are grouped into the yoga intervention plus treatment as usual for 6 weeks. Post which again there is a assessment. So what I will be doing is the assessment of psychometric scales and socio-demographic data is done. Psychometric scales such as Hamilton Depression Rating Scale, which is for the severity of depression, and positive and negative affect schedule to assess the positive and negative effects, as well as mind wandering questionnaire for mind wandering, and the personality is assessed with the Vedic personality inventory.
We record the, at baseline, we record the assessment of, we record the resting high density EEG with 3 minutes of eyes open and 3 minutes of eyes closed, along with the resting ECG for HRV, post which we record the P300, which is a auditory event related potential, using the auditory oddball task, following which there is assessment of working memory where FM theta power is assessed with modified Sternberg's task, and later the assessment of emotion perception is done using another ERP or event related potential, which is late positive potential, using the passive viewing of emotions and subjective grading. We have used the add-on yoga intervention, which is a validated yoga module, where yoga therapist gives the supervised contact session of 1 hour per day for 2 weeks and online supervised tele sessions for 4 weeks. And the statistical analysis was carried out using custom scripts and GG statsplot package in R. These are the results. The age was comparable in both the groups. The depression severity, as you can see here, the Whiteout group, there is a very significant decrease in the depression severity. And there was a significant decrease in the negative affect in both the groups. Mind wandering was significantly reduced in the Whiteout group, that is in the yoga group. And the sattva was increased in the Whiteout group only. Rajas part of the Vedic personality inventory, there was not much change, though there was a trend in decrease. Whereas the tamas scores was significantly decreased in the yoga group. Here is the result of the assessment of attention by auditory oddball task, where you can see here both the groups showed a significant, enhanced attention. These are the results for the HRV variables, where you can see there was a reduction in the high frequency, normalized high frequency. Significant was the result was there. So our preliminary data revealed that yoga as an add-on intervention in adolescent depression over a period of 6 weeks gave favorable outcomes. One, the psychometric data, there was a significant decrease in the depression severity in Whiteout group, that is in the yoga group. Mind wandering was significantly reduced, and significant reduction in the negative effect were seen in both the groups. But the personality profile, there was a significant increase in the sattva and decrease in the tamas only in the yoga group. Coming to the objective data, there was a significant decrease in the high frequency, normalized high frequency only in the Whiteout group. Enhanced attention was seen in both the groups. So, although yoga is known to increase parasympathetic activity and reduce depression scores in adults, contradictory results were seen in our pilot data, which might be due to the developmental trajectory as such, because during the childhood, there is an increase in the sympathetic system, which is sustained up to the adolescence, and there onwards, the parasympathetic system takes over. So that could be because of that, and also because we use the right nostril breathing, which is said to increase the sympathetic system, sympathetic activity. And also because they are doing yoga, they are also physically active. So that might be the reason for our contradictory results. And definitely, we require more number of subjects to actually look at the mechanism. What is the mechanism in these kids? Why there is a decrease in the depression scores, but still there is contradictory decrease in the HNF only. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubha Bhaskar. I have a very basic question.
Sure, sir.
Okay. So did you use a validated yoga module for depression?
Yes, sir.
The validated yoga module is of 12 weeks duration, right? The module that has been validated by NIMHANS.
That is for adults, sir.
Okay.
What we have used is for adolescent depression itself.
So that is being validated?
Yes, sir. I showed the results.
Okay. So one more deviation is that the duration and the number of session for the yoga is too less.
It's a short-term add-on yoga intervention, sir. So it's only for 6 weeks. So we have 2 weeks for contact session where they come in here and we give them the yoga therapy. Once we see that they have learned the yoga session properly, then we go to the online sessions.
Okay. Some of the parameters like HRV, they are very general kind of parameters. Okay, so can you bring precision
yes, sir.
of these abnormalities?
Yes, sir. Actually, we are looking into that, sir. I have to do the analysis so that it can be more precise.
Hello, Dr. Suma. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you.
You have done within group analysis, I think.
No, but
did I miss to see the between group analysis also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you just showcase? Not an issue. Okay. So your within group analysis was more significant compared to between group or something like
between groups, ma'am. Between the yoga group and the
and which
other
method have
treatment
you
as
used
usual.
to analyze?
I've used R, ma'am.
R. Okay. I could see 3-dimensional kind of graphs. So
yeah,
who has done the
that
analysis?
is using NeuroKit 2. For HRV, we have used a different package that is called as NeuroKit 2. So that is why you would see the...
okay, okay. So but the test is?
For HRV, ma'am, resting HRV.
No, what is the test you have used for the statistics? You may have used the R package. The test name is what?
Student t-test.
Student t-test.
Yes,
did you have covariates in the study? Did you adjust for any covariates?
No, I don't think so, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Suma. Next participant, Dr. Aishwarya Lakshmi.
Good afternoon. The topic of my presentation is Marshanasya with Puranagrida against Hingwadi Yoga and Schizophrenia, a randomized controlled non-inferiority trial. Introduction. About 24 million people worldwide suffer from schizophrenia. It's a disorder that affects the thought process, perception, emotional responsiveness, and social intervention of the individual. Antipsychotics are the major drug of choice, but there has been reports of adverse effects. The symptoms of schizophrenia resemble those explained in Unmada. The main treatment protocol we use is Nasya, which eliminate doshas in the Urdhvanga and is useful in psychiatric disorders. Puranagrida, which is the Agri Aushadha indicated for Unmada. It is widely used in practice, but no scientific validation has yet to be done. So, the aim was to study the scope of Nasya and schizophrenia and the role of Puranagrida in the management. The primary objective was to compare the efficacy of Marshanasya with Puranagrida against Hingwadi Yoga and schizophrenia, and the secondary objective was to compare the efficacy of both groups in auditory hallucination. The hypothesis were as follows. The methodology, the study design was a randomized controlled non-inferiority trial, and for a duration of 7 days. The simple random sampling was done, and a sample size was 16 in each group. The materials used were the trial group 3-year-old Puranagrida, and in the control group Hingwadi Yoga, which is a combination of Hingu, Aja and Davi in equal quantity. 2 ml was fixed as the dose and was administered for 7 days. The assessments were done using positive and negative syndrome scale and modified SIRADS, and the assessment were done on 0th day, 4th day and 8th day. As the data did not follow normality, non-parametric tests were used, and within group analysis was done by Friedman test, and in the positive symptoms of the PAN scale, the trial drug showed significance in delusion, hallucinatory behavior and suspiciousness, and the control drug in conceptual disorganization, hallucinatory behavior, suspiciousness and hostility. In the negative symptoms, the trial group, that is Puranagrida, showed significance in blunted affect, emotional withdrawal, poor rapport, passive or apathetic social withdrawal, and lack of spontaneity and flow of conversation. And the control dog also showed significance in the same item. In general psychopathology symptoms, trial drug showed significance in anxiety, tension, depression, motor retardation, unusual thought content, and poor attention. And the control drug in anxiety, tension, depression, motor retardation, uncooperativeness, poor attention, lack of judgment and insight, preoccupation, and active social avoidance. Within group analysis in modified SIRAS, the trial drug was found to be significant in conviction, amount of distress, and the disruption of life caused to the belief, and the control drug in amount of and the intensity of distress and the disruption of life caused due to belief. In voice hearing domain, the trial drug was found to be significant in loudness, amount of distress, and controllability of voices, while the control drug was found to be significant in controllability of voices. A one-sided t-test was done for proving the non-inferiority of the trial. 1.5 was fixed as the non-inferiority limit in PAN scale. With a difference of p-value 1, the trial drug was found to be non-inferior to the control drug. Coming to the discussion, in a presenting complaint, out of 32 participants, 30 had complained of delusion, 26 hallucination. Bizarre behavior were present in 21 participants. 13 participants showed a family history of schizophrenia. Coming to Sharira Prakriti, 50% had Vada Kabha Prakriti, 34% had Vada Pitta, and 16% had Pitta Kabha Prakriti. 50% of the participants reported Vishamagni, 55% of the participants had disturbed sleep. And based on the outcome, on the PAN scale, the trial drug was found to be significant in delusion and unusual thought content, and the control drug in conceptual disorganization, lack of judgment and insight, preoccupation, and active social avoidance. Both drugs were found to be significant in hallucinatory behavior, suspiciousness, etc. This may be due to the combined effect of the drug and the Nasya procedure. And based on the modified SIRAS, the trial drug was found to be significant in conviction about belief, loudness of voices, and the amount of distress caused by voices, and the control drug in intensity of distress caused by the belief. And both drugs were found to be significant in the following items. Based on the mode of action, based on the anatomical and the physiological functions of studies of the Nasya Karma, the action has been discussed upon the neurological pathway, the vascular path, and the lipid diffusion of the drug. As you can see, the Puranagrita has Kadu Tiktarisa, Shida Virya, and Kadu Vibhaga, and the properties like Tridoshabaha, Rasayana, and Unmada Abasmarahara. The study by Dr. Honey Jones has proven the antidepressant activity, antioxidant, and the memory retaining capacity of Puranagrita. And the properties of Hingwadi Yoga has been given, shown in the table. The studies also proven neuroprotective, the antioxidant, and the anxiolytic activities of the drugs. So clinical observations were made in the study where most of the participants had slight discomfort in the first days of procedure due to the Tekshnatva of drugs. 17 participants reported disturbed sleep, which was relieved after Nasya, and trial drug was effective in reducing excessive salivation in 3 participants. Conclusion, Marshanasya with Puranagrita is non-inferior to Hingwadi Yoga and schizophrenia, so alternative hypothesis is accepted, and compared to Hingwadi Yoga, Puranagrita has significant effect in auditory hallucination. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. So, if you look at the scores and skills across the trial and the control group, the findings are extremely heterogeneous. Why it is so?
Maybe due to the properties of the drug. The trial drug was Gridha, and the control drug was a tablet which we given as Kalkanasya. So maybe due to these.
Okay. So one of the drug has antidepressant and antioxidant property. Anyway, antioxidant property is that is well accepted. But why a drug with antidepressant activity you have used for schizophrenia? What was the justification?
So usually patients with schizophrenia who had negative symptoms, they had depressive features like avolition, alogia, apathy. So we use these drugs with antidepressant activity also.
Yeah. Dr. Lakshmi, what was the duration of illness of the patients? Mean duration, have you mentioned?
No, ma'am, that was not my notes.
Okay. And why do you call it as non-inferiority trial? Can you explain the term?
Because we were not sure how Puranagrita will act in schizophrenia, as no such study has been found. But by clinical observation, we see that there is some action, but we do not know whether it is superior or equal to the action of Hingwadi. So we did a non-inferiority trial.
And you have reported a lot of side effects. So you can mention it under the heading of adverse effects.
Okay.
Dr. Aishwarya, I understand, but I think the other judges should also understand what is Marshanasya. If it would have been written in a line or so, Marsha, Pratinamarsha, whatever it is, for understanding of others.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next participant, Ms. Ria.
Good evening all. My name is Ria. The title of my presentation is Integrating Klesha Model in Mental Health Practice, a perspective from mental health practitioners and yoga practitioners. To introduce, I will start with yoga psychology as it provides vital insights into human mind and consciousness. To utilize these insights for mainstream mental health service, it is relevant to explore shared understanding of such model between mental health practitioners with the background of yoga psychology and lay yoga practitioners. So one such model from yoga psychology is of Panchaklesha, which are the underlying causes of human suffering according to sage Patanjali. These are avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesha. These kleshas can exist in different forms like dormant, attenuated, expanded, and alternating forms. In advanced yogis, these kleshas are considered to be dormant, while in everyone else it is considered to be weak or expanded or changing from one to another. There are very few studies that are very close to the concepts of kleshas in the field available. So, but very few, some on non-attachment, some on ego sense, higher ego sense and all of that. It can be summarized that reduction or low level of kleshas can lead to overall well-being. The aim of my study was, there is a slight correction, the aim of my study was to explore perspectives of mental health practitioners and yoga practitioners around the concepts of klesha model. This was an exploratory mixed method study using purposive sampling. I had prepared a socio-demographic data sheet and semi-structured surveys, one for yoga practitioners and one for mental health practitioners. All ethical considerations were followed and informed consent was obtained. Mean and standard deviation was calculated and thematic analysis was performed. The below table shows the inclusion criteria. For mental health practitioners, it was degrees in clinical psychology, counseling, psychiatry, PSW, knowledge of yoga psychology, and 5 years of professional experience. For yoga practitioners, the inclusion was people practicing yoga in the last 18 months, all gender, minimum 10 years of education, and working knowledge of English or Hindi. Coming to results, so the socio-demographic, so 17 mental health practitioners were included with mean age of 45 years, ranging from 29 to 68 years. There was an equal representation of both genders. For yoga practitioners, 61 participants were included, and there was unequal representation of gender, with 77% being female. The mean age was 41 years. So when asked about the questions of how kleshas are relevant and applicable for mental health to both the groups, it was found that about more than 60% of participants in both the groups say that they are relevant and applicable for mental health. These percentages are, the difference in the percentage is not a statistical difference, it's a normal percentage calculated in both the groups. The higher levels of relevance was ascribed to avidya by yoga practitioners, while other like asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesha was found more relevant by mental health practitioners. Now coming to some of the overlapping themes, I will stick to the concepts and the themes, and the quotations from the two groups are given in the table. So for the concept of avidya, the emerging theme was how avidya is playing a role in germinating other kleshas, and how avidya shows an expression in daily life, like for example creating misunderstandings in the community, and there is a lot of prevalence of fake news and in the social media and all of that. When it comes to Asmita, the emergent theme was the struggle of self-identity, how it leads to negative life outcomes. For example, it may lead to clashes in personal and professional life, and how identifying with limited ego leads to suffering. In terms of raga, the emergent theme was how raga leads to sense-based attachments. For example, people gave examples of food craving, mobile addictions, people wanting gadgets, house, vehicles, etc. For Dvesha, the emergent theme was how Dvesha, the intense aversion of pain, is hazardous as it may cause feelings like jealousy and hatred in people. For Abhinivesha, the emergent theme was how it manifests as fear and insecurity related to future and health. Coming to discussion, the study found an overlap in the perspective of mental health practitioners and yoga practitioners regarding the concepts of klesha. The shared understanding of these two groups can be utilized to develop a module in future for mental health care. Klesha model can be used to understand psychopathology also. Limitation, there was missing data in the yogic wisdom, that is the survey with yoga practitioners, especially in the open-ended questions. There was no standardized tool aligning with the aim of the study, so the semi-structured survey was developed with using a mix of Likert scale and open-ended question. Due to COVID views, the study was conducted online, and richer data would have been obtained through in-person interview, and purposive sampling is also one of the limitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ria. Okay, so my first question is that, did you take into consideration the other physical and mental health of these two groups of participants? First of all, you should have used professionals instead of practitioners, right?
Sir, they were professionals, but I have used the term practitioner.
Because it's confusing, right? Practitioner means who practice. Right?
Sir, yes, they were practitioners, but they had different backgrounds. Some were from PSW, clinical psychology, yoga background also.
No issues. Okay. So did you take into consideration the physical and mental health of these practitioners?
Practitioners, I haven't assessed their mental health, but for yoga practitioners, I did K10 scale, and whoever was below the cutoff, I had, whoever was found to have high distress level, I had not included them in the study.
Okay, so without history, medical history, can you really make a clear conclusion about the impact of the klesha?
Sorry, sir?
Without taking somatic health or mental health into consideration, can you send a clear message of your study?
Sir, I had one question in my survey regarding the physical health, physical illness, if they have anything. And if there was presence of any severe physical and mental illness, then I had excluded them from the study.
Okay, so in your mental health group, so the number is 16, whereas in the yoga group it is 61. So
Yeah.
there is a drastic difference of the sample size.
Yeah.
And second is, in mental health group, the professionals are having extremely heterogeneous background.
Yes.
So you should maintain homogeneity, right?
Yes.
Like in the yoga group, it is a pretty homogeneous group.
Yeah, sir, but for mental health, because this group is the background, because many people are practicing, and it's really hard to target one, because then if it can't be generalized also if it is so homogeneous, because many people are providing mental health services.
I have the similar concerns as Sir has mentioned now. One more thing, that you have used this mixed method study,
Yes.
and you have used the term klesha, and there are so many concepts I could see to define the domains. How did you make sure, like there is no questionnaire which was not a standardized tool.
Yeah.
So how did you make sure that they understood your questions correctly?
Yes, sir.
Because it was
Yes,
quite,
ma'am.
complicated. It is not a normal day-to-day language.
Yeah.
How did you communicate, and how did you make sure that the responses are adequate?
So,
Did you validate the tool?
No, ma'am, I couldn't validate the tool because there was no time. This is a part of my PhD study, and it was for an exploratory purpose. And while sending the assessment tool to the participants, so I had given a understanding in bracket, like the simplest translation that I could find from the literature.
Did you take a feedback from the participants
Yes,
that they had
yes,
a problem in understanding, or they could understand your questions?
Yes, for the yoga practitioners, I had done a pre-pilot testing also for the whole survey and checked what are the things that they are finding difficult to understand.
Yoga practitioners or yoga professionals would have understood more mental health professionals.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next participant, Subhash M.
Good evening. Title of my study is A Cross-Sectional Study on Psychological Burden of Transgender Community in Kerala and an Uncontrolled Clinical Trial on the Effect of Selected Yoga Protocol in the Perceived Stress. Transgender is the umbrella term which is used in the context of gender identity and gender role. Gender dysphoria is the distress which is caused due to the incongruence of sex assigned at birth and gender experience. Gender dysphoria is explained in DSM-5. Acharya Charaka mentioned the concept of Yamisra Linga as the Tritiya Linga, and global prevalence of transgender is 0.3 to 0.5%. In India, 48 lakhs of transgenders are living. They are facing discriminations, harassment, and social stigma. Transgender policy in 2015 and the survey in 2014 by Government of Kerala estimated that there are 25,000 of transgenders living in Kerala. Global health and disease burden of transgender is understudied. Hence, stress management modalities in Ayurveda and Yoga have scope in such areas. This was the research question of the study. Aim was to unravel the prevailing psychological problem of transgender community and to explore the scope of yoga in such issues. Objectives were to identify the psychological burden of transgender community, to assess the effect of selected yoga protocol in identified stress and quality of life, and to assess the sattva-bala of the participants. These were the hypotheses. The methodology includes a cross-sectional survey and an uncontrolled clinical trial. For the cross-sectional survey, stratified random sampling was adopted, and for that, the Kerala was divided into 3 zones. An uncontrolled clinical trial, simple random sampling was performed. 93 is the sample size of the cross-sectional survey, and 24 is the sample size of uncontrolled clinical trial. And these are the inclusion and the exclusion criteria. Stress level as per the PSS, above 13 were included in the study. And this is the yoga protocol. Materials used for the study are Kessler Psychological Distress Scale and DAS-21, Perceived Stress Scale, Sattva Assessment Scale, and WHO Quality of Life BREF. Since all the data were following normality, T-test and RM ANOVA were performed. Observations, analysis, and discussion. Phase 1, cross-sectional survey. As per the demographic data, most of the participants have no permanent domiciliary status. It may be due to their gender identity issues. And the unemployment, that is 20.4% among the participants. And unemployment, ill-paid jobs, and inconsistency in jobs forced most of the participants into commercial sex work. And educational status and socio-economic status were improved after the transgender policy in 2015 by Government of Kerala. And marital status and the living status, 66.6% were unmarried and 55.7% were living with their partner. Partner may be either a cisgender or a transgender. Mental status examination, at 23.7% of the participants were anxious in mood and 18.3% were sad. Memory is impaired in 26.9%. Recent memory was the most impaired. And attention is impaired in 29% and concentration in 20.4%. Sleep was affected in 38.7%, and 14% of the participants have addiction of smoking, and 11.8% have addiction of either alcohol or narcotics, and 87.1% have health problems. 24.7% having a history of psychiatric illness. 37.6% have suicidal ideations, and 20.4% having suicidal attempt at least one time in their life. Most of the participants have unsatisfactory homely atmosphere, social relations, family support, and financial problems. Manasa Prakriti was assessed. 43% of the participants were Rajasa, and 27.8% Tamasa, and 28.9% Rajasa Tamasa. According to Kessler Psychological Distress Scale, 41.9% having moderate disorder and 12.9% having severe disorder. And as per DAS 21, depression is moderate in 54.8% and 14% have severe depression. And anxiety in 49.46% moderate and 13.98 severe. And stress in 45.2% moderate and 14% severe. As per the Cohen's perceived stress scale, 98.9% of the participants were having moderate perceived stress, and 100% of the participants were having in the moderate perceived stress category in the yoga intervention. Sattva was assessed, and 39.8% having Pravara Sattva, 58.11% having Madhyama Sattva, and 2.2% Avara Sattva. Now we are moving to the uncontrolled clinical trial. After the yoga intervention, the perceived stress reduced from 18.485 to 11.75 on the 30th day, and it is on the follow-up day of 45th, it is 13. And the perceived stress total score pairwise comparison significance was observed. In the follow-up also significance observed. Quality of life in also significance observed, but in the follow-up period the significance was not retained. These are some studies about the yoga on stress. Yoga have effect on the sympathetic nervous system, HPA axis, and it reduced cortisol. Summary of the study is a cross-sectional survey was conducted, and many psychological issues were identified among transgender people, and selected yoga protocol have significant effect on perceived stress and quality of life. 58.1% were having Madhyama Sattva Bala. So the selected yoga protocol of 30 minutes for 30 days having significant effect in the perceived stress in the subsample of the participants in the transgender population, hence alternative hypothesis accepted. These are my recommendations and references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Subhash. So I have two questions. So the first one is, you have two parallel objectives, and they are independent of each other. Okay? So why so?
Sir, actually it is a very preliminary study in the Ayurveda, in the Ayush sector. There is not much studies also in that. Only the transgender psychological issues, we have got some idea about the transgender survey in 2013. So that's why we choose to find out the psychological burden in Kerala among the transgenders. And the other one, there is no other interventions are possible right now, so we tried with the yoga first. So my recommendation, I have recommended some other studies also now onwards possible, because there are, after my study started, there is a project also started in Kerala now.
Okay. So regarding the yoga protocol, so you have mentioned selected yoga protocol was used.
Yes, sir.
Whether multiple protocols were used or a single protocol was used?
Sir, that is the protocol by Government of India, and we have made it little compact by Kerala government, NHM and NAM, as a part of the International Yoga Day for the mental health perspective.
We have different validated protocol for
Yes,
each
sir.
and every condition, depression, anxiety, schizophrenia,
Yes,
all
sir.
these things.
Yeah, you have used with your results down, I could see a lot of references.
Yes, sir.
Those are can you tell us for what purpose have you used? Like, you have your own statistics.
Yes, ma'am, the references in the international level, what is the prevalence of the transgender people and their psychological issues, and in Indian perspective also what is the situation. There are only few studies there, and in Kerala we have only 2 studies noticed, and one study is actually the state survey.
So it becomes more easy to understand when you put down all these things in the discussion section. Okay, instead of merging it with the result section.
Ma'am, already I have put that there, but because of the time constraint,
Okay.
I didn't.
How did you assess attention? You have used a lot of variables like psychological
Ma'am,
variables.
we use the MMSC there, mental status examination, and the MMSC we use there. From that we can identify the the serial.
That is for cognition, overall cognition.
Yeah.
Okay. And quality of life, can you tell the assessment too?
That is the WHO quality of life BRUF that I used.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just as a continuation, what about the follow-up? Have you further followed them up after this?
Ma'am, I have made some recommendation. One is to, we can conduct some Sattvavajaya modalities and Yuktivyapasraya therapies also, because we have seen many psychological issues among this population. And the other one, the scales we used, we have to translate into the regional language also. That is also important. The most important thing is the government has to make necessary policy changes, because there are some issues when we start working with this community, whether we are treating the person for his body or mind, or a body-mind complex we are working. So government has to fix. That is a big issue actually.
One last question, what do you mean by uncontrolled trial? That's it.
Ma'am, there is no control group there. Thank you.
Next participant, Ms. Nagalakshmi.
Very good evening to all. Myself, Nagalakshmi Esra. I'm here today to present my topic, feasibility study of integrated yoga module for internet gaming disorder among adolescents. Play, please. The same slide it should. Okay. Yeah, I'm research scholar from Yasvasa Yoga University. My guide is Dr. Raghavendra Bhatt sir, assistant professor in SVyasa. And my co-guide is Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma from NIMHANS, he's a professor. The video games, it is internet gaming called played video games, partially and primarily for a fun actually. So it is accessed through internet for the fast access and the highest ranked internet activity. And it is also, in the beginning it will be played for a fun, and later on it will be turned into a addiction. So that will be the behavioral addiction, particularly among adolescents it has become more. So the worldwide prevalence now is in the year, according to the King TL study, the gaming disorder is 3.05%, and the overall prevalence of IGD was 3.3 and 8.5% in males and 3.5% in females in the year 2022. So the treatments which are popular now for this internet gaming disorder is behavioral therapy, psychotherapy, and electrotherapy and pharmacotherapy, etc. So in that psychotherapy, some of the again popular therapies are CBT, that is cognitive behavior therapy, and family therapy, and counseling. So my aim of the study is, we are trying to do for the alternate therapy like yoga. So some of the studies which is seen on the screen is done by Anurag Tripathi, and Udyard in year 17 and 11. It says that, yoga module can be developed and used for internet gaming patterns to change. So my intention, my objective of this study is to reduce the gaming time and overcoming the loneliness and changing from sedentary to active lifestyle. So these studies says that, yes, it works. Yoga works for treating addiction. That is, yoga is a holistic tradition, we all know that. And it works for psychological and physical benefits it has. And that's why I have developed, validated, and checked the feasibility of this integrated approach of yoga therapy and the beneficial effects of yoga to reduce self-regulation. So some of these are the symptoms of internet gaming disorder. to improve even like academic performance among adolescents. These are the symptoms we could see who are into addiction, internet gaming addiction, and obviously even the depression and anxiety and stress also. The design of the study is we have done a randomized controlled study in a school setting, and it was allocated, and screening is done among school students, and then it was with the internet addiction test, it was finalized and made randomly, it was allocated into 2 different groups of yoga and control group, and we have assessed internet gaming disorder scale and WHO quality of life brief, and also UCLA loneliness scale, and parents internet gaming disorder scale also. So what the intervention we have given is we have taught the yoga and the module which we had developed and validated, and this is based on the IAIT and some of the loosening practices, breathing practices, yogasanas, pranayama and meditation have involved in this. And after screening and who are eligible to the criteria, we have selected 20 participants in each group of age 14 to 18 years. 4 weeks we gave the intervention, and 3 sessions per week, 40 minutes in a session. So this is the results we have got. First we have got in WHO, that is, we can see the p-value that we have got the significance value compared to the yoga and control group, and loneliness also. And also in parents, actually we got a good response from parents and also school. Actually school cooperated a lot for us, because in a school setting to make the children practice yoga is really challenging. And it was, later on it was analyzed with independent sample t-test. Significance differences we can see here. And conclusion is that yes, since the pilot study we had done, so for these parameters only we could see the significance. If it is a long duration, definitely we'll be getting the good results. And this pilot study suggests that feasible, acceptable, and easy in practice among adolescents. And it definitely helps to adolescents to improve their quality of life if they implement yoga practices in their life, and also to reduce this internet gaming disorder. This helps a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nagalakshmi.
Thank you.
So you have mentioned that this is the first study.
Yes.
This is the pilot study.
Yes.
Again, you have mentioned that you have validated the module.
Yeah.
So 3 different aspects in the same study. Like for validation of the module, you should do a study, right? Then comes pilot study.
First developed, then validate.
So how did you validate the study?
We approached experts, sir. Few experts
So that is
of different.
unpublished, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Nagalakshmi.
Thank you,
What was the control group here, if I have missed something?
Yeah. Control group. Actually, this school is who have the optional activity of yoga. So we could get easily the students who have not practiced yoga. So we screened for more than 100 students, and in that, who comes under the eligible criteria, that too for the internet gaming disorder, we made 2 different groups randomly out of those who was under the inclusion criteria. So then, in that settings, we made 20 each in yoga group and 20 in control group. So we didn't give the yoga sessions for them. Later on, after the completion of this study, we gave them.
You say their wait list.
Yes.
control,
Yeah.
then
Later.
You should have mentioned that.
Okay.
And you told about the IAIT, this thing.
Yes.
Did you have any kind of counseling or concepts that you taught the students or the participants along with that? Because yoga is just not the practices.
Yes.
Did you include any kind of theory or
No, ma'am.
concepts?
No, ma'am. Not theory. Just in between, we were just explaining what are the advantages.
But you mentioned self-regulation as a theoretical framework for your intervention.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just as a continuation, did I miss out that eligibility criteria? Was it more than so many hours per day, per week, or something like that?
No, criteria is it? Actually, 2 hours, more than 2 hours who have played, for them only we have included in the study.
Did you mention that?
No, not here I have mentioned. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So, all right, thank you so much, Ms. Nagalakshmi Rao. So, the next presenter is coming up on stage. It's going to be Ms. Vani KV. So, Jora Chapale Barle for Ms. Ramani KV to next presenter on stage.
How to do this? Here only.
Console. I request all the delegates to please maintain silence because it's a paper presentation and even the judges will getting disturbed on this. So request everybody, humble request. So please maintain silence. For the next few minutes, we shall be closing the session. We'll be starting with our cultural activities as well. All right. Thank you so much.
So this is the one, right? Namaste, one and all. I am Vani. Today's topic what I am presenting is influence of yoga practice on well-being and perceived stress of IT employees who are working from home due to COVID. And it's a cross-sectional study, and it is my first phase of the PhD study, and it's a survey. As we know that working from home, like COVID transformed the working from home, and the working from home became the new norm. And they not only challenges, there were opportunities also when they started working from home. The lifestyle change, like physical activity, sleep quality, and dietary habits, all extended hours of work and screen time, all these impacted the physical and mental well-being of IT employees. So one of the aim of this survey, where I'm presenting here, is the role of, to observe the role of yoga practice on perceived stress and well-being. I have quoted few research studies done during yoga related to COVID and how yoga is beneficial, which says that we can reduce the stress and anxiety and depression when we practice yoga. And online yoga is beneficial to strengthen the immune system, and yoga meditation, it helps in reducing and stress and improving the quality of life. And including yoga in our daily life, it helps benefit the physical and mental health. Here, we have done Google survey among software professionals who are from South India and the major hub like Bangalore, Hyderabad and Mysore. And it is for a duration of 6 months, and it is done in the second COVID time, second is one. And we wanted to make it anonymous so that we get the good responses, and it was a snowball sampling method. And we two companies facilitated the data collection by sending the survey link to employees through HR personnel. And this survey consists of validated measures, perceived stress, which has 4. There is a smaller version of PSS4 and well-being questionnaire has been used, along with 42 questions related to health, lifestyle, and work. So when we talk about health, their health, physical, mental, and musculoskeletal health, and work-related work-life balance, duration of extended work, and screen time, and all those questions were included in this survey. This is the result, the socio-demographic information of 55 participants we have got in this survey, and the mean age was 30 years, and 58% were male, and
The graduates were 57 and postgraduates were 27%, and the marital state was single or 54%, and who are living with the family were almost, almost everyone was living with the family during COVID time. I have taken, there are few questions where we have tried to analyze pre and post, like before COVID and during COVID, physical activity, what they were doing before COVID and during COVID. So this is the test where we were asked, so we could see the, like who were 68.2% of the employees started doing yoga during COVID. And I'll come to the physical activity that who are inactive during COVID. Last one, that is instead of 85, 156 start, 85 were inactive previously, and that is 22% start, were like were started, inactive, sedentary lifestyle was there during COVID. The weekly basis, like how much time they spend for physical exercise, this was the question. For this, we got this result where the physical activity duration reduced, that is number of hours weekly, weekly number of hours, how much, so we got the significance in this, and the physical activity duration during COVID was reduced. And we have done the linear regression module also, where we got a significant association between the yoga practice during COVID and who have done the yoga. There, we did the test who are practicing yoga during COVID. So there was an association between yoga practice and well-being, where we can see the significance. And similarly, yoga practice who are not, who are doing yoga, and we have seen there was no significance in perceived stress scale. So we can conclude with this is maybe, as Desikar et al. 2005, he clearly says that, the attitude, like practitioners who is doing yoga practice, their self-caring attitude may be, because of that, that responsible health and well-being, their regulatory act may be one of the reason, and the change in lifestyle daring, they will know the emotion state, and they will be vigilant on their actions and behaviors. Maybe that is the reason. And the adaptation of lifestyle helps definitely the coping strategy at the same time. When I would like to reiterate here, as we all know, yoga is not only physical, like asana and pranayama, it includes all the limbs of yoga. These are all the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Vani. So the most challenging aspect of a survey-based study, you acknowledge, I think, that is the variability of the rating, right?
Yes.
Inter-rater variability.
Yes, sir.
Right. Can you generalize this finding? Because no two individuals are same,
yes,
and when you ask them to rate themselves,
yeah,
so there will be huge variation.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So how you have taken these aspects into consideration?
Sir, this is one of the limitation of any...
This is the biggest confounding factor, right?
Yes, sir.
Not limitation, right? It's
yes,
the biggest.
Yes, sir.
Vani, you have used snowball method?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you
yoga has been added along with the conventional care, and the control group only with the conventional care. And these two groups were undergone 6 cycles of chemotherapy, and the yoga group have undergone 18 weeks of yoga therapy during this 6 chemotherapy phases. And assessments have been taken at 2 phases, before starting the chemotherapy and at the end of 6 cycles of chemotherapy. So the intervention what we have used in our study is an integrated yoga therapy program, which is already validated with Jigyasa and a healthcare global hospital in Bangalore. And we have used the technique which is about 40 minutes, where in-house sessions have been given for participants when before starting the chemotherapy, we used to go to their participant room and we were given the sessions. And even after going home, we have given the documentation video, where by seeing the videos, they used to do the sessions. And supervised sessions were given on every, before starting each cycles of chemotherapy. And on every cycle of chemotherapy, before starting, we used to understand their complaints by doing the yoga performance assessment scale, which could help us to know whether they have really done the practice or not. And these are the assessments we have used in the study. We have used cardiac measures, neurocognitive measures, as well as biochemical and quality of life measures. And when we look into the results, I will just go in this order, where cardiac measures will be discussed, followed with biochemical, neuro, and quality of life. So the first measure we have seen is the heart rate variability. We could able to see in the study, like before starting chemotherapy itself, most of the participants have severe sympathovagal imbalance. And after undergoing the 6 cycles of chemotherapy, their stress levels, that is their sympathovagal imbalance, get worsened. Whereas in the yoga group, we could able to see their cardiac functions or the sympathovagal balance, which was there before starting chemotherapy, have maintained the same. Whereas in the control group, it was deteriorated. And when it looks into the echocardiographic parameters, where the systolic and diastolic blood pressures were worsened in control group, whereas in the yoga group, whatever has been there before starting chemotherapy were preserved. Whereas we couldn't see any kind of structural changes in the echocardiography, because for looking at any structural changes, at least we need sufficient amount of time. Within this 18 weeks of time frame, we could not observe any changes, whereas the LF ejection fraction was getting reduced in the control group, whereas in the yoga group, whatever LFHF ratio was there before starting chemotherapy was maintained even after completing 6 cycles. And when we look into the cortisol, so this is an interesting thing we have found. People, after undergoing the 6 cycles of chemotherapy, their cortisol levels have significantly raised during this in the control group, whereas in the yoga group, it has it's been reduced. And when we look into the serum BDNF, the serum BDNF levels were statistically getting improved in the yoga group, whereas in the control group it was reducing. And neuropsychological assessment batteries, what we have used, have shown that their verbal memories have become better in the yoga group. Their visual memories have amplified. Their cognitive, that is their executive function using Tower of London, they could able to score more. Their working memory has been improved. Their mental speed has been improved, focus and attention is improved, and cognitive flexibility and processing speed has also been significantly improved compared to the control group. And even into the quality of life, we have seen their perceived stress levels were reduced in the yoga group, and their cognitive scales have been improved. And when we look into the European organ, this is a quality of life, that is the symptom assessment score, which has shown that their symptoms have become reduced in the yoga group, whereas in the control it has improved. So the final thing, this is the correlation what we have found, like perceived stress, which is there in everyone, that is because of the diagnosis what they have undergone. This has been positively correlated with the cortisol levels and with the LFHF ratio. That is the subjective thing have been correlated with the objective measure what we have assessed. And this cortisol has been negatively correlated with BDNF. So cortisol levels, if it is increasing, BDNF levels were reducing. And this BDNF is being associated with the person's working memory, attention, and cognitive functioning. So in yoga group, we have seen the BDNF amplification have shown betterment in their working, attention, and cognitive scales. And when we look into the cortisol, this amplified cortisol in the control group has shown, which has been related with fatigue. And that fatigue has been reflected in the performance what they are doing, especially their mental speed is getting reduced if they are becoming more stressful. And also we have seen this cortisol is being linked with their quality of sleep. So if cortisol is high, their sleep is becoming worsened, and that is been reflecting in the LFHF ratio, that is in the sympathovagal balance is getting disturbed. So this is a vicious cycle which what we have found in the study. And apart from that, we have also seen this quality of life has been linked with LFHF ratio. So this is the summary of my study. Most of the parameters have been amplified in the yoga group, whereas in the control, everything was deteriorated. And in this, the cancer word diagnosis itself it's going to reduce a person's quality of life. This in turn is going to affect their cognition and cardiac function. And that in turn, that when chemotherapy is added to it, further deterioration is happening. And that deterioration will in turn reduce their quality of life. This is a vicious cycle which is happening in them. And chemotherapy and yoga, when yoga has been added as an adjuvant, there we have seen betterment, and that betterment it's reflected in their quality of life. So this is a happy cycle which has been amplified with yoga. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Invaraj.
Sorry.
I have two questions.
Yes, sir.
The first one is that was the intervention, both the interventions like
Yes.
chemotherapy and yoga,
Yes.
was uniform across all the participants?
Yeah, sir. Almost everything has been uniform, but we have made certain tailor changes, depends on their fatigue levels. Because chemotherapy is a highly potent drug, which will vary from person to person. And so we have tailored the practices, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after 6 cycles of chemotherapy,
Yes.
we expect that there will be some of the patients who will develop either neurological or psychiatric conditions as the secondary effects, right?
Yes.
Did you take into consideration these secondary effects in this cohort?
Yeah, sir, actually in the baseline, we could not observe any baseline differences where both the groups were almost similar at the baseline. So since the baseline were similar, we didn't apply for any covariate correction. And as you told, like chemotherapy will cause a cognitive impairment. That is what we have seen in our study. And control group has drastically getting deteriorated in all the parameters what we have assessed, whereas incorporating yoga has helped in preserving what it is there. And in some terms, it has improved as well.
Yeah. Dr. Imbraj,
Yes,
I have seen that you have published 2 papers. One is study protocol, the following is the main trial
Yes, ma'am.
results. Okay?
Yeah, ma'am.
So you said that you have done some changes in the intervention, you have tailored the intervention.
Yeah,
Did you mention this as an amendment in your main trial? Did you mention in the intervention section the main trial? Did you report the amendments?
Yeah, ma'am. In the main trial, we have mentioned like
In the paper publications.
Yeah, ma'am. We have told like because chemotherapy is a potent drug where some asanas will be tailored depending on the patient's level of performance.
What I meant to say that did you specify the changes? Did you specify the changes in the main intervention paper? The final paper.
Yeah, ma'am. What we have published, we have told them.
Okay, and how did you calculate the sample size? Because it's a trial.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we have calculated the sample size from a previous study which is published from HCG with the team, and we have used cognitive variable as a main one of the parameters.
So, but was the cognitive variable primary outcome?
Yeah, in my study, cognitive is my primary variable. Yeah, outcome, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, and why I see a lot of correlations done here.
Yeah,
Those are all baseline data or the final data? Or the post data?
Ma'am, this is the final data.
Final data. So
yeah,
why?
My study is
I have a suggestion. You could have done a mediation analysis. You could have done a mediation analysis to explain the mechanisms instead of doing the correlations.
Okay, ma'am.
You could have shown it statistically more rigorously.
Okay,
thank you so
yeah,
much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second last participant, Mr. Srinivas.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good evening, judges. Myself, Srinivas, PhD research scholar from the Department of Integrative Medicine, Sri Devaraj Aras Academy of Higher Education and Research. Sorry. It is moving continuously.
ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. Front will go back and go to front.
Yeah, sorry for the technical glitch. We're moving on to introduction. Pulmonary tuberculosis is a highly infectious and predominantly affects the lungs, and 10.6 million people were affected with this TB, and 1.6 million deaths were happened in worldwide as per WHO 2021. And in India, there are 24.3 lakh cases were identified recently, and this will have significant impact on physical as well as mental health status of affected individuals. And PTB frequently have the depression as a comorbid condition. And due to these physical effects of illness, isolation, stigma, and stress having this contagious disease for the longer duration of treatment, like 6 months, it is one of the major this thing. And National Tuberculosis Elimination Program is more focuses on anti-tuberculosis medication only. And nowadays, yoga has emerged as a holistic mind-body medicine, which has a positive impact on the mental health outcomes. And so we have designed the objective to investigate the impact of integrated yoga on depression in patients with pulmonary tuberculosis. Now, come back to materials and methods. This study is a RCT, randomized controlled trial, done it for 2 years with a 72 sample size, and ethical approval was obtained by IEC, and also prospectively it was registered under CTRI, and study was carried out in a pulmonology, R.L. Jalapa Hospital and Research Center, Kolar. And randomization procedure, we have employed like sequentially numbered opaque sealed envelopes technique to ensure the balanced distribution. And we have a intervention 2 groups, control and as well as the experimental group. There are 2 groups. In control group, we have given the NTEP standardized treatment for 8 weeks, as well as in the experimental group, yoga group, we are given the integrated yoga module for 8 weeks, 45 minutes a day, and 5 days a week for the 8 weeks we are given. And outcome measure, we are measuring Hamilton Depression Rating Scale. And coming to the enrollment, we have assessed 826 patients and excluded 754, not meeting the criteria and declined to participate on other reasons, and randomized 72 patients allocated into 2 groups. One is control group and other one is a experimental group or a yoga group. And we have given for a control group, we were given the HRZD for 2 months, 8 weeks. And for the yoga group, we are given standard of care along with the yoga for 8 weeks. And there are no last to follow up or anything, attrition was not there, and analyzed for 36 in both the groups, yoga and control group. And analysis was done using SPSS statistics version 23, and also Shapiro-Wilk test was showed that there follow the normal distribution. So parametric test was used, and these are the baseline characteristics for gender, age, marital status, education, habitat, as well as the socioeconomic status, and they were almost equally distributed. And paired t-test was used to analyze the within group comparison, and both the groups showed, yoga as well as control group showed, there is a significant improvement, whereas effect size of yoga group was more compared to the control group. And in independent t-test was used for the between group analysis between yoga versus control group. In this, control group and yoga at the baseline, they were insignificant, but after 8 weeks of treatment, yoga treatment along with the standard of care, there is a significant improvement in both the groups. And effect size was also found to be 1.79. Coming to discussion, the present, there is a few studies conducted on mitigating the psychological problems in pulmonary tuberculosis. And only as of now, we have one study done by the Shirley Tellis and Naveen Vishwesharaya. And this is an attempt to integrate the approach of yoga answering the depression. And this yoga has been seen as one of the alternative therapy that will help patients to lead a normal life. And yoga reduces depression in respiratory as well as other conditions like COPD, asthma, lung cancer, and it has been proved. But in terms of yoga, it has not done. So we have done this. And in the study with the bronchial asthma, the short-term yoga module that has answered, like improved the quality of life, pulmonary function, anxiety, depression. And one more study by Ranjita et al. In 2016, he has done yoga on coal miners that improved the positive impact on depression and anxiety. So this is the thing. And probable mechanism may be the physical effects of yoga can stimulate the release of endorphins, the body's natural hormone. And secondly, promotes the relaxation and stress reduction, which autonomic balance will happen between sympathetic and parasympathetic. And this may be the reason. And coming to strength and limitations, this study was the first RCT to evaluate the effect of integrated yoga on depressive symptoms. And this, there were no, it is added advantage, like we will follow up the patient without any attrition. That is one more advantage. And the limitation, single center study was restricted to one district. Future multi-centric trials with more sample size are emphasizing this area. And conclusion, the present study confirmed the higher reduction in the depressive symptoms in yoga group adjuvant to NTEP compared to the control group in the patients with a pulmonary tuberculosis. And yoga therapy may be incorporated into NTEP as a complementary therapy to enhance the psychological well-being in the patient with PTB. And this is a small contribution to TB Mukt Bharat. TB Harega, Desh Ditega. These are the references, and thank you.
Thanks, Srinivas.
Yes.
The first question is, did you use a validated yoga module for this study?
Yes, sir. It was validated by my supervisor with 25 experts from all over India. And same module was used here, sir. That is under consideration in journal, sir. It is not yet published.
So 8 weeks of yoga intervention, don't you think it is, the duration is less? Because in most of the studies, it is 12 weeks or more.
Yes, sir. We can, that is true only because due to our PhD work, time limitation is there. That is the reason we are done. So future, we will plan for a higher sample size with a longer duration, sir. That is was a limitation.
Yeah, Dr. Srinivas, you mentioned effect size in your statistics. It was a t-test.
Yes, sir. Paid t-test.
Yeah. So what is the effect size in t-test?
Effect size will tell the...
Which parameter does it indicate?
Intervention, how improved it is compared to both the group.
Statistically? Yeah.
Because
you are using that word effect size.
Yes, ma'am.
So in t-test, what is the effect size? Okay. This work has been published?
Yeah, ma'am. It is not yet published, ma'am. It is under consideration.
Okay. Why do you take t-test here? Because we have pre-data also, post-data also. So what about the covariates? How did you adjust for the covariation?
Actually, they say like it parametric data is normally distributed, so it will be easy to convey the result to everybody.
And
so
what about the baseline variations which are hidden?
Baseline data we have presented, ma'am. Both groups are similar distribution.
Is there any better model than t-test?
Maybe repeated test we could have done, ma'am. Repeated measure of 1 hour.
Outcome was just one depression. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. In this outcome was depression, but I have taken the pulmonary function test as a primary parameter in this. One of the only we are presenting one objective like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So our first presenter, Dr. Rashmi, will present again, judges. Please note. Sorry for the technical glitch in the beginning, both to the participant and to the judges. Please note the first presenter will present again, Dr. Rashmi.
Good evening all. I'm Dr. Rashmi. I'm going to present a part of my PhD work on efficacy of Ayurveda as an add-on therapy on clinical and neurophysiological measures in patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, Mamsa Medugada Vada. So DMD is the most common dystrophy among children and adolescents, affecting 1 in 3,600 to 6,000 live male births. It is an X-linked disorder caused by DMD gene mutations, which causes absence of dystrophin protein, leading to progressive muscular degeneration. Inflammation, mitochondrial dysfunction are the pathophysiological mechanisms underlying. And the child becomes non-ambulatory by the age of 12 years, and usually death occurs due to cardiac or respiratory failure in the second or third decade. Currently, there is no cure for DMD, and corticosteroids are the only treatment available with adverse effects. And there's a global health and economic burden of this disease. So there's a need for alternative approaches like Ayurveda. The Ayurvedic perspective of muscular dystrophies is caused due to the Bija Bhaga Avayava Dushti, causing the Visheshana of Vada in Dhatus, causing impairment of Dhatu Parinama, leading to Mamsa Medugata Vada Vyadi reference in Charaka Samhita Chikitsa Sthana. Only few open label clinical trials have been done in Ayurveda on muscular dystrophies. So the current need is for studies integrating Ayurveda into conventional treatment for better management. So the primary objective of my study is to evaluate the efficacy of Ayurveda as an add-on therapy on functional outcome measures comparing with the conventional treatment. And secondary objectives are to evaluate the efficacy on biomarkers like cardiac autonomic functions, heart rate variability, and serum creatinine kinase markers. So the subjects were screened from Neuromuscular Clinic, Neurology OPD, NIMHANS, based on the inclusion criteria, genetically confirmed, and ambulant cases, male cases of age group 5 to 10 years with elevated serum CPK and clinical signs consistent with DMD. And non-ambulatory patients, patients with other muscular dystrophies and myopathies, malignancy, and taking steroid for more than 6 months were excluded. The sample size for this study is 66, 33 in each group. And the study got ethical approval from NIMHANS and has been registered in CTRI. So the study design, the subjects who were assessed for eligibility were randomized into 2 groups. Group A, which is the Ayurveda add-on group, and Group B, which is the standard of care group. The baseline assessments of primary outcomes like functional measures and secondary outcomes like HRV, 2D echo, serum CPK, and QOL. Then intervention was given for 3 months. Ashwagandha Churna, Sanjeevni Vadi, Dhanvantra Taila 10 was given internally, and Shirabala Taila for Sarvanga Abhyanga and Matravasti. And these Ayurveda formulations have shown antioxidant, rejuvenative, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory properties, along with the standard of care therapy, which is oral prednisolone and physiotherapy. Then follow-up was done on 28, 56, 84 day of treatment and 112 day. And statistical analysis was done using repeated measures ANOVA. Coming to the results, so this is the mean age of patients and age of onset of disease. Majority of the patients also showed deletion mutation, and the baseline comparison between the groups of functional measures showed that groups were comparable at baseline. Coming to the results, so NSAA, North Star Ambulatory Assessment, as we can see here, the Ayurveda add-on group, there were highly significant differences seen at each time points compared to the SOC group. 6-minute walk test also showed significant difference between the groups and the time and group interaction. Time function test, there is time taken to rise from supine. As we can see in Ayurveda add-on group, there were significant differences between the groups and in the time points, and the time taken is getting reduced with treatment. Coming to the HRV measures, RMSSD and high frequency is indicative of parasympathetic activity, and as we can see here, in Ayurveda add-on group with treatment, both were increasing as compared to the SOC group, and significant differences were seen in time points. However, there was no significant difference between the groups. Then sympathetic balance, which is denoted by LF by HF ratio, was showing decrease with Ayurveda treatment in the Ayurveda add-on group more compared to the SOC group, and there was significant difference also seen in time points. 2D echocardiography, we did not see any structural changes, but there were functional changes, and also heart rate, we could see that there was a decrease in the heart rate. That means parasympathetic activities was increasing with Ayurveda treatment, and also the ejection fraction, all the subjects showed normal ejection fraction, but we could see an improvement in ejection fraction in the Ayurveda add-on group, even though significant difference was not there. Then CPK levels, it was reduced post-Ayurveda treatment, but significant difference was not seen between the groups. Quality of life also, we found significant difference at time points, highly significant difference. Coming to the discussion summary, so in Ayurveda add-on group compared to SOC group, motor abilities were improved, slower disease progression, increased vagal activity and decreased sympathetic dominance, slower cardiac disease progression and improved quality of life was seen. Conclusion. This is an ongoing trial. Preliminary analysis in few subjects showed significant difference in functional measures, HRV and QL measures, and a trend of improvement in CPK levels. These findings need to be replicated in larger samples, that is total N proposed is 66, and this is the first of its kind study in the field of Ayurveda and muscular dystrophies, utilizing the neurophysiologic investigations. Thank you.
Rashmi, can you explain the logic behind using Sanjeevani Vati?
Ma'am, Sanjeevani Vati is a carminative, has a carminative property and antioxidant property. That is, in Ayurvedic terms, if I say it has a amapajana, so it removes all the toxins, metabolic toxins that are in our body. So that we have to give it in the, to do it as an initial stage, to do the amapajana, and then go on to the...
To be written there.
I could see serum CPK, creatinine phosphokinase.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you elaborate what is the rationale of using that marker?
CPK is creatinine phosphokinase. It is a marker which denotes the muscle degeneration. So when this CPK level is increasing, that means more muscle is getting degenerated. That is creatinine is excreted into the blood. Like in blood, it is increasing, serum CPK. So therefore, in muscular dystrophy cases,
What do you mean by F in the statistical test you have used?
that is repeated measures ANOVA we do. So in that, the statistical value, we denote it as F.
So what was the selection criterion for choosing 4 formulations for this intervention?
Sir, as this is like DMD is, we all know it's not curable disease. It's not a curable disease completely. We had to give both internally and external therapies also, because external therapies also give like Abhyanga and Matravasti. Matravasti is something which gives immediate results. Like it gives a compared to the internal medicines. Internal medicines takes little time. So if we plan for a multimodal management for DMD rather than a single.
That is a kind of generic approach. So what are the downstream pathway that will be targeted by these formulations?
Sir, mainly we are targeting the pathophysiological mechanisms that are causing this muscular dystrophy. That is the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory and rejuvenative. All these formulations have those properties. So to overcome the mitochondrial dysfunctions and the reactive oxygen species that are increasing to overcome
none of
that.
these have been studied, no, here? These are all hypothetical, right?
Sir, these medicines have, as I have shown in the slides also, previous literature is there on these properties. But yes, in DMD, they have not been studied. This is the first study.
Okay, fine. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
So that comes to the end of today's PG presentation. So I would like to heartily thank all the judges for patiently listening to us, and it's been a great pleasure having all the 3 of you. Ma'am, a quick review and a quick feedback about the session. So can I have a few words from you about the session?
This session had 12 presenters, and there were diverse topics, and each and every presenter made a good attempt in understanding the subject and taking the field further. So I congratulate all the presenters for making wonderful contribution. I understand there are many limitations, and all the participants are either early career or mid career. I think they will learn more, they'll do more good research, and they will take the field forward. So
Thank you so much, sir, and thanks once again, and wish you all see you tomorrow once again with a set of same panel joining with us for the faculty paper presentation. The same judging panel will be joining us for tomorrow as well. So with that note, we come to the end of today's PG presentation, And thanks once again for all the judges. And a special thanks to Dr. Rashmi, who patiently waited till the last presentation, and again she represented. So, sorry, Joe Chapale, Burley for Dr. Rashmi for joining with us once again in the last presentation. And that's patient level being appreciated on behalf of Jigyasa. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, judges, once again. So with that note, we shall move on to the very, very interesting and the most awaited session. Before the cultures, we're going to have a very special moment of plenary session from Jigyasa. It's going to be presented, and there's going to be a special performance also, which is awaited. So I request all the dignitaries and also delegates to patiently wait on till the moment. If possible, please come and occupy the front seats. I request all the delegates to please come and occupy the front seats. We shall have an interesting session coming up very shortly with YANTRA-2023, presented by Jigyasa in association with NIMHANS. I request people to please come forward and occupy the front seats. So to present this next schedule of today's program, I would like to call upon Dr. Shubi to join with me on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, here we come with another session of Jigyasa plenary session coming up exclusively on YANTRA-2023, presented from Jigyasa and in association with NIMHANS, along with the Minister of AIIMS as well. So with that note, we will quickly move on to the mainstream of today's very, very important session and a very crucial. I request everybody to please listen. A very interesting session coming up exclusively for Jigyasa plenary session, going to be presented from.
So now we are moving on to the much awaited and special performance of sessions in the plenary, and that will be leading by Vaidya Vinod Kumar T.G. Nair. He is hailing from a family of Ayurveda physicians having a lineage for over 5 generations, and he is currently working as senior scientist and managing editor, Journal of Traditional and Folk Practices, Ethnomedicine and Ethnopharmacology Division, KSCST, Jawaharlal Nehru Tropical Botanical Garden and Research Institute. He had filed 5 patents and awarded 5 on herbal drugs. He had co-authored 5 books and undertaken 25 projects. He has published more than 48 research papers and 54 invited talks in national and international conferences. He had interviewed in 7 television programs and carried out 20 radio talks. He had directed 4 documentary films on traditional knowledge and folk practices.
And he's also been elected as a fellow for the National Society of Ethnopharmacology, and he's also been nominated as an Honorable President of India by the member CCIM, and nominated as an Honorable President of India as a member of Board of Governors, CCIM, Minister of AIIMS, Government of India. And sir has also been nominated by the Honorable Governor of Kerala, by the Senate member, University of Kerala, members in various committees of Minister of AIIMS, And sir has also been an institutional research advisory body, Government Homeopathic Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, and Kerala Academic Science, founder member of Ayurveda Vikasa Kendram, founder member and treasurer of Shastra Bharati, National Secretary, Vishwa Ayurveda Parishad, and National Patron, Jigyasa.
He had been also worked as Ayurveda physician at Amardanjali, Gokuldham and such prestigious institutions, and extensively had travelled in Turkey on ethnobotanical explorations in associations with Istanbul, East, Kafkas and Van universities, and had invited for the lectures on mind and sports medicine by the London Metropolitan University. And so we are much privileged to invite our chief speaker, Vaidya Vinod Kumar T.G. Nair, onto the podium.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama. Thank you so much for so elaborate introduction. And as part of the family of Jigyasa, it's a privilege to stand here again in front of all of you, particularly the students of Ayurveda, whom I am really look forward to, to communicate. And being as part of Jigyasa since, more than a decade. And it's happy that Jigyasa has come a long way in translating what has been said into practice. So, which means Jigyasa, the team Jigyasa doesn't just preach, but literally practice what they preach. And the classical example that you can see is when we said in 2015 in a Jigyasa conference at Thiruvananthapuram that CCIM, that is Central Council of Indian Medicine, will be abolished. And it was done. It was translated into a National Commission for Indian Systems of Medicine, because that was beyond repair. A corrupt body it had become, and it was beyond repair. So it had to be converted into NCSM. So that is some of the very few things that Jigyasa had done at the national level, and for the promotion and the mainstreaming of Ayurveda in particular. So I'm here to interact with you in a way that what actually Jigyasa stands for. I think probably Dr. Kishore had explained to you in the morning how it was started way back in 1998 here in Bangalore by a group of young students like you, and who started this huge institution called Jigyasa, and our Ghanasham Valsaji is here, and many stalwarts are here of Jigyasa from the beginning, and how it was started with a motto of learn Ayurveda to practice Ayurveda. When I come to this particular point, I would like to say what our Honorable Prime Minister Morandi had spoken in Global Ayurveda Festival a few years back in Kozhikode. In between he said, you should practice, you should respect your system of medicine and practice what you have learned. Imagine a Prime Minister of a country coming and telling to the Ayurvedic community that you should practice what you have learned. Why was it so? Can you imagine a Prime Minister going to for example, in front of Western medicine, or what you call modern medicine? I don't like to call even modern medicine that way. Isn't Ayurveda modern? Is it an ancient system of medicine? If it was an ancient or traditional system of medicine, complementary system of medicine, alternative system of medicine, I think you would have heard all these names, right? Are you at the back listening to what I am trying to say? It's all for you only. So I think if you can spare 10 or 15 minutes to not only to listen, but to actually what is being conversed, but what is being told here is actually directed at each one of you, particularly the Ayurveda community or Ayurveda student community, because you are the future of Ayurveda. You are the future of, if other systems of medicine like Unani, homeopathy and Siddha is there, it's for you in future, how you want Ayurveda to be. So Jigyasa is a platform that is Jigyasa, inquisitiveness, to drill into you the Jigyasa into you, so that you can become a greater Vaidya, or you can contribute to the the development of the restructuring or reconstruction of this great nation called Bharata. What is happening, what is going on now since a decade or more, since a decade, is that what you would have seen is a restructuring of Bharata is happening at all levels. So you should be the modis of Ayurveda or Ayush systems. That's what I would say, to restructure our core Shastra and to bring it to the limelight, or to I would say mainstream, or I would say rather it should reach to the every household in Bharata. Can you do that? Can you do that? How will you do that? Because I will tell you one story and I'll start the what I wanted to say. During COVID-19, where were you all? Were you in the houses? Grilled inside the house? What were your teachers, or what were your doctors, Ayurveda, Ayush systems of medicine doctors doing during the COVID outbreak? Please tell me. What happened? Were you practicing during COVID-19 as an Ayurveda community, Ayurveda doctors, or not? Yes or no? My question is very simple. During COVID-19, did you practice Ayurveda, or did you see any Ayurveda people or Ayush people practicing Ayurveda curing COVID-19 patients? Great. If you have done, if you have heard that, if you have done that, great. But to what extent it has been done? So the point is this. That was a major challenge for Ayush systems of medicine, when a small bug somewhere from Wuhan, so-called, we still don't know whether it was a genetically engineered virus or not, whatever it is, it wreaked havoc here in Bangalore as well. People died here. What were you able to do? Were you able to treat and cure those patients? And why you were banned from doing so? Why the Epidemic Disease Act of 1897, after the British left after 75 years, 1897, Epidemic Disease Act was brought into effect, so that you cannot treat the active COVID-19 patients, but only quarantine patients. Why? So these are some of the questions which you should ask, just because you are not in the mainstream of public health care, or you are not in the why? Because we are not confident enough to treat and cure. Why? Because you are either you are not taught properly Ayurveda, or you are not learnt Ayurveda properly, you are not convinced properly of Ayurveda, or you don't have the conviction of Ayurveda, or you are not sure of what Ayurveda or the practices that which you can do, isn't it? So how will you rectify that? How will you overcome this? How will you, this was a classical example of how it has happened. How will you overcome that particular situation if this is not the last virus to visit this planet? More virus will come into effect, even more. So what will you do if a next virus, say it was corona, a Corolla comes in, maybe after 2 years, let us hope so it doesn't come. If a Corolla comes in, what will you do as Ayurveda physicians? Don't we have to get armed and see that such it doesn't wreak such a havoc in our country? So this is where we have to look into, dwell into our Ayurveda concepts and the foundation, the basic foundation of Ayurveda. I would like to talk mostly on Ayurveda, but I would also this is applicable for Siddha or Sauvaripa or Unani, or even yoga in that way. So what is that foundation of Ayurveda? What we are trying to do. I would like to start with that. Always I used to exchange this particular sloka. Chitram Vadadaror Mule Vruddha Shishya Guror Yuva Gurostu Maunam Vyakhyanam Shishyastu Chinna Samshya. Underneath the banyan tree, there sits an acharya, a master, a guru, who is young, and in front of him there are 7 or disciples who are aged, old. and Guru doesn't say anything. He's in trance or in dhyana, doesn't utter a word. But the students don't have, or the disciples don't have any questions to ask. No samshaya, no doubts. All cleared. Everything was transpired. So the wisdom transference, that vidya vidarko vijnanam smriti tatparada kriya, that was happening there, literally happening, isn't it? That's what Charaka says, isn't it? Who should be a Vaidya, a Pranabhisara, isn't it? That who protects the prana, a person who protects the prana. So you have to, if you are a student, when you come out of your studies, you have to be a Pranabhisara in every way, For that, what will you do? You have to have a foundation. It all rests on the foundation which you build. If this particular building doesn't have a proper concrete and all the necessary method, this would fall down. So unless you have a proper construction, a proper foundation, this thing, one cannot become a great Acharya or great Vaidya. You can become a graduate, you can become an Ayurveda graduate, but not an Ayurveda Vaidya per se. For that, you have to go dwell into the depth of these foundations of the Ayurveda. Now you are seeing about One Health approach. Today morning you would have heard about the WHO calling SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, calling up for One Health approach. What is this One Health approach? Where human beings, animals and environment, these three comes together and all have to be taken into consideration. Today, again in the morning, our Vice Chancellor from Kerala was talking about personalized medicine, and or somebody else was talking about all these things, concept of individualized approach of treatments. Why all these things are happening even in the Western world? Are these not told in the Ayurveda concepts? Our concept of One Health was there. If you look, Ayurveda is a biodiversity-based medicine. Can you do without the plants and trees and all the metals and minerals and natural products available around you? Can you do it? Can you have a system of medicine called Ayurveda if biodiversity or nature is havocked? So, biodiversity is a part of Ayurveda in every way possible. So, we are protecting our biodiversity. We are nurturing our biodiversity around you. We are harnessing the biodiversity. We are taking care of the animals and all the plants and everything around you, and within that system a Vaidya thrives to alleviate the diseases of not only the human beings but also of the plants, Vriksha Ayurveda, also of the animals, Mriga Ayurveda, Hastya Ayurveda, Ashwa Ayurveda. Come on, there are n number of possibilities. Bharata is a land of thousands of possibilities. I was telling some students in the morning, in the afternoon, that be a proud Ayurveda person, that you have come to Ayurveda not by chance, but by choice. It is not, if you don't get for MBBS, if you don't go for BDS, maybe probably you would have come with Ayurveda because you didn't get for MBBS or BDS or even veterinary or whatever it is, the final end goal. Okay, now for Ayurveda. What for? To put doctor before your name, right? To put doctor before your name. You know what is the dhadu of Vaidya? With dhadu. That means you are God. Do you want to be called as a God or doctor? Please tell me. God or goddess, isn't it? So let you be called as the God of Ayurveda. That is where, Ragadi Rogan, Sasadanu Shaktan, Asheshagaya, Prasadana Sheshan, Outsukyama, Jakan, oh, yo Apurva Vaidya Namaso. Become the Apurva Vaidya. That is not Apurva Vaidya which is sitting somewhere else. There was a teacher whom I know who has taken class on Ragadi Rogan, Sadhanu Shakta for 3 hours. Can you imagine one sloka for 3 hours? Have you been taught like that? Ask your teachers or acharyas to take classes. Where I have seen probably Dr. Antonio Morandi, whom I had the opportunity to take a class for this cardiologist. I think he's a cardiologist and gynecologist, and they were saying we comes crossing our oceans. Even today, I think he said, to quench a few drops of Ayurveda since 20 years. Can you imagine? And you are so lucky. He said, right? There was another Brazilian woman who is coming for 25 years into this land from Brazil, She went to one of the schools, colleges of Ayurveda in Kannur, and she asked the students, did you come to Ayurveda by chance or by choice? Unfortunately, the students, not unfortunately, that is the truth. They said it was by chance. She told me, she literally cried in front of the students because she said she has been coming here for the past 25 years to quench a few drops of Ayurveda from Brazil all the way. And you are all have the so lucky to be in this land, born in this land. Another, a Swiss woman told me, Vinod, you are so lucky to be born in this great land because she is a yoga master. You know what is the percentage of yoga-related trade in Bharata? It is less than 1%. When Modi ji was asked by the South African president, can you supply 100 yoga masters to South Africa? Modi ji came back here and searched for 100 masters, yoga masters. And to his irony, he could not find the real true masters to be sent to South Africa. This is not heard from any newspapers, okay? This was told by Modi ji himself to P.R. Krishna Kumar ji, who is my mentor. And Krishna Kumar ji told me, when he told Modi ji, like you made International Day of Yoga, why don't you do International Day of Ayurveda? Then this is the answer by Modi ji that, less than 1% is a yoga-related trade in Bharata, and it is the West and the Europe and the US has taken advantage of this particular position. So let us make our house in order. Let us popularize Ayurveda to the extent that it reaches to every household in Bharata, and it is mainstreamed. It is every student feels proud of that particular student is studying, and I'm so confident, I'm convinced, and I'm so glad to be here. I'm blessed to be here. I am blessed after if you believe in what rebirth. Yes, I am blessed a soul to be born again, to be learning Ayurveda. Come on, that is the way, that attitude that each one of you should have. Then when it comes in, then you can have a Bharata where everyone all over the world, like Vivekananda Swami said, will look towards the east. Has already started looking towards the east. Has already started looking, because our concept is of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. It is not only for India. Ayurveda is not only for Bharata. Why we call it as a universal science? I practice in Bangladesh. I practice in many parts of Turkey, and I was traveling through the M5 road in London, and on both sides of the road I could see thousands of medicinal plants wasted, not even used. And in Turkey we were doing with the plants available there. In Bangladesh it was the plants which were growing there. I was practicing. So wherever you are, put me in Antarctica, not out of ego I am saying. We can practice even in Antarctica with whatever things available there. If you know the Drivya Guna, if you know the concepts of this thing. So this is the beauty of Ayurveda. You go to any country, you will be a sought after people. After the completion of Ayurveda, I can guarantee you that if you have studied the Shastra very properly, you will be a sought after physicians in most parts of the world. To give, it will happen soon. Argentina has nearly 4 or 5 schools teaching Ayurveda. Britain has around 2 or 3 schools. I don't know whether you are aware. In many foreign countries, Ayurveda is a sought after system of medicine. Like, see what happened. You have heard him live. A cardiologist coming and speaking about Ayurveda and the importance and the relevance and things like that. Thousands of them are there all over the world. So are you not, proud enough to be the Ayurveda or Siddha or Unani students here? I think you should be. And this is what Jigyasa thrives for. So Jigyasa is a platform where you can, as a student, come and, the Karyakartas are here of Jigyasa. Always be in touch with the Jigyasa people here. Our Baseraji is here, and always be in touch with them. And they will provide you the guidelines. They will provide you the whatever you need in search of quest for knowledge, the quintessence of Ayurveda. They can arrange you workshops. They can arrange you the masters anywhere in Bharata. We have that much connections in all over Bharata, where Jigyasa platform in all the states in Bharata, where we have we can give whatever you need for learning and practicing and popularizing Ayurveda. Can guarantee you that. So be a part of the huge Jigyasa team, which is not just preaches, but literally practices it. And I want every one of you, rather the Jigyasa team wants you to be a great practitioners of our great systems of medicine. I like to call it as Indian systems of medicine. It is universal systems of medicine, like the Vice Chancellor said, And as you know, it's a Jivan Mukti Shastra as well. Have you ever wondered why Ayurveda and yoga, even after 1,000 years of colonization, invasion by the Mughals, have you ever wondered how it survived even now? How it is even surviving even now? How it is being even practiced even now? Why it was not in the Museum of Louvre or Natural History Museum, London, or in the US? Why? You go to, I've been there, Louvre in Paris. You can see the whole of Egypt in Louvre. Natural History Museum, London, you can see many parts of Greece and, Mesopotamia is not even there. Rome, there's, you can see the whole of things in those museums. Bharata is still thriving. It is still alive. It is still it is still in practice. And even after thousands of years of colonization, invasions, and all these things, it could not be, it was plundered. It was looted. We were, financially we were crumbled, but our ethos and values and principles and morals and ethics never went away. It is still with us, and it is still living in this land, because why Ayurveda still survives? Because of the strong philosophical and conceptual foundation of which it is resting. If there was no proper philosophical and conceptual foundation, this would have been in the museum by now. It would not have been in practice by now. It is in practice even now, because that is why we call it as an eternal Shastra. An eternal Shastra. Even if I die or you die, Ayurveda will still be there. Till the last human being is in this planet, Ayurveda will survive. Why? Because it is of that principles and values which are there. And do you know that we are talking about the yantra? I was talking to somebody else today. If yantra, if it is not backed by tantra, and if it is not invigorated by a mantra, it becomes just an yantra. It is just an yantra. It's just a model. If a model is not, if you don't do the practice of mantra, it is just another object. It gets potentiated, then it becomes an yantra, isn't it? This is what you see in all the temples of Bharata. Same, you are the three-dimensional rupa of the Sri Yantra. Sri Yantra, that is you. You got it? You have to go into that. That is where the Shusruta said, Egam Shastram Adhiyano Navidya Shastram Nachayan Tasmat Bahusudram Shastram. What is that? It is not, I am not against any other sciences, modern science. You can do it. You have to study. No, you have to learn. But first of all, you study your own Shastra very well. Your own Shastra. I wouldn't even call science. I am basically a scientist. But I would say that Shastra is not science. Shastra is something which is beyond that. And you study your Shastra properly, and then it is possible. You try to integrate the Nadi Shastra, which is in Ayurveda. You integrate the Tantra Shastra, that is in Ayurveda. You integrate the Mantra Shastra, that is in Ayurveda. You integrate all the other principles of Marma Shastra and all those things which you should in practice. So there you will be skilled. So we want upskilling of the students. We want to upskill our Shastra as well. You upskill with the systems of medicine, not only systems of medicine, the Bharatiya Shastras first, and then you will be, I can guarantee you, you will be sought after students, or you will be sought after physicians afterward. For all these things, and fortunately, this was conceptualized, crystallized in a language which is considered to be the mother of all languages, that is Sanskritam, not Sanskrit, Sanskritam. When somebody says Sanskrit, because the Westerners could not pronounce Sanskritam, they said Sanskrit. So you don't have to repeat that. There should be a meaning. Padam gets its artham, then only it becomes padartham. Sanskritam, that which has been refined. So you understood that's the mother of all languages. We don't have to be told by the Britishers or the Germans that, oh, your Sanskritam is very scientific. I want all the India, you tell when somebody asks you the scientificity of your medicine, the evidence base or whatever, you tell those Indian scientists, DBT, Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, Department of all these things, even this Somnath sir who was here, before he became the chairman of ISRO, when I met him, I told only one thing to the sir. Sir, I said, see, there are n number of Bharatiya Shastras, particularly Vaimanika Shastram. I don't know how many of you would have heard about Vaimanika Shastram of Bharadwaja Maharshi, who had written about, a great Shastra. In 1992, way back, Ramachandra Rauji, he is no more, a great doyen of Bangalore. I went and met him in his house to tell him about, because when I heard about Vaimanika Shastra from my Gurunathan, who is a Tantric, way back in 1990, I came in search of Vaimanika Shastra here in International Institute of Sanskrit Research in Mysuru. Then I came here and met Sri Ramachandra Rao, right, who had written that Ramachandra Rao, Sri Ramachandra Rao, who had written that Encyclopedia of Indian Medicine, 6 volumes, and I asked him, this particular Vaimanika Shastram, what do you feel? He said, why not Hindustan Aeronautics Limited here in Bangalore? Why don't they do research on Vaimanika Shastram? Then he said, he told the scientists, some scientists, but then they said, oh, it is all a myth. It's all stories. It's all a myth. So I only told him one thing. Ramachandra, he is very learned person. But I don't know whether you have heard of Sir John Woodruff, who had written Garland of Letters, Serpent Power, and n number of books. I don't want to go into deep because it is already late. Only one thing. In that preface he has written, Sir John Woodruff, who was the judge in the British East India Company's rule here, who became a Tantric later, and then he translated Varnamala into Garland of Letters and so many books, Shakti and Shakta and so many things. And he said in his preface one thing, if one agarbatti or diva is burning in somewhere in Bharata, this will still thrive. And what I cannot understand is nonsense. If I don't understand something, it's like saying nonsense. If those scientists then they say, they could not understand Vaimanika Shastram because they didn't understand. So I told our Somnath sir, please take up these studies in ISRO of going into the great Shastras of this. This is what you should tell the people who are asking about the scientificity of your Shastra. You tell, it is not my duty, it is your duty to go into. I think our Chaudhary is here. Way back in 1998, when I was attending a workshop on molecular biology in Banaras Hindu University, I still remember our cancer, Balendu Prakashji saying, some scientists asked, because he used to treat, he treats with cancer with some medicines. Then somebody asked, the scientific, he said, it is not my job. My job, I know my Shastra very well. I give this medicine and I know the action. Now, if you want to know the scientificity of this medicine, you do it. I'm not preventing you from doing it. So all the chemists and all the pharmacologists and all the phytochemists and all the scientists who are in Bharata should be doing research into our Shastras and then make it scientific to the whole world, and they should communicate. It was not an allopathy doctor who invented stethoscope. It was not an allopathy doctor who invented all these things. It was a science, contributions of science. It is a scientist of Bharata who should come forward and do research into Siddha, do research into Ayurveda, do research into Bharatiya Shastras, and come out with strong, whatever it is, mechanisms, and then make it, whatever you want to. So this is how it should be. And I don't want to, as I said, I think the last thing, do you know how many of you know, we are talking about neurosciences, do you know how many, the latest Nature magazine Brain reported 90% of the brain is still unknown to the most modern neuroscience. Do you know that? 90%, more than 90% is still unknown to the most modern neuroscience. We are talking about neurological sciences. What is the contribution of Ayurveda? So imagine yoga and Ayurveda, what it can do. That is why this particular YANTRA-2023 dwelt on this yoga in neurosciences in particular. We have a huge potential of Ayurveda and yoga to dwell into the neurosciences and in mental diseases in particular. If you read through the Freudian theory and Jung theory of psychiatry, it is outdated now. But your Manashastra of Bharata, is it outdated? It is not outdated. But you read the psychology or psychiatric books written by the Freudian concepts and things, it is already outdated. So there again you have potentials. So Jigyasa, again I'm ending up with this particular thing. Jigyasa is a pan-Indian platform, particularly for this particular endeavor to enrich you, to enable you, to make you great Vaidyas of Bharata, to contribute to at the grassroots level and make this Vaidya Shastra really in practice, so it can serve more not only human beings but everything in this planet, all living things in this planet, and of course taking care of nature as well. And this is where each one of you have a lot to contribute, and this is what Jigyasa as a team would like to convey this message, that we are all with you, every one of you, we are with you. And to the last breath of our this thing, we will communicate this and we will help you out to be the great Vaidya. Namaste. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Rohan Mukhe, West Maharashtra Convener Jigyasa, to honor Vaidya Vinod Kumar T.G. Nair.
So once again, we take this opportunity to thank Vaidya Vinod Kumar Ji. It's been a great pleasure having you, sir. It's been a great and also been sharing your insightful knowledge and information on this beautiful occasion of Yantra 2023, presented by Jigyasa and in association with NIMHANS.
So I now request the IT team to please play the video on the department. So meanwhile, by the time they set up, again, I would repeat the announcement. Please register for the workshop tomorrow. Workshop will happen from 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. There are 3 parallel workshops, one in Hall A, which is on, the workshop in the Hall A is on Marma, and Hall B is the counseling based on Indian knowledge systems, and Convention Center first floor corridor, we have yoga workshop, yoga for major psychiatric disorders. So in order to attend the workshop, you need to register today until the end of the cultural program. Please make sure that you make your registration. So the QR codes are pasted at the entry of all the halls and also at the registration counter. Yeah, the registration is free, but it is compulsory.
We request again the dignitaries and the delegates to please come and occupy the front rows. So we shall have special performances coming up exclusively on this Yantra 2023. for joining with us on Jigyasa on YANTRA-2023 to make this event a grand success and a well-sophisticated manner in the campus. So once again, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity for Jigyasa for host this event at the campus of NIMHANS, and it's been a great pleasure having YANTRA-2023 on this beautiful occasion presented from Jigyasa in association with NIMHANS organization. Thanks once again, NIMHANS team, and special thanks to the core team of NIMHANS for making us more comfortable and hosting this event. So with that note, let's quickly move on to today's special occasion, which is going to come up very shortly, a traditional martial art. So I would like to call upon Dr. Subi to join with me to narrate about the special performance. And before that,
so most good evening to one and all. Now it's time for the most awaited sessions. And for that, before we will have a breath-holding performance here from the Kalaripayattam. You all know like it is an oldest and the most scientific martial art in the world, and it is being lauded from Kerala. And it is a combination of two words, like Kalari is the place where it is used to be practiced and Pait is the thing that they are used to perform. And then after that, the sixth avatar of Mahavishnu, as you all know, and the Parashurama, he had learned it from Lord Shiva and had taught it to the common people of Kerala, and that had it become the Kalaripayattu from the Kerala. And so I invite Anjali from CVN Kalari, Karandur, Keynote, Kozhikode to give you a brief introduction about the Kalaripayattu. So let us invite her to the stage.
A warm good evening to everyone. Myself Anjali from CVN Kalari, Karandur, Kerala. As she told, she have given a brief introduction about the origin of Kalaripayattu. Now, there are the Sanskrit word Kalurika. It is the root word for the origin of Kalari. The main motto of Kalari is a sound mind in a sound body of every Kalari warrior to perform the art. The Kalaripayattu is mainly divided into four parts. The first one, Meitari. It includes all the body control exercise. Second one, the Koltari, that is the fight with the wooden weapons. And third one, the Angatari, the fight with metallic weapons. And fourth one being the Varumkai Prayogam, which will be fighted with bare hands. And as you know, Kalari, it is mainly originated from Kerala, mostly from a religious background. So before starting the performance of all Kalaripayattu, we will be giving a salutation to the Kalari goddesses, starting with the Kalari Vandanam. It will be performed by our Guru, Sri Satish Gurukal from CVN Kalari Karandur. Hence, I'll be telling about all the details of the fights or performance which we are going to perform here while they are performing. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to perform here today.
so ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for having the performance of Kerala traditional martial art coming exclusively on this Yantra 2023. Give it up for them.
Next, onto the stage, Sword and Shield, which is Valparija, included in the Angatari, that is, fight with metallic weapons. Here, both of the opponents will be having a shield and a sword with them, and they will be fighting together. precision use of a sword and shield is considered to be the apex of perfection in this art. The most predominant style is Puliyanga that is being demonstrated on the stage. Next one, the Ketugari, fight with long stick. The initial weapon in Kalari used for both attack and defense. Next one, knife versus shawl. In Malayalam, it is called as Kathiyum Talayum. Here, one is armed with a knife alone and the other defending himself with a 6-foot long shawl. And the guru is defending with the techniques learned in the Kalari. And the main thing is that the combat, you can see the defense is placed on the reading of the mind of the opponent by just looking to his eyes. Here we can see the concentration power of both the warriors. Next, I'm calling upon to the stage for the next performance. Next one is the very first step of the Kalari, Meitari, body control exercise. Application of various steps, poses, leg exercise, re-leaps, jumps and other exercise for body in case of movements are called Meipaitu. It is mainly doing for the body to make more flexible. Next one, Cheruvadi Paitu, the second Koltari Paitu of Kalari. Here, it is also known as Muchan, that means three-span staff. It is a powerful wooden weapon used for both attack and defense. The movements are quick and blows are powerful. Next, the Verumkai Prayogam, the bare hand fight. It is extremely important in Kalaripaitu to train a person to use his own body as a weapon, both to defend himself against an armed or unarmed adversary and to overpower him physically. Thus, for the most obvious reasons, mastery in Verumkai boosts the self-confidence of the individual.
next one is the fencing. The fencing is doing Satish Gurikal and his daughter Anjali Satish. The next one is the Vadivugal, means the animal postures, different steps of animals. First one is the elephant posture, the Gecha Vadivu. The Ashwadivi, posture of horse. Next one is the Simhavadivi, the lion. Varahavadivi, the wild boar. Sarpavadivi, the snake posture. Kukkudavadivi, the hen. Marjaravadivi, the wild cat. The stretching of wild cat. And Malsivadivi, posture of fish.
Next one is the Katara Paitu, the dagger fight. It is a metallic weapon which is sharp on both sides. A moment of lapse is dangerous and allows the Kataram deep into the opponent's body. last and final one, Urumi, the flexible sword. It is the most glamorous and powerful weapon in Kalari, which is flexible and sharp on both sides. In a situation where one person has to face many opponents, Urumi is considered the ideal weapon. One cannot handle it unless he is a master in Kalari. That means he should master all the other 3 steps of Kalari also. Urumipaitu done by the students of CVN Kalari Karandur Keynote under the leadership of Guru V. Sadish Kumar. Our Guru V. Sadish have taken the Kalaripayattu into its another level and represented many European countries like Mauritius, Sri Lanka, Palestine, Israel, Dubai, France, etc. He also have undertaken Kalari Marmatikals and Kalaripayattu to different level. Hereby, I'm introducing my teammates, our Gurukul V. Sadish Kumar from the N, Binish Gurukul, Ajay, Akash, Agindev, Ananda Shivan, and Akshay Sadish, and myself, I have already introduced Anjali Sadish. Thank you for giving us one more opportunity here, and thank you. Special thanks to the 3 Vaidyas who have given us the opportunity.
Thank you, Anjali. Thank you. So let us put our hands together once more time to this breathtaking performance. And as usual, you all know this is the precise movement art and also the flexibility of the body. All these are the benchmark of Kalaripayattu. And also it is promising a combination of mind and body together. And so now I'm taking this privileged moment to invite our Honorable Sir Vaidhi Vinod Kumar TG Sir onto the stage and to honor the KCN Kalaripayattu as a token of love, gratitude and respect. Please, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Joragbali Chapale for presenting this beautiful martial art performance on this occasion of Yantra 2023. And thank you so much, guys. It's been a tremendous, fantabulous performance for presenting on this Yantra 2023. Thank you so much. And you can have a group photo session. Sir, group photo. Group photo, just join. Thank you so much once again and presenting and also entertaining us this beautiful occasion of Yantra 2023. Thank you so much. So with that note, let's quickly move on to the cultural activities of most awaited session of today's program of Yantra 2023. The first team is going to coming up on stage from KTG of Bangalore. So from coming up, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be in a traditional divineful Ganesha song. So Jorak Chapale Barla Inansari for KTG. College of Ayurveda.
गणेशाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि प्रणवालय परिपालय परमेशी कमलालय श्रीदेवी कुरिपिंसवे करुणाम्बुरासी धीम्तारा धीम्तारा जगुलतो
So audience, ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು performance? ಬರಬೇಕು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಜೋರ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬರಲಿ for entertaining us on Yantra 2023, and thank you so much girls, you're looking so beautiful and also entertaining. It's a very fantastic fusion form of performance of Bharatanatyam. It's been a great pleasure having you on our show of Yantra 2023, and thanks once again. And
yeah, now we are going to honor this energetic performance, and I invite Dr. Veena Sharma, Jigyasa Delhi in charge, onto the stage to honor these beautiful girls.
it's a token of appreciation for participating on Yantra 2023, and thank you so much, ma'am. ಬರೀನ ಸರಿ ಜೋರ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ for KTG. Congratulations once again, and thank you so much for joining with us. So with that note, we shall move on to the next performance of today's program. It's going to be from the Hillside College from Bangalore, joining for an mime performance. So ladies and gentlemen, Jorak Bali Chappale for Hillside College joining us on stage.
After such a loud program, we are moving on for a silent program. So let's enjoy. Thank you all for such a tremendous performance, and that was really a goosebump generating performance for us. And now we are inviting them to have a photo session with us. Please join us for a photo session.
So, all right, so ladies and gentlemen, so again, we're going to have another performance, which is going to be exclusive performance coming from Ramakrishna Ayurvedic Medical College, coming up. Not bad. We could see a lot of Ramakrishna. All right. All right. Thank you so much. So Ramakrishna College is going to come up with a theme of our profession of healthcare professional. Is going to have a journey of doctor's life. They're going to present in front of us on this beautiful occasion of YANTRA-2023. So Jora Chappalegalinda Barimadkolana, Ramakrishna College on stage.
A student enters the door of the college with thousands of aspirations in their eyes. They might think the only exam ahead of them is their yearly ones, not aware of the day-to-day tests that they have to excel. Like a cub who is unaware of their ability to rule, a student often ignores their talent just to enjoy. Let's sit and watch our journey from a mischievous student to a matured and talented doctor. College life is all about exploring different opportunities and analyzing our strengths and weaknesses. It also has to be the phase of curiosity with innocence and joy.
चिंता करके क्या पाएगा, मरने से पहले मर जाएगा। सुनिए गाना ಬೆಂಚಲಿ ಕಾರಿಡಾರ್ ವಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಲದೆ ಗುರುತೊಂದನು ನಾಗೀಚಿದೆ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಿನ ನೆಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಜಗಳ ಕಾಮನ್ ಅಲ್ಲವೇ ಕಾಂಪ್ರೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತರಿದುಕೋ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬಲವಿದೆ ಸೋಷಲ್ ಕಾಸಿಗೊಂದೆರಡು ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕು ನೀನು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಲೈಫು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈಕೊಂದು ಬರೆದಾಕು
And just like that, we complete our journey of college and leave behind thousands of memories to enter the most crucial phase of a doctor's life.
ब्रिटेन में इस वक्त की बड़ी खबर, चीनी विशेषज्ञों ने फिर से कोविड संक्रमण फैलने की दी चेतावनी, बुजुर्ग और कमजोर आबादी को टीका लगवाने के लिए कहा। अक्टूबर में देश भर में कोविड के 209 केस आए सामने, वहीं 24 मौतें हुई हैं। सर्दी के मौसम में कोविड-19 के मामलों में बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है, ऐसा कहना है रिसर्चर्स का।
डॉक्टर, एक और कोरोना केस आया है, ये वही बच्ची है।
क्यों कोई मुझे पास नहीं ले रहा है? आप इधर आओ। आप भी मुझे पास नहीं लोगे क्या? नहीं लोगे क्या?
नर्स, इधर आओ, बच्ची को लेकर जाओ।
పున్నమేల భబ్బు కమ్ముకొచ్చి సింహ సీకటల్లి పోతుంటే నీ గమ్యం గందరగోళం దిక్కు తోచకుండా చల్లడిల్లిపోతూ మల్లటిల్లిపోయి నీ ఉంటే తీరే నాని ఆరాటం ఏ హేతువులు తీరా తల్లి మార్చిందో నిశితంగా తెలిసేదరా ఏ పేరుడవునో పేరాలంటే నీ ఉనికి ఉండాలిగా.
After COVID, the doctors finally had time to relax and breathe some fresh air. But as you know, a doctor is never off duty.
अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है. अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है.
Doctor, there is an emergency. Can you please come to the hospital right away?
माना कि मुश्किल है सफर पर सुनो मुसाफिर हो कहीं अगर तू रुका तो मंजिल पाएगी ना फिर कदम कदम मिलाए जा गगन गगन झुकाए जा रख हौसला कर फैसला तुझे वक्त बदलना है
Here, we are going to show the struggles a doctor has to face even after working hard for 4.5 years and plus. The ignorance with which people disregard all the blood and sweat a doctor bestows just surprises us. I am sorry, but you have to wait outside till we check him.
Beware, Dr. Saab. He is a very dangerous criminal with an unstable mind.
It is our duty to consider him a patient and cure him. It is rightly said that mankind tends to forget the good deeds granted to them and lives as a thankless creature. In a country where doctors are considered embodiment of God, they have to face multiple violence by mobs or criminals and there is no action to punish them. Doctors are now on strike to ask for justice and protection from these culprits.
मन करे सो प्राण दे जो मन करे सो प्राण ले वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है मन करे सो प्राण दे जो मन करे सो प्राण ले वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है विश्व की पुकार है ये भागवत का सार है कि युद्ध ही तो वीर का प्रमाण है कौरवों की भीड़ हो या पांडवों का नीड़ हो जो लड़ सका है वो ही तो महान है
A doctor can mean the difference between life and death. Accident and violent crime victims and soldiers wounded on battlefield know their lives depend on the skills of a doctor. Let's pay tribute to the doctors who just want respect from society.
मैं मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू
अस्पताल में लोग इस बीमारी से अकेले लड़ते वक्त अपने परिवार का साथ चाहते हैं पर ऐसे हालातों में हम ही हैं उनके डॉक्टर हम ही उनका परिवार हम ही उनकी हिम्मत और हम ही उनकी उम्मीद
मजबूर हुई जब दिल की दुआ तो हमने दवा से काम लिया वो नब्ज नहीं फिर थमने दी जिस नब्ज को हमने थाम लिया बीमार है जो किस धर्म का है हमसे न कभी ये भेद हुआ सरहद पे जो वर्दी खाकी थी अब उसका रंग सफेद हुआ
जवान अपनी जान की बाजी लगाकर सरहद की सीमा रेखा की रक्षा कर रहे हैं लेकिन भारत की जीवन रेखा की जिम्मेदारी अब हमारे हाथ में
I request everybody to stay back on the stage. I request all the Ramakrishna students to please stay back at the stage. Stay back, please, fast.
Okay, all right. Thank you, audience, for such a big support. Okay, let me talk now. A long 5.5-year journey had incorporated into a 12-minute of program. And I really take this moment to thank Dr. Chandrasekhar, Principal, RKMC, onto the stage. And to train all these students to give such a big feast for us, let us put our hearts together for them. And now I request Dr. Vineet Mohan and also Dr. Mihir Vajasundar. And okay.
So hats off, guys, once again from the team of Jigyasa and NIMHANS. Thank you once again for entertaining us on the beautiful occasion of Yantra-2023. So with that note, let's quickly move on to the next performance going to coming up on stage. It's going to be again from Hillside College for a patriotic fusion dance. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Hillside College team to coming up on stage for a patriotic fusion song.
अफसोस नहीं जो तेरे लिए सौ दर्द सहे महफूज रहे तेरी आन सदा चाहे जान मेरी ये रहे ना रहे मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे फीका ना पड़े कभी रंग तेरा जिस्मों से निकल के खून कहे घड़ी है देखो सबसे बड़ी मुझे तो कदम पे देखो जीत घड़ी का मुझे कब से इंतजार था आज की शाम का अब देखो क्या करता है ये बंदा हिंदुस्तान का रंग केसर शूरा वाले रंग सब्ज खिली फुलकारियां ओ रंग चिट्टा नीयत साफ ओ रंग तीनों जान से प्यारे रंग तीनों जान से प्यारे
मेरे माई का रंग सच्चाई का हर अच्छाई का है माए माए माए
रंग तेरी रीत का रंग तेरी प्रीत का रंग तेरी जीत का ही छाए छाए कैसे मैं चुकावा तेरा एहसान माए तेरी चुनरिया लहराए
जब तक मुझे में है जरा सी जान माए तेरी चुनरिया लहराए
आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले जय हो जय हो आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले जय हो जय हो सच्ची मेरे जान गवाई है नच नच कोयलों पे रात बिताई है अखियों की नींद मैंने फूकों से उड़ा दी गिले गिले तारे मैंने उंगली जलाई है
Okay, let us put our hands together for such a beautiful performance. And I would like to introduce you all, Dr. Jagadish, who had been the backbone behind this performance, and he is the theme maker for this. So I invite Dr. Jagadish onto the stage. Okay, and now I request Dr. Kishore Kumar sir, Organizing Secretary of this YANTRA-2023, to honor this team. And also I am requesting the mime group from the same Hillside College, please be onto the stage.
And the next performance which is very much related to our Yantra conference. It's by Indian Institute of Ayurveda Medicine, who will be performing a fusion dance with the theme, Dance Drama Depicting Mental Health Care Through Ayush Integrated Treatment with the time, Sattva Jaya Chikitsa through Ayush Integration. So with a big applause, let's welcome the team AIIMS.
Good evening, everyone.
We, the students of Indian Institute of Ayurvedic Medicine and Research, are here to perform an act with the theme of mental health treatment through Ayush integrated medicines.
Harshita, these days, the only news we are hearing is about people committing suicide all around. So, what might be the reason for all this mental instability?
Whatsoever a person's physical strength is, even the strongest one tend to make wrong decision if they are mentally weak. Body is made up of 5 elements and mind. Mind helps in perceiving knowledge and performing function.
What if this mind get disturbed?
If the mind get disturbed, then the person ends up with different mental illness like anxiety, depression, insomnia, stress.
So, how to overcome this mental illness?
My friend, to clear all your doubts, I have a story of one of my friends who was studying in a college. Before that, we were talking about mind. Mind is associated with 3 qualities: Satvika Guna, Rajasika Dosha, and Tamasika Dosha.
Oh, is it?
Satvika Guna is associated with the qualities like purity, truthfulness, peace, and happiness. It represents the light of knowledge. Rajasika Dosha has qualities like anger, brave, sharp reactions, and it represents movement. Tamasika Dosha has qualities like cowardness, ignorance, hatredness, and it represents darkness. When these qualities are in balanced state, the person will be mentally stable. When these qualities are disturbed, they lead to mental disturbances.
Oh, it's quite interesting.
Yes, let me continue with the story. Colorful days had just started in his life. His teenage life had just begun. What do you expect from him?
Oh, I got it. You mean hero has just fallen in love, isn't it?
Yes, you're right.
ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಕವಿತೆ ಬೆಳಗಿಗೆ ಸೋತೆ ಬೆಳದಿಂಗಳೇ ತಾನೇ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ಗಳಿಗೆ.
His beautiful days didn't last long. Now the sad part of his life has begun. The boy experiences breakup.
Oh, it's really very sad.
Students, you have your upcoming exams next week. Prepare for it well. All the best.
He couldn't recover from his hard times and he couldn't cope up with the exams also. It's a complex mixture of sadness, disappointment, and sense of loss. In the midst of darkness, depression cast a heavy shadow over the boy's life. His mind became a maze of endless thoughts.
Oh, it's really very sad.
Due to all these factors, the Manasika doshas get aggravated.
Then what did he do? Did he commit suicide?
Seeing all this, the lecturer preferred to take him for Ayush integrated treatment to yield best results. At first, they approached Ayurvedic treatment for headache and stress. In Ayurveda, there are three types of treatment. Sattva Vajaya, which includes Dhairyatmadi Vijnanam. It improves courage, intelligence, and self-realization. Daiva Vipashraya includes Manidharana, and Yukti Vipashraya includes internal and external treatment.
For agitation, social isolation, fatigue, and lack of concentration, they approached yoga and naturopathy. Naturopathy treatment includes acupressure and acupuncture. This therapy stimulates body circulation, lymphatic, and hormonal system. By this, he gets relieved by fatigue. Yoga includes dhyana, pranayama. It relieves stress and improves concentration of mind. Asanas in yoga are beneficial in relieving stress and bring about coordination between mind and body. For heaviness in head and mood swings, they consulted Unani system of medicine, which includes inhalation therapy called Lakh-Lakha therapy, hijama, cupping therapy, hammam, bath, ilaj bit, tabdir, bloodletting therapy.
Papa
medicine gives importance to conjunctive use of plants and minerals. It helps in relieving anxiety. It includes therapies like Varma therapy, that is, stimulation and manipulation of vital points, Yogam, Kayakalpam, Tokkanam, and
कमलालय श्रीदेवी कुरिपिंसवे करुणाम्बुरासी धीं तारा जतुलतो प्राणमे नाट्यं चेसे गतुलतो नामशतं मूल नतुलतो नापैननी चूपुआपेला शरणन्तिने जननी नादविनोदिनी भुवनपालिनी वे अनाथरक्षणनी विधिकादटे मोरविनी चेरवटे.
To come out of depressed mood and to regain his strength, he consulted homeopathy system of medicine, which is based on treating like with like. Aurum met, Ignatia amara, Sapia, Lachesis are some of the medications.
महाविष्णु निनगे प्रणामं प्रणामं धन्वंतरि रूपा भजेहं भजेहं नमो दिव्य तेजाय शक्ति स्वरूपं नमो देव देवाय चैतन्यदातं वैद्यो नारायणो हरि वैद्यो नारायणो हरि वैद्यो नारायणो हरि वैद्यो नारायणो हरि महाविष्णु निनगे प्रणामं प्रणामं धन्वंतरि रूपा भजेहं भजेहं.
Harshita, so after this course of treatment, was he able to regain his mental health?
Yes, of course, Ankita. Through Ayush system of medicines, he was able to regain his conditions, and the components of mind, that is the sattva, rajas and tamas, also gets balanced.
सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्.
Integrative medicine of Ayush uses an evidence-based approach to treat whole person's mind, body, soul. Physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual needs are involved. So integrative medicine uses a combination of therapies.
These techniques supports the body's natural ability to heal, reduces stress, and promote a state of relaxation that leads to better health. Thank you.
What a meaningful performance it was. Guys, please stand on the stage. It was so much justifying to our Yantra conference. How integrative medicine can play a role in mental health. It was so much justification to our team. A big applause to team IIIMR. I request Dr. Harshita ma'am to join the team for the group photo. And I request Ravi Shankar ji, Jigyasa Rashtriya Pramukh to felicitate the team. Ji, please come on the stage.
So just want to add one more point, Trishal.
Yes,
So, ಇವಾಗ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, it's been a very, very versatile performance. You've been incorporated with a lot of depict about the entire Ayush. ಓಕೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು? ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಹುಡುಗಿರು ಬಾರಿ ಡೇಂಜರು ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಕಾನ್ಶಿಯಸ್. Jokes apart, it's been a wonderful performance and hats off to each and everyone for your heartful dedication and presenting us with an YANTRA-2023. It's been a great pleasure and thank you so much for entertaining us on this beautiful occasion. Once again, Jora Balli Chappale for IIM for once again for entertaining us. Thank you so much. ಬರ್ಲಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. So once again, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on to the next performance. It's going to be from SDM coming up on stage for Boshembo, Shivashambo performance. For the group dance performance, Jora Balli Chappale for SDM College presenting on stage on this beautiful occasion of YANTRA-2023.
कृपासमुद्रं सुमुखं त्रिनेत्रं जटाधरं पार्वती वामभागं सदाशिवं रुद्रं मकरन्दरूपं चिदम्बरेशं हृदि वेल्लियङ्गिरेशं हृदि भावयामि 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 शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयं शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयं शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयं शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयं शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयंभो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयंभो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयंभो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयंभो गंगाधर शंकर करुणाकर मामव भवसागर तारक गंगाधर शंकर करुणाकर मामव अंतरंग आनंद अतिशय अक्षय लिंग आनंद अतिशय अक्षय लिंग भो शंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो शंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो दिनि 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 किट तकतो दिनि 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 किट तकतो तुम दिमि किट तरि किट तकतो तुम दिमि किट तरि किट तकतो दिनि 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 किट तकतो तुम दिमि किट तरि किट तकतो दिनि 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 किट तकतो तुम दिमि किट तरि किट तकतो मदंग मुनिवर वंदित ईशा मदंग मुनिवर वंदित ईशा मतंग मुनिवर वंदित ईशा सर्वदिगंबर वेष्टित वेशा मतंग मुनिवर वंदित ईशा सर्वदिगंबर वेष्टित वेशा नित्य निरंजन निद्युत देशा नित्य निरंजन निद्युत देशा ईशा सबेशा सबेशा भो शंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो मतंग मुनिवर वंदित ईशा सर्वदिगंबर वेष्टित वेशा सर्वदिगंबर वेष्टित वेशा नित्य निरंजन निद्युत देशा नित्य निरंजन निद्युत देशा ईशा सर्वेशा सर्वेशा भो शंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो 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 शिव शंभो स्वयंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो
Thank you, the students of SDM College for to create such a divine and blissful ambience for our audience. And now I invite our next performance. And for the next performance, I'm inviting the same college, SDM College, for Tridevi Studi.
Om Devyai Namaha. Devi, the invisible. She, the primordial source of energy for the creation. She, the functioning of life within us. She, the Trigunatmike, the Trigunas, Sattva, content, Rajas, restless, Tamas, delusion. The aim is to strike a perfect balance between the Trigunas, which has been best depicted in the different forms of Devi scripted in the Devi Bhagavatam. Today, we are here trying to bring a glimpse of 3 such forms: Sampatkari Shri Lakshmi, Buddhi Devi Shri Saraswati, Abhayadatri Ma Parvati.
Lakshmi Namaha.
नमस्ते अस्तु महामाये श्रीपीठे सुरपूजिते शङ्खचक्रगदाहस्ते महालक्ष्मी नमोस्तुते। जय कमले कमलासन सुंदरी, जय कमले कमलासन सुंदरी, जय कमले कमलासन सुंदरी, सकल जगत माता सुखदाये, जय कमले कमलासन सुंदरी, सकल जगत माता सुखदाये, जय कमले कमलासन सुंदरी, सकल जगत माता सुखदाये, जय कमले कमलासन सुंदरी।
सरस्वते नमः।
जय शारदे,
जय शारदे वागीश्वरी विधि कन्यके विद्याधरी, 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 जय शारदे।
तकुंत तकुंतरि किट तक दिकुंत दिकुंत किट तक तकुंत ता तकुंत दिकुंत ता तक दिकु तकुंत तकुंतरि किट तक दिकुंत दिकुंतरि किट तक तकुंत ता तकुंत दिकुंत ता तक दिकु तकुंत तकुंतरि किट तक दिकुंत दिकुंतरि किट तक तकिट दिकिट तुम किट नम किट ज्योत से भरी कांति तुझी, मुख रम्य शारद चंद्रमा, उजले तुझ्या हास्यातुनी चारी युगांची पौर्णिमा।
ॐ पार्वतीये नमः।
परिपाहि श्री चामुंडेश्वरी देवी, परिपाहि श्री चामुंडेश्वरी देवी।
तादिता दिगी दिगी नुत गिन्न तकुंदरी, तादिता दिगी दिगी नुत गिन्न तकुंदरी, दिगी दिगी तकुंद दिगी दिगी नुत गिन्न तकुंद।
पद सरि द पद मगरि सरि द मगरि सरि द पद द पद नि द पद सरि द पद मगरि सरि
ರಾಮನಾಥಪುರ ಭಾಲಕುಂಡೌ ಮುದುರಾಮಲಿಂಗ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ವಿಭುನಿ ಅಭಿರಾಮಿ ದಯಮುಖ ರಕ್ಷೋ ಕುಮುವಾರಾಗಿ ರಾಜರಾಜೇಶ್ವರಿ ಶಂಕರಿ ರಾಮನಾಥಪುರ ಬಾಲಕುಂಡೌ ಮುದುರಾಮಲಿಂಗ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ವಿಭುನಿ ಅಭಿರಾಮಿ ದಯಮುಖ ರಕ್ಷೋ ಕುಮುವಾರಾಗಿ ರಾಜರಾಜೇಶ್ವರಿ ಶಂಕರಿ ತಾಂ ತಕಿತ ನಿರಿಸನಿ ತಗದಿಮಿ ತಗಜಂ ಕಮರಗ ತಕಿತಜಂ ತಕತಾಂ ತಕಿತ ನಿರಿಸನಿ ತಗದಿಮಿ ತಗಜಂ ಕಮರಗ ತಕಿತಜಂ ತಕತಜಂ ಜಂ ಮಗರಿ ತಕಿತಜಂ ನಿರಪತಣ ಕರಿ ಸಮಗರಿ ಸನಿರ ತದಿಗಿಣ ತೋಂತನ್ನು ತನತದಿರನ ಆರುದ್ರಧಾನಿ ತುಂಬ ವೀರನ ರುದ್ರತನು ತನತದಿರನ ತನತದಿರನ ತನತದಿರನ
ಈ ರುಟೀನ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಸಾಕಾಗೋಗಿದೆ. ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದು ನಿಜ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ?
ಒಂದ್ ಕೆಲ್ಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಈ ಹಾಳಾಗ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಇಂದ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಂದ್ ಟ್ರಿಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ.
ನನ್ಗೊಂದ್ ಜಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ.
ನಾಲ್ಕು ದಿನ ಹೇಗೋಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅದೇ ಬಾಸ್ ಮುಖ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಬೇಡ, ಆ ವರ್ಕು ಬೇಡ, ಬಾಸ್ ಟಾರ್ಚರು ಬೇಡ.
ತಮಾಷೆ ಬೇಡ, ಹೋಗೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿದೆ.
ಗುರುಜಿ, ಇದು ಯಾವ ಜಾಗ? ನಾವು ದಾರಿ ತಪ್ಪಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು?
ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಷ್ಟದಿಂದ ದೂರ.
ಸರಿ, ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಾನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ.